and that Ms. Irani needs to apologize to her. All right, so that's where matters stand right now. As I was saying, there seems to be a deadlock between the opposition and the government over this issue now. Parallelly, of course, we've been seeing a large number of protests that are taking place outside of Parliament as well. Vijay Chowk, near the Gandhi statue, we've seen relay protests take place for 50 hours now, where the suspended opposition MPs are continuing to sit on a dharna over there. But currently, the BJP and the Congress, of course, locked in a war of words, with each demanding, asking the other to apologize. Now, just to tell our viewers that both houses of Parliament, of course, now stand adjourned, and they are going to be meeting on Monday at 11 o'clock. We have, of course, continuously seen disruptions in both houses of Parliament over the past week over various issues. Yesterday, of course, it was Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's remark against the president, where he called her Rashtrapatni, which set off a furore in both houses of Parliament, with the government asking the Congress party to apologize. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, of course, has said that he has sought a meeting with the president and that he will apologize to her. But this, of course, came after he repeatedly said that this was a slip of the tongue. But the BJP, we saw wanting the Congress leader to apologize, and thereafter Smriti Irani and Nirmala Sitharaman, both of them took to the floor of the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha, targeting the Congress party and asking them to apologize. Well, the ruckus that has been caused in both houses of Parliament, of course, has led to suspensions. It's led to adjournments. Before that, of course, before this particular issue, we saw how the Congress party as well as other opposition parties had raked up the issue of Sonia Gandhi being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case. And even at that time, the Parliament was held to ransom. Hardly any business was transacted. And thereafter, of course, there is this issue that has now been brought to the fore in both houses of Parliament. Just to tell our viewers that both houses of Parliament have been adjourned till Monday. All right, so protests are taking place at various parts of the country. I think Abhishek Kapoor also joins us now. Abhishek, we've barely seen any business being transacted in Parliament in this monsoon session of Parliament, and we were expecting perhaps about 27 bills. That's at least that's what the government said it wanted to lay on the table. But none of that has happened so far. Now, what is your assessment? Do we see this dying down, or do you fear that, it will be a washout?
Well, Nupur, I don't see it dying down anytime soon. Remember, BJP has really escalated it up, and we have seen the kind of very combative Smriti Irani took on interim Congress President Sonia Gandhi for effectively what came out as, standing in defense of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and his remarks. The Congress party seems to be doubling down, and it's almost become what began as a comment by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, which compromised the dignity of the office of the president, has turned into a Smriti versus Sonia battle in and outside the Parliament. And we have seen how the BJP believes that the insult of the first tribal woman president is something which cannot be allowed till an apology comes. In fact, in the morning, we have seen another comment coming in from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, almost adding insult to injury. When he was asked about the National Commission of Women's summons to him on Monday, he said, Parliament is on, he's busy, he will see if he gets time. So, a little condescending on NCW also. So, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary really continues with his, conduct which riles some in terms of political optics. So, I don't see it dying down. There has been some transaction of business in Parliament, a couple of bills here and there, but largely the legislative agenda remains unaddressed. And like we have seen many instances earlier, even this monsoon, as you feared, Nupur, could be a washout.
Absolutely. And Abhishek, how do we see this, ruckus essentially this war of words between the Congress and the BJP now going forward? Because as far as the Congress party is concerned, they're very firm that, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary will only go and apologize to the president. The BJP says that this is a matter where, the president of the country has been demeaned in a manner, so to say, and hence they must come out and issue a public apology.
Well, so there are two parts to it, Nupur. One is, of course, this particular comment that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has made yesterday, a day before, in fact. And the other is that the Congress party is doubling down, and Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary happens to be a repeat offender, almost like a habitual offender in making these off-the-cuff remarks, which he is left to explain. And then the explanation itself becomes convoluted. So be it him calling ED idiot, be it him claiming that Prime Minister's plane has a swimming pool because he was trying to defend Rahul Gandhi's Kathmandu party, or be it other comments that he has made. I think BJP has somehow decided that this issue of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's pricks here and there, every session, really has to be taken head on now. And it so happens that with the first tribal president of India being the target, and the kind of political capital the BJP really invested in Draupadi Murmu's candidature, they are not going to let go of this in terms of making sure that the Congress party pays for it in terms of, political optics. There is substantive argument also that the manner in which Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is really breathing in doubt, we don't understand whether the Congress party really appreciates the impact on the dignity of office of the president that might have happened because of the comment he has made. So I think in that sense, as things stand today, Nupur, Parliament stands adjourned till Monday. The House could not be in order, and it's unlikely till the time that some kind of climb down happens from the Congress party. At least a meeting happens with the president. The BJP is not going to back off.
All right. Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor there. Thank you for joining us.
प्रेसिडेंट सोनिया गांधी वो भी एक फीमेल है, उनको इसमें माफी मांगनी चाहिए मुर्मू जी से। और हम इनकी कांग्रेस को हम अपोज करते हैं कि इनकी जो लैंग्वेज है ये हमेशा इंटेंशनली यूज करते हैं।
तो लगातार भाजपा जो है वो विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रही है और ये बात कहना है कि जानबूझकर जो है कांग्रेस की तरफ से ऐसे शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया गया है। किसी भी तरह का कोई ऐसा बात नहीं है कि जो गलती से हुआ है, बल्कि जानबूझकर जो है वो विरोध प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। सरजीवन कुमार के साथ गुरसिमरन सिंह, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क।
All right, we are just getting news that summons have been issued to Congress leaders. Now, this is news that's just coming in. I'm going to try and get more details as to what has happened. But this, of course, I think pertains to the issue of the insult. All right. Well, summons have been issued to Congress leaders. These summons include Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera, and this is over the case filed by Smriti Irani. And we are given to understand that Smriti Irani has gone to court over the targeting of her daughter. So it appears that Pawan Khera and Jairam Ramesh have both been issued summons. Now this is in the case of Smriti Irani's daughter being dragged into what Smriti Irani says was false information. So the Delhi High Court, we understand, has issued summons to Pawan Khera as well as to Jairam Ramesh. Delhi High Court, of course, has issued these summons in response to the case that has been filed by the Union Minister Smriti Irani. I'm going to try and go across to our correspondents to get us more details, but just to tell our viewers about the case. In fact, this is an allegation that was laid against Smriti Irani's daughter. In fact, Niranjan is also with me on the phone line. Niranjan, give us more details of what we are learning about this.
Well, this is regarding the allegations that the Congress leaders had made regarding the daughter of Smriti Irani. Recently, they held a news conference making some allegations against Smriti Irani's daughter, to which Smriti Irani, gave it back to drag them to court. these are details that are coming in right now that the Delhi High Court has now summoned Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Netta D'Souza in the civil suit filed by Union Minister Smriti Irani. And this is over the allegations that they have made regarding the daughter of Smriti Irani. And they had made a few allegations saying that she runs a bar and then she had applied for some notice illegally, etc. So this is over the allegations against Smriti's daughter. Smriti Irani had gone to court, and these are breaking news updates now coming in that the court has now summoned these leaders in response in this particular case. Now, Smriti had called it defamatory. Smriti had said that this is an attempt to target her daughter and to try and defame her, and we had accessed the legal notice that Smriti Irani has sent as well. The legal notice that was sent by the firm representing Smriti Irani, which went on record to say that these were generally allegations of a defamatory nature. Pawan Khera, Jairam Ramesh, and I think Netta D'Souza were the three leaders who held that news conference. That's why they were named in the legal notice that was issued. So they've been called by the court, and we should be getting in some first reactions to this.
Right.
But I think essentially, of course, this is a case of student scoot is what the BJP believes.
Right.
Based on some unfounded charges.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Niranjan, for joining us. Niranjan is pointing out the Congress spokesperson Pawan Khera had in a media conference said that Irani's daughter was allegedly running a restaurant in Goa in which a bar was functioning with a fake license. So we'll get you more on that in just a bit.
And it's a big boost for country's defense capabilities. India received the first lot of the two US-built MH-60R multi-role helicopters at the Cochin International Airport. The third helicopter is scheduled to be delivered in August this year. Remember, in 2020, India made an agreement with the United States government to procure 24 MH-60R multi-role helicopters.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी Now viewers, getting you updates of sports. A cricket tournament was organized for differently able players in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwang, aiming to bolster their confidence as they reach the national and international levels in sport. The organizer of the tournament said that he was ready to organize other activities as well if they wanted to do something else. India held an optional net session on the eve of their opening Group A match against Australia at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, and only 6 players attended the session managed by coach Ramesh Pawar, with an all-rounder Radha Yadav and opener Shefali Verma among the notables at the Moseley Cricket Club.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Live Stream with you everywhere. Republic Live Stream, India's #1 streaming news.
At least 30 children were allegedly given the COVID-19 vaccine using a single syringe at a school in Sagar in Madhya Pradesh. Now, the police officials have said that they have received a complaint and the district administration collected the children's blood samples for further investigation.
And you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma, and well, in our top story, after shameful sexism, the Congress now tries to brazen it out, defending abuse of power in an even more shocking justification. And going across to latest visuals coming in on the Bengal cash for jobs scam, the SSC recruitment scam. Earlier, we had been telling you about how Partha and Arpita have left the ED office after a round of questioning. They were both being taken to hospital. But now these visuals tell us that, Arpita, we believe, as our reporter is saying, has had a minor accident. And, we are trying to get to know the extent of her injuries, if there are any. And Piyush Ori now joining us. Piyush, after those explosive revelations, Partha and Arpita leaving the ED office, we are now getting visuals of a sort of commotion there. What's happening?
So yes, as you know, you could see in the visuals that Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee have reached ESI hospital at Joka. And now it is going to be interesting to know that how and what are their medical examinations going to come out. Mind you, these medical examinations are very important, as Partha Chatterjee, who is being interrogated by Enforcement Directorate for his alleged role in the recruitment scam, said that, he should be given a bail on the condition of medical grounds. However, this was denied by the court, and now he is being under custody. But it was mentioned very categorically that, there should be medical examinations that should be done for Partha Chatterjee. Now, in this process only, complying by this process, Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee have been taken to ESI hospital, where the medical examination is going to be taking place. But, this case has seen a lot of drama, and the drama follows even as, they were taken to the medical hospital at ESI, where we were told that, Arpita Mukherjee has met with a minor accident. We are told that, it's not a serious accident, he's a minor injury. But as I said, that, this incident, this scam has seen a lot of drama, and this drama follows even after they are being taken for the medical examination at ESI hospital at Joka. Back to you in the studio.
Right, Piyush. Well, after those details emerging of that staggering cash stash, Arpita Mukherjee now reporting a minor fall. And, when we talk about the extent of her injuries, when did this happen and how, Piyush? Are there any details available?
We do not have the detail of why and when this accident really happened, but it was. We were told that this accident happened when she was being taken to the hospital. When she was taken to the hospital for questioning. Having said that, we are not being given much detail about what is the injury she has received as of now. But yes, as you said, that there is a lot of drama which has been following ever since this incident has happened, and this drama follows after we've been told that she has followed this injury. Having said that, things cannot be denied that there is a staggering amount of cash that has continued to be received by the ED officials from the interrogation which they have done at the residence of Arpita Mukherjee. And now the situation has become even more difficult for Arpita Mukherjee, taking into consideration that 4 of the cars which belongs to Arpita Mukherjee has gone missing. It is believed that, if the Enforcement Directorate is going to find this car, it is going to lead them to find out more details, more damning details, resulting in indictment of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita
Mukherjee in this recruitment scam, in which they already are on the back foot as of now. Back to you in the studio.
Right. And when we look at the haul that the ED has been able to pull up so far, 4 cars missing, 4 luxury cars missing, 10 flats, if not more, in posh Kolkata high-rises. It appears that, and the crores of heaps of cash that was recovered, that is being recovered almost on a daily basis. Now, 2 of the premises that belong to her have already unearthed these huge heaps of cash. What else? What is the ED? What would be the ED's next step now? Are they continuing their interrogation? Because Arpita says that we are receiving reports from other media outlets that Arpita reported sick after that ED questioning this morning.
When, as you rightly said, when you receive over 50 lakh of 2,000 notes and 20 lakh of 500 notes, it is definitely, something which makes everyone who look into these cash holes, quite surprised, quite shocked. And this is what has been happening from the interrogation which the enforcement officials have been doing of Arpita Mukherjee's residence. Now, as I, with taking into consideration of, how backward, how in the back foot have Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee have now really gone down because of this interrogation raid. There are chances that the Enforcement Directorate officials are going to involve more people who may be involved in the scam. I'm right now reporting from the Enforcement Directorate office, and we are told over here that the officer of special duty of Partha Chatterjee, Shukanto Acharya, may also be asked to come over here at the Enforcement Directorate office for questioning. And there are more officials, there are more ministers that are being asked to come to the Enforcement Directorate for questioning. Now, when these things are happening, definitely, the ministers who are being alleged of this corruption may say that, they are feeling sick. They may say that, they may not be available for questioning. And this is what is being happening in case of Partha Mukherjee and now in case of Arpita Mukherjee. Back to you in the studio.
Piyush, can we say that these are just attempts to, kind of stall further interrogation? Because right now, as you rightly said, both of them are on the back foot, particularly Partha Chatterjee. Clearly, the TMC also, from the very beginning, already distancing itself, but now clearly abandoning him. Mamata Banerjee, once who used to regard him as a very close aide, now throwing him out of the party as well as from all positions in the government.
You mentioned a very important point of how TMC is now distancing itself from Partha Chatterjee. Mind you, Partha Chatterjee has been associated with Mamata Banerjee for more than 40 years. So it would have been a very difficult decision for Mamata Banerjee to distance herself. But now, taking into consideration of the staggering amount of cash that has been received from this recruitment scam, Mamata Banerjee had no choice but to sack him from all the cabinet berths of TMC. Yesterday, Abhishek Banerjee, another, veteran leader of TMC, held a press conference, and he did say very categorically that the circumstantial evidence that are being found against Partha Mukherjee and his associate Arpita Mukherjee is going against them, and now the onus is on them. Now the onus is only on Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee to make themselves innocent, and TMC is not going to be there to defend them. So you can understand, that how TMC now understands that, if they are going to defend Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee in this case, it may lead to them also suffering politically. So yes, the TMC is distancing itself and understanding that, Partha Chatterjee as well as Arpita Mukherjee are on back foot. There are being attempts that are being made to stall this investigation. Mind you, Partha Chatterjee, to begin with, said that, he was ill, he was physically ill, and he could not be available for questioning. He did go to the state-run hospitals for his medical examinations, leading Enforcement Directorate officials to say that Partha Chatterjee, rather than being medically examined in state-run hospitals, should be taken to central-run hospitals, because this was an attempt by Partha Chatterjee to stall the investigation, to delay the case which has been in which he has been allegedly involved for massive corruption. So yes, there are attempts by Partha Chatterjee and now even Arpita Mukherjee to some extent for stalling the investigation. But as the investigation goes, it is not really making their life easier. Back to you in the studio.
Right. Well, troubles continue to mount for Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee. Partha Chatterjee removed from all government as well as party positions. Once regarded as being very close to Mamata Banerjee, now the Bengal Chief Minister has also, it appears, abandoned him. And, well, when we look at the ED's investigation, how far can we say that matters have progressed? One round of interrogation was held this morning. Now they've gone for a medical. Piyush, what are you hearing? What's next?
Well, the Enforcement Directorate officials have succeeded now in establishing the proceeds of crime by, by raiding several of the houses of Arpita Mukherjee, in which they have been successful in finding hoards of cash. Mind you, 50 lakh of 2,000 notes and 20 lakh of 500 notes. It is staggering. So you can understand the amount of, corruption, which was amount of, money that was, hoarded and the enormity of corruption that is involved in this entire recruitment scam. Now, the ED officials, as I said, they have been successful in establishing the proceeds of crime. Now, the main challenge for these ED officials would be to establish the sources of the income. And for this, the ED officials now are interrogating not only Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee more intensively, more aggressively, but also their closest aides. We are being told that OSD of Partha Chatterjee, Shukanto Acharya, may today be coming to Enforcement Directorate for questioning. And besides this, another TMC leader, Monik Bhattacharya, has also been asked for questioning. Our teams are there at their houses, and we are trying to we are tracking their movement. And whenever they come to Enforcement Directorate office, we are going to keep you updated of all their movements. But as I said again, that now the basic challenge of Enforcement Directorate official is to establish the sources of the income and also widen the scope of this investigation beyond Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, for which they are now interrogating several other top leaders of TMC and close aides of Partha Chatterjee. The beginning of which is going to start with Shukanto Acharya, who was the officer special duty for Partha Chatterjee. Back to you in the studio.
Well, Piyush, stay with us. We'll be right back with you. But joining us is Kishle from Republic Bangla. Kishle, we are hearing reports that Arpita is breaking down. It's not the first time this has happened. It's happened before as well. It appears she fell down, suffered minor injuries. We do not know the details of those injuries. But right now, could you put this entire case as it has happened into some kind of perspective, especially the events of today? More cash recovered, staggering amounts of cash Arpita Mukherjee apparently kept in her home, and also 4 luxury cars, in addition to many flats in posh Kolkata high-rises.
Well, exactly, as you rightly put, that the huge amount of cash that was recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's flat. Last day it was about more than the first time, 22 crores first time, 28 crores second time, and the amount of gold and the cars that you were talking about. All that was recovered. Also 3 bank accounts of Arpita Mukherjee has been seized by ED, which we broke earlier, and about 2 crore 20 lakh rupees in those bank accounts as well. But what we saw today was that Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee was taken out of the ED office, CGO complex, central government office in Salt Lake City in Kolkata, and they were taken to ESI hospital in Joka. And all that way we followed Arpita Mukherjee's car, Partha Chatterjee's car, and when they reached there, we saw those dramatic visuals where Arpita Mukherjee almost fainted when she was coming out of the car. She was clearly weeping. She was trying to wipe her tears, wipe her face, and when she tried to step out of the car, she clearly fainted. Questions are arising whether her health condition is right. Right now she is going inside the hospital. She is inside the hospital and her health checkup will go on. Doctors will check her and everything will be done accordingly. But whether this is because of the extreme mental pressure that is going through her, because of all this amount of cash that you just mentioned has been recovered from her different flats, or whether because of the repeated interrogations that's happening, we do not know. But what we saw is a dramatic visual of Arpita Mukherjee clearly fainting, falling on the ground when she was trying to come out of her car and when she was trying to enter the ESI hospital. Later on, Partha Chatterjee, when he was going inside ESI hospital, he pulled down his mask and he said, "I am a victim of a conspiracy." It's a breaking news that Partha Chatterjee for the first time said this after he was removed from all his posts in Trinamool Congress yesterday, all 5 posts of Trinamool Congress.
इस प्रकार से इतना भारी भरकम भ्रष्टाचार किया गया, और वो भी किसके साथ? युवाओं के साथ जो रोजगार का अवसर खोज रहे थे, टीचर बनना चाह रहे थे, मतलब कि टीचर्स के साथ भी, और जो शिक्षा लेने वाले स्टूडेंट्स है, बोथ द टीचर्स एंड दोज हु आर टॉट, इनके साथ स्कैम किया गया। और जब एक के बाद एक सबूत सामने आते गए, कैलकाटा हाई कोर्ट के डिवीजन बेंच का तो ऑर्डर था ही, उस पर कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की गई, परंतु जब एक के बाद एक सबूत सामने आते गए, द माउंटेन ऑफ कैश ऐसे बढ़ता गया, तब जाकर मीडिया के और विपक्ष के दबाव में, मतलब भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो इस पूरे मुद्दे को लेकर बहुत मुखर है बंगाल में खासकर, दबाव में आकर ममता बनर्जी ने अपने नंबर 2 को, मतलब पार्था चैटर्जी को आखिरकार हटाने का काम किया. फाइनली शी टुक द डिसीजन टू टेक हर नंबर 2 इन गवर्नमेंट out of government after the mountain of cash and corruption kept piling up day in and day out. अब हो सकता है कि कुछ लोग इस मजबूरी को भी मजबूती के तौर पर पेश करना चाहते हो. Some people are making a virtue out of this necessity that she was forced to make her minister resign, her number 2 resign. Questions will still be asked that why hasn't Mamata Banerjee acted upon Mr. Adhikari, whose daughter's appointment and her application as a teacher had been cancelled by the Calcutta High Court. She has not taken action against Mr. Adhikari. And the very fact is that there is institutionalization of corruption and corruption of every institution in the TMC, too much corruption run government of West Bengal. But for whatever it is worth, Mamata Banerjee and the TMC, which I call as the second musketeer of corruption, has got rid of their number 2 after much pressure. But today I want to talk about the third musketeer of corruption. आज मैं आपसे ये जो तीसरा मस्केटियर है करप्शन का, उसकी बात करूंगा और उसका नाम है आम आदमी पार्टी. आम आदमी पार्टी जो तीसरा मस्केटियर ऑफ करप्शन है, और तीनों मस्केटियर्स में एक समानता आप देखिए कि तीनों ही भरपूर भ्रष्टाचार करते हैं, फिर किस प्रकार से विक्टिम कार्ड खेलते हैं, सारी संस्थाओं पर दोष डालने का काम करते हैं और अपने पाप को छिपाने का कुत्सित प्रयास करते हैं. और आज मैं आपको तीसरे मस्केटियर मतलब आम आदमी पार्टी की कहानी सुनाऊंगा, क्योंकि कुछ दिन पहले आपको याद होगा कि थर्ड मस्केटियर ऑफ करप्शन आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता अरविंद केजरीवाल टेलीविजन स्क्रीन पर आए थे. वैसे वो टेलीविजन स्क्रीन में ही आते हैं ज्यादा, विज्ञापन के माध्यम से आए थे शायद, मुझे लगता है. और आकर उन्होंने कहा, मैंने सत्येंद्र जैन की सारी फाइलें देख ली हैं जी, कट्टर ईमानदार है जी, ये उन्होंने आकर कहा. परंतु कल 27 तारीख को, परसों, कट्टर ईमानदारी का जिसका सर्टिफिकेट दिया जा रहा था, उसके कट्टर करप्शन और कट्टर क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड का एक फाइंडिंग और एक मुहर लगाने का काम दिल्ली के हाई कोर्ट ने किया है. और मैं आपको पढ़कर सुनाऊंगा दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट की डबल बेंच ने किस प्रकार से अरविंद केजरीवाल के दिए गए कट्टर ईमानदारी के सर्टिफिकेट को कूड़ेदान में डालकर यह बताया है कि सत्येंद्र जैन एक कट्टर क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड वाला व्यक्ति है. सत्येंद्र जैन एक कट्टर आपराधिक पृष्ठभूमि वाला व्यक्ति है. मैं आपको पढ़कर सुनाऊंगा, यह दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट का फाइंडिंग है और निर्देश है. पैरा नंबर 23, पेज नंबर 15, हाई कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है. It is pertinent to note at this juncture that while it is not for the court to issue directions to the chief minister, जाहिर सी बात है कोर्ट इस मामले में हस्तक्षेप नहीं करता, किसे मंत्री बनाना है नहीं बनाना है, जुरिस्डिक्शन मामले होते वो. It is the duty of this court to remind these key duty holders about their role with regard to uphold the tenets of our constitution. ये हमारा फर्ज है कि हम केजरीवाल जी को याद दिलाए कि संविधान की जो सिद्धांत है और मर्यादा है, उसकी संरक्षण के लिए वो कटिबद्ध होने चाहिए. आगे कहता है कोर्ट, The Council of Ministers has a collective responsibility to sustain and uphold the integrity of the Constitution of India, and it is for the Chief Minister to act in the best interest of the state and to consider as to whether a person who has a criminal background or who has been charged with offences involving moral turpitude should be appointed and should be allowed to continue as a minister or not. कोर्ट कह रहा है स्पष्ट तरीके से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से कि हां, हम किसी का इस्तीफा नहीं ले सकते, परंतु हम आपको याद दिलाना चाहते हैं कि यह आपकी संवैधानिक जिम्मेदारी है कि जिस व्यक्ति की आपराधिक पृष्ठभूमि हो, जिस व्यक्ति को मॉरल टर्पिट्यूड के तहत जिम्मेदार पाया गया हो, ऐसे व्यक्ति को कैबिनेट में स्थान देना, मंत्री पद पर बनाए रखना, यह संविधान की मूल भावना के विपरीत है। आगे कोर्ट कहता है पैरा 24 में, गुड गवर्नेंस इज ओनली इन द हैंड्स ऑफ गुड पीपल। देयर इज अ प्रिजम्पशन दैट द चीफ मिनिस्टर विल बी वेल एडवाइज्ड एंड गाइडेड बाय द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रिंसिपल्स, जो बाबा साहेब आंबेडकर जी के प्रिंसिपल्स है। देखिए, केवल फोटो लगाने से बाबा साहेब आंबेडकर जी की आप आंबेडकर जी के अनुयायी नहीं बनते। उनके सिद्धांतों को कोट किया है कोर्ट ने, और कोर्ट कहता है बाबा साहेब आंबेडकर के शब्दों में, however good a constitution may be, it is sure to turn out bad because those who are called to work on it happen to be a bad lot. ये कोट किया है। बाबा साहेब आंबेडकर के इस बात को कोट करके एक संदेश पहुंचाया गया है कि एक, सत्येंद्र जैन की आपराधिक पृष्ठभूमि है, दो, उनके ऊपर मॉरल टर्पिट्यूड के एलिगेशंस लगे हैं, तीन, वो एक बैड लॉट का हिस्सा है जिसकी खिलाफत बाबा साहेब आंबेडकर जी ने की थी और कहा था कि संविधान चाहे जितना भी अच्छा क्यों ना हो, अगर यह बैड लॉट के हाथ में होगा तो संविधान सही तरीके से इंप्लीमेंट नहीं किया जा सकता। और आखिर में पैरा 25 में कोर्ट क्या कहता है? द कोर्ट होल हार्टेडली अग्रीज विद द ऑब्जर्वेशंस ऑफ डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब आंबेडकर and hopes that the chief minister upholds the trust reposed in him that forms the foundation of a representative democracy while appointing persons to lead the people. अब अरविंद केजरीवाल जी YouTube पे फ्री वीडियो के माध्यम से या दिल्ली के जनता के गाड़ी कमाई से दिए गए विज्ञापन के माध्यम से या आपके वन-ऑन-वन प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से जरा मुझे यह बताइए कि इस आदेश के बाद स्पष्ट नहीं होता कि केजरीवाल जिसे कट्टर ईमानदार कहते हैं, वो तो कट्टर क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड वाला व्यक्ति है, वो तो कट्टर हवालेबाज है, वो तो कट्टर
Breaking news coming in now from the Delhi High Court regarding the civil suit that has been filed against Khera by Smriti Irani. Remove all defamatory content in 24 hours, says the Delhi High Court, setting a deadline of 1 day for the removal of all defamatory content in this regard. So swift and sound action from the High Court, very clear directions being given to remove all defamatory materials. This is a directive given to Khera and Company, and the Delhi High Court issuing this. Well, Niranjan joining us now, our senior executive editor. Niranjan, it's over to you to take us through the significance of this Delhi High Court directive setting a 24-hour deadline for Khera and Company to remove all defamatory content.
Well, this is a big setback to the Congress party. It's just come in right now. We just broke some time back that the court had issued summons to Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Netta D'Souza. And the other big update that we have right now is that the court has asked, I repeat, the court has asked, the Delhi High Court, that is, has asked Congress leaders to remove all defamatory material from social media platforms within 24 hours. And if they fail to do so, the social media companies will do it. So this is a big message, I think, that has gone out to Pawan Khera and Jairam Ramesh, who sort of made these allegations. And it's a big win for them. A big win for them because the court has asked now the Congress leaders to take down, that news conference they held when they dragged Smriti's daughter into a controversy, and they asked Smriti Irani to clarify, etc. But later it appeared that they may have got the facts wrong, is what the BJP has claimed. and she went to court. She dragged them to court, and now the court has asked them to take down. The court has directed these Congress leaders to take down all the alleged defamatory material from social media platforms within 24 hours, and they've been given about 24 hours deadline to do it. And if they fail, the social media companies will have to do it. And that's the breaking news update that we have. They will have to do it themselves. We'll take a short break now. We'll take a short break and come back with more breaking news updates.
छोटे तरीके से, बहुत ही कंसाइज तरीके से उन्हें दोहराना चाहता हूं जो सवाल सत्येंद्र जैन पर उठते। मिस्टर केजरीवाल, आर यू डिनाइंग दैट सत्येंद्र जैन
reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
And it's a big boost for country's defense capabilities. India received the first lot of the 2 US-built MH-60R multi-role helicopters at the Cochin International Airport. The third helicopter is scheduled to be delivered in August this year. Remember, in 2020, India made an agreement with the United States government to procure 24 MH-60R multi-role helicopters.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions from China-US cooperation in science and technology. US President Joe Biden and China Xi Jinping spent more than 2 hours talking through the future of their complicated relationship. Chinese Foreign Ministry reportedly warned United States President Joe Biden against playing
You're watching live and breaking on Republic, and as just before we went in for that break, we were telling you how it's a big win for Union Minister Smriti Irani, who had filed a civil suit, as we were telling you earlier, against Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera of the Congress for their defamatory remarks against her daughter, saying that she was running an illegal bar in Goa and without a license. Now the court says remove all defamatory content in 24 hours. It has directed the Congress leaders to remove all allegedly defamatory materials from social media platforms within 24 hours.
के माध्यम से जो बहुत सारी लैंड एक्वायर की गई, उसको बेनामी ट्रांजैक्शन एक्ट 1988 के तहत
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
At least 30 children were allegedly given the COVID-19 vaccine using a single syringe at a school in Sagar in Madhya Pradesh. Now, the police officials have said that they have received a complaint and the district administration collected the children's blood samples for further investigation. A school teacher was reportedly suspended from her job after a video of her entering a flooded school by climbing over plastic chairs held by students went viral on the social media. In the video, a group of children could be seen walking through water to place.
Britain's Prince Charles met with the Commonwealth Games athletes before the event's opening ceremony, and he greeted and spoke with them at the athletes' village where the competitors are staying during the Games. The German national team trained at their Euro 2022 final team base for the first time ahead of Sunday's match against the hosts England at London's Wembley Stadium. The last time England and Germany met at a Euros final was in Helsinki in 2009 when the Germans won 6-2.
Viewers, we continue to be live in Breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. Right now, let's get in some updates coming in. Justice Mini Pushkarna has further directed the Congress leaders to remove all allegedly defamatory material from social media platforms within 24 hours. If they fail, the social media companies will have to do it on their own. This is the big news coming in right now, viewers, that this is the case regarding Smriti Irani's defamation suit. More news coming in at this point of time, where in fact this suit was filed by Smriti Irani seeking damages for allegedly making baseless allegations against her and her daughter. Now, what we have learned so far is that the Justice Mini Pushkarna has directed the Congress leaders to remove tweets, retweets, posts, video, photos from social media in relation to the allegations made against Irani. I want to go across to Niranjan. Niranjan, take us to the details. This, like I said, is in fact, Rhythm is joining me on the phone line. Rhythm, this is coming as a big setback. Rhythm, take us through what this means legally.
Well, let's tell our viewers it's a big blow to Pawan Khera as the court has today slammed him and others for the kinds of language that they have used, slanderous allegations they have made against Smriti Irani, who's the union minister. Today, a single judge, Justice Mini Pushkarna of the Delhi High Court, was hearing the matter on the defamation case that has been slapped on these leaders by Smriti Irani, Union Minister. Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera, Netaji D'Souza have to now remove the defamatory material from social media where they had stated this. The court, in their interim order, the Delhi High Court says, slanderous allegations were made. Grave injury has been caused to the repetition of Smriti Irani in view of the tweets and the retweets that were carried out due to the press conferences of the defendants. An interim injunction, which is protection, has been given to Smriti Irani, and an injunction means the three Congress leaders have been directed to delete or remove these allegations from all social media platforms. If they refuse to do so or they are unable to do so, then immediately the social media platforms have to ensure within a period of 24 hours that this material is removed. Not only is it a big blow to them, but one needs to understand when the Delhi High Court steps in, Shivani, the kind of language used against Smriti Irani and others, it is the court saying action needs to be taken. A big blow to Congress, big blow to Pawan Khera.
All right. Thank you, Rhythm, for joining us. I am also being joined by Gaurav Bhatia from the BJP. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Bhatia. This is a big win coming in fact, for Smriti Irani because, you know, a defamation suit where she and her daughter were targeted. This was definitely a serious issue. Now we're getting a direction coming in that all social media posts which are defamatory should be removed. What is the reaction coming in, Mr. Bhatia?
Absolutely. This is a tight slap on the face of the Congress party for the sinister design and propaganda that has become the hallmark of the Congress party now. Now, after the Delhi High Court verdict, I think Congress needs to introspect. And it has also shown how tenacity is the virtue that is not there with the Congress. But Smriti Irani ji came out in the open, took the legal route like any other citizen, and then decided to seek justice. And justice today has been delivered. And this is a very welcome order of the Delhi High Court.
Mr. Bhatia, what do you think this also means politically? Because, sometimes we see that these war of words, keep happening between the opposition and the centre. But when an 18-year-old in this case, Smriti Irani's daughter, is targeted and the court there is saying that defamatory material from there should be removed, what do you think this really means, Mr. Bhatia?
Politically, it's again a very significant order, and I'll tell you the reason why. It shows that a citizen who has faith in the judiciary and the legal system gets justice, and people who make scurrilous, irresponsible remarks without an iota of evidence are slammed by the court. And I recollect how Rahul Gandhi did the same to the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, using the slogan "Chaukidar Chor hai," and then later apologizing before the Honorable Supreme Court. So falsity, propaganda has become synonymous to the functioning of the Congress party today.
Right, Mr. Bhatia. Also, we have seen the opposition to say again and again that agencies are being used, like the CBI, the ED is being used to target, the opposition. But here we saw that some members in the opposition went all the way to the High Court, for seeking, in fact, saying that a young girl, Smriti Irani's daughter, was running a bar. That's a very serious allegation coming from the Congress itself. So, in a way, would you say that this is hypocrisy coming from the opposition?
Just answering what you've asked me and taking your point forward, the difference between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress is this, that when scurrilous allegations are made on leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party and their relatives, like a law-abiding citizen, our leaders move the court, and then the court has done justice. On the other hand, when there are serious allegations against the Gandhi Parivar and leaders of the Congress party, they do not move the court, and they cry foul and they say this is a case of political vendetta, but they never get any relief from any competent court of the country. So the difference between the two parties and their approach, their faith in the judiciary, is writ large and evident.
I would also request our executive editor, legal, Rhythm Bhardwaj, to come in, and she would also like to take a question from you. Rhythm, go ahead. All right, it seems as if Rhythm is going to join us back, Mr. Bhatia. Just before you go, just one last question. What do you think is going to happen next now? Anything that you would like to, from the BJP side, take any kind of legal action now against the opposition for this specific case of defamation?
What should happen now is the larger question. Since the Congress party platform was used to make these scurrilous, scandalous remarks, Sonia Gandhi ji, as the president of the Congress party, should apologize to the country, and especially Smriti Irani ji, and to the child.
Right. All right. Now, Rhythm Bhardwaj, our executive editor, legal, is joining us. Rhythm, would you like to ask some questions to Gaurav Bhatia? Over to you, Rhythm.
Thanks, Shivangi. Let me actually go across to Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court and BJP leader Gaurav Bhatia. Gaurav, I just heard you speaking there, but today I also feel it's the Delhi High Court that steps in a defamation case. Why this is a big blow for Pawan Khera, Jairam Ramesh and D'Souza is because the court has summoned them. The court has issued a notice, there's an interim injunction, and also because not only do they have to remove the derogatory, defamatory stuff that is there on all the social media platforms. But Gaurav, if they refuse to do so, then it is within 24 hours the social media platforms that have to immediately jump into action, because defamation and reputation loss is there involved of the union minister.
Rhythm, you are absolutely right, and we must not forget a few aspects of the order. First, this is an interim order. Now, a defamatory statement attracts a criminal consequence as well as a civil consequence, depending on the prayer of the person aggrieved. Second, if they do not comply with the order of the court, then they would also be in contempt of not complying with the direction. That would further aggravate the misdeeds that they have done. And third and most important, political fallout, which I think is very important because it sends out a very strong message to the Congress party and similarly situated party that don't make irresponsible statements without adequate evidence. Like Rahul Gandhi did it for Narendra Modi ji, and now Pawan Kheda, Jairam Ramesh and others making these scurrilous remarks for Smriti Irani ji's daughter. And I must salute the tenacity and the faith that Smriti Irani ji has in rule of law, in the judicial system of the country. It would be very disturbing for her. But like any other law-abiding citizen, she decided to move the court. And the court has spoken strongly through the order. And I am sure that Sonia Gandhi ji will take note of the observations.
Just have one more question for you, Gaurav. Aren't we seeing in the recent past a lot of onslaught attacks coming, not only in this case, but defamatory statements also being made several times about the judiciary? You and I have seen from the time when there was talk about impeachment of a Chief Justice to now, there is a continued threat coming from this particular lobby and from politicians who are who are in the opposition to try and ensure that someone who's in power or the judiciary does not speak up for the truth.
Rhythm, you are bang on, and there is an ecosystem that has been created targeting very senior responsible leaders from the ruling dispensation, the honorable judges of the Supreme Court and the High Court. And just yesterday, I guess, one of the judges of the honorable Supreme Court had to remark that how far would you take the unsubstantiated criticism just because he was down with COVID. He was being targeted by a lobby. So, we are seeing these acts increasing in number, and it's definitely not healthy for our democracy.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Gaurav, for giving us those details. As BJP leader Nupur has been speaking today, this is going to come as also relief to the union minister, because immediately the defamatory comments need to be removed. Summons have been issued, interim injunction has been granted, and the court has clearly said that this defamatory tweets on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all social media platforms have to be immediately removed.
Well, Rhythm, we just heard Gaurav Bhatia speaking to you. If you could just put this entire case in perspective for our viewers once again, Rhythm, about why was this case very important, especially, the political and the legal ramifications of this case for our viewers, Rhythm, just once more.
Yes, absolutely. Let's tell our viewers that there is a defamation suit that has been slapped on leaders, and that is the Congress leaders who held a press conference. Jairam Ramesh, D'Souza, as well as Pawan Kheda, they all held a press conference because it is defamatory content. We won't go into the details of the content that was there, but clear is to say there were grave allegations that were made that caused a reputation loss to Union Minister Smriti Irani. She moved the Delhi High Court asking for this to be struck down. Immediately, the Delhi High Court stepped in. The single bench of the Delhi High Court has gone on to say interim injunction is going to be there. The tweets can no longer be there, or whatever has been said in the press conference has to be removed from all social media platforms. It is a big relief coming in for the union minister. It's a big blow for the Congress party, big blow for Pawan Kheda, Jairam Ramesh for the kind of press conferences that are being done. And it's also a message there is something that is called a defamation case that can happen in the court, Shivangi, specifically when it involves someone's reputation, when it involves a grave prejudice being caused to their goodwill. And that is exactly what they, with this press conference, tried to do, is what the court has said. And therefore, in an interim injunction, the single bench passes an order today of the Delhi High Court saying, first, summons have been issued to them. Secondly, saying that these Congress leaders, Pawan Khera, Jairam Ramesh and D'Souza, will have to remove whatever is there on the social media platforms, and a next date of 18th August has been given.
Right. Rhythm, just once more, just take us through what happened in the court. A couple of arguments were being made where they said clearly that slanderous allegations were made against a plaintiff without verifying actual facts. Grave injury has been caused to the reputation of the plaintiff in view of the tweets and retweets carried out during the press conference of the defendants. So these are in fact, what was made in court. These are the arguments that were made in court.
Yes, absolutely. As this news comes in, it's Justice Mini Pushkarna is of the view that a prima facie case and balance of convenience has been made out by the union minister when she comes to the court. A grave injury has been caused to her. The suit was an ex parte interim temporary injunction that has been given on Smriti Irani's plea before the Delhi High Court. What this means is she moved a defamation suit before the Delhi High Court and an ex parte, which means they felt that the grave injury that was caused to the union minister was of such a stance that an ex parte temporary injunction on those tweets, on those words, slanderous as they were, stated in the press conference, has been now given. What this effectively means is, like we said, notices have been issued to Congress leader Jairam Ramesh. Notice has been issued to Pawan Khera and notice has been issued to D'Souza. This is a big blow for the three of them and for the Congress party, because this particular press conference tried to have defamatory material in it against Union Minister Smriti Irani. When this happened, the court was clearly told today, and the court has said a grave injury was caused to her. These are legal terms, viewers, which means when you say in a defamation case and are able to prove that a grave injury has been caused to you and there's been a loss of reputation and goodwill, immediately the court and the law of the country moves in and gives relief, which is what has happened today. Summons have been also issued to these leaders. They will have to explain themselves. This is going to be a high-drawn, high-octave battle that will be seen in the Delhi High Court. And these leaders will have to come out with either concrete proof of what they have stated in the press conference or some kind of details, because defamation in India is taken extremely seriously when there's a grave injury being caused to the petitioner, that is Union Minister Smriti Irani here, or when there is certain stuff being said that is going to be harmful and a loss of reputation is there, not only for her, but her family as well. Then the courts will come in and protect her as they have today, or anyone who comes before them. The court saying, let's hear the matter on 18th of August. But till then, ensure that everything that is there on the social media platforms is removed.
All right. Thank you, Rhythm Bhardwaj, our executive editor, legal, for getting us a perspective on what really happened here. Rhythm, so just to tell the viewers that the Justice Mini Pushkarna has directed the Congress leaders to remove all allegedly defamatory material from social media platforms within 24 hours. If they fail, social media companies will have to do it themselves. Well, let's have a look at the other story we have been tracking. This big story. This is a Bengal cash scam that we are talking about right now, viewers. Getting in an update on the Bengal cash scam. Partha and his aide, Arpita, are being taken to the hospital for a medical right now. Those are the visuals that are on your screen as well. Arpita has fallen down. Now, Arpita is apparently, quote-unquote, sick after ED's double haul of raids, which have been happening at her residence. As you can see there on your screen is that Arpita is seen crying and falling sick. Well, that's what she's saying. So after that update came in, she's being taken to the hospital for a medical. Already the court had ordered a medical for both Partha Chatterjee and for Arpita every 48 hours. But after her condition, which seems to be fragile at this point of time that we can see there on the cameras, she's again being taken to the hospital for a medical as we speak. The case here is in fact, it's getting bigger by the day because a lot of recoveries have been made. Now, this is in relation with the SSC recruitment scam, something that we have been covering here on Republic TV, getting you every second of what's happening for the past 5-6 days now. Remember that the CBI is looking into the alleged irregularities in the recruitment of non-teaching staff and assistant teachers, and the ED is probing the money laundering aspect. While the questioning interrogation continues, we're seeing many things happening on the sidelines. One is that Partha's aide Arpita has fallen down. She's not feeling well. On the other hand, we saw that there were political ramifications as well when Partha Chatterjee has been removed from all party posts. He has been suspended from the TMC after news came in that he's involved here, and a lot of evidence as well in terms of cash, in terms of jewelry, in terms of property beads are coming out from the residence of Arpita Mukherjee. Piyush Odi is joining me live from the ED office in Kolkata. Piyush, you have been tracking this story very closely for us. Piyush, take us through exactly what we're seeing on our screens. We can clearly see that Arpita is what she is claiming, and what we can see is that she's not feeling well. Now, this is happening after hours and hours of questioning by the ED, Piyush.
So definitely, as you rightly said, that, Arpita Mukherjee now is feeling the pressure of the constant interrogation she's been subjected to by the Enforcement Directorate officials. Now, this comes at the back of the massive raids and massive amount of cash that has been recovered from her residence at 3 of her residences by the Enforcement Directorate officials. And mind you, there are also 4 of her luxury vehicles which are presently missing. And it is believed that if the Enforcement Directorate is going to find these vehicles, it is going to lead to more cash being recovered and more vital documents that may lead to indictment of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, who is the closest aide of the veteran TMC leader in this SSC recruitment scam, which has rocked not only the politics of Bengal, but its ripples now are being felt in politics nationally. And now Arpita Mukherjee realizes that how she's on the back foot, and the pressure of this now is being felt by her mentally as well as physically. Today, we saw the dramatic visuals where when she was being taken to the ESI hospital at Jokas, which is on the outskirts of Kolkata, she, fainted. She said that, she was not feeling well. She reportedly said that she was feeling sick. And this comes only after Partha Chatterjee also, when he was being arrested, said that, he was not feeling well. He was physically very weak, and he had a lot of physical ailments. But this did not come to the help of Partha Chatterjee, as the court ruled out that, this was just some of the ailments, and he should be taken into the custody of Enforcement Directorate for interrogation of the SSC recruitment scam. So what we are seeing is that, the kind of gimmicks, which mostly reportedly Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee had been playing in case of their health, has not come to the rescue in terms of there being constant interrogation by the Enforcement Directorate in this SSC recruitment scam. And this is only going to widen, which make us believe that things are not going good for Partha Chatterjee as well as Arpita Mukherjee. Back to you in the studio.
Piyush, we are seeing visuals on our screen right now for our viewers as well, where Arpita is seen, in fact, fainting, and a lot of people are holding her and carrying her because she can't even stand. I mean, that is exactly what is coming out right now from Kolkata. Those are the visuals, viewers. Now, it definitely seems to be, like you said, that both Partha and Arpita are on a back foot, because the amount of recovery which has been made is completely sensational. A lot of cash, jewelry, property, deeds. It's very clear right now that where this case is heading. After Mamata Banerjee, Piyush has also, in fact, sacked him from the post and suspended him from the party, because TMC right now is also feeling the pressure a lot of allegations being made against the TMC as well. Just take us through exactly what's happening politically as well there, Piyush.
Shivangi, you can just understand the enormity of the scam when you realize that in one of the raids that was conducted by Enforcement Directorate at the residence of Arpita Mukherjee, there were 50 lakh of 2,000 notes and 20 lakh of 500 notes that was found. Now that is staggering, and that can lead to any of the common citizen, who is looking at this scam very closely, completely shocked. So you can understand the enormity of the scam. And now, when even TMC, which is of which Partha Chatterjee was a very vital minister he was a very important minister. He was an industry minister, when he was reportedly taken into the custody by the Enforcement Directorate, has been sacked from all the cabinet berths of the Trinamool Congress. Now you can understand the kind of pressure which Trinamool Congress will also be facing, when they took this important decision. Mind you, Partha Chatterjee has been associated with Trinamool Congress for more than 40 years. So it would have been a very, vital decision that was taken by Trinamool Congress to sack Partha Chatterjee from all the cabinet berths of Trinamool Congress. So you can understand that even politically, the Trinamool Congress is facing the pressure. One of the most important things, which we found out yesterday was when Abhishek Banerjee was conveying the press conference was that he said that circumstantial evidence as of now is against Partha Chatterjee, and the onus is on Partha Chatterjee himself to come clean in this case. So you can see very closely that TMC is distancing itself from Partha Chatterjee, a person who was associated with this party for more than 40 years. Back to you in the studio, Shivangi.
Piyush, hold on for a second there. Yes, it's definitely a lot of pressure on the TMC, right? A lot of allegations coming against the TMC as well. I just want the viewers to have a look at the complete sequence, how Arpita, after interrogation, apparently, quote unquote, fell sick.
The Enforcement Directorate is tightening its grip over Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee as the case explodes and massive twists are coming in this case. Republic Media Network is going to keep you updated of all the updates, of all the twists and turns in this case. Stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
In a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Dipender Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme in the monsoon session of Parliament.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions from China-US cooperation in science and technology. US President Joe Biden and China Xi Jinping spent more than 2 hours talking through the future of their complicated relationship. Chinese Foreign Ministry reportedly warned United States President Joe Biden against playing with fire over Taiwan. China also blamed US unilateral sanctions and tariff barriers which affected the security of global supply of energy and food. This comes in the backdrop of US Speaker of the House announcing her trip to Taiwan.
I think that it's important for us to show support for Taiwan. I also think that none of us has ever said we're for independence when it comes to Taiwan. That's up to Taiwan to decide.
Hitting back at Nancy Pelosi, China firmly opposed to the planned visit to Taiwan. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson said that the Chinese military will never sit idle and will take serious measures to thwart any attempts by external forces to interfere and separate Taiwan. In the midst of tension, soldiers participated in live-fire military drills amid escalating tensions with China in Taiwan. The military drills have been running every year since 1984 and aim to boost Taiwan's defenses against invading forces. Although
Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts to India?
Just one question, sir.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. The headlines at this hour: big trouble for the Congress after Smriti's solid legal notice. Congress top brass summoned by Delhi court. No room for shoot and scoot for the Congress anymore. Delhi High Court tells Pawan Khera and Jairam Ramesh to remove content. After shameful sexism, Congress tries to brazen it out now, defends abuse of power in an even more shocking justification. It's insult and abuse galore by the Congress and clocking it. Clock is ticking, but Sonia Gandhi is yet to act against sexist Neta. Tension simmer in Mangaluru as another person is killed. Section 144 imposed until Saturday. Stunning twist in Bengal cash scam after mega cash hauls. Arpita's cars go missing. Bank accounts are seized. You're watching Live and Breaking. In our top story at this hour, the Bombay High Court has ordered collector of Mumbai Suburban to demolish 48 high-rise buildings near the Mumbai International Airport in compliance with the orders of the DGCA. The action has been directed to be taken before the 19th of August. Orders are for demolition of only those portions that are above a certain height, not a blanket demolition of the entire building. So the Bombay High Court passes an order, a big order, on demolition of various high-rises near the Mumbai airport. Demolition not to be undertaken of the entire buildings, but of only those portions above a certain height. We got it coming in from the Mumbai High Court. Demolition of 48 buildings. That's a part of 48 buildings, those parts that are above a certain height. And Alicia on the phone line to tell us more about this order. Alicia, take us through the details. What exactly did the court say? Tell us more about the case as well. Was it filed by the DGCA?
Well, Rukma, it's an order. It's a PL that was filed in 2019 on a danger to aircraft from high-rises near the airport. After which today, Bombay High Court has ordered of Mumbai Suburban to demolish 48 high-rise buildings near the Mumbai International Airport. But in compliance with the order of DGCA, the action should be directed to be taken before 19 August. But let me, clear one thing, because the order are for demolition of only those portions that are above a certain height, not a blanket demolition of the entire building. We know that in 2019, that was a PL filed, and in which, in the last hearing, where Mumbai International Airport Limited told the Bombay High Court that the 2021 and 22 survey to identify obstacle, that is building and structure near the airport that pose danger to aircraft is underway. After which the report has been submitted to the Bombay High Court, and now Bombay High Court has ordered to demolish the portion of a certain height that should be demolished near the international airport, but with the compliance of the DGCA.
Many thanks, Alisha, for joining us there. So a big order passed by the Bombay High Court on buildings above a particular height, 48 such buildings near the Mumbai airport. Moving on to other news now, big trouble for the Congress. Justice Mini Pushkarna has further directed Congress leaders to remove all allegedly defamatory material from social media platforms within 24 hours. If they fail, the social media companies will do it, says the court. And this is an order passed in a case against Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Neta D'Souza to remove the defamatory material on social media against Union Minister Smriti Irani. So summons issued to Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Neta D'Souza on a defamation suit filed by Union Minister Smriti Irani. A single judge bench of Justice Mini Pushkarna has directed that the slanderous allegations that were made against the plaintiff without verifying actual facts should be removed. And the deadline that the court has given is 24 hours. Grave injury, the court has said, has been caused to the reputation of the plaintiff in view of the tweets and retweets carried out due to the press conference of the defendants. Earlier, Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera had been among those of the Congress who had accused Union Minister Smriti Irani's daughter of illegally running a bar in Goa. The Union Minister had, of course, refuted all the allegations and filed a civil suit. Now, the Delhi High Court has issued an order in this regard to remove all the defamatory allegations within 24 hours. So, summons issued to Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Neta D'Souza, among those involved in various tweets and retweets. The civil suit had named these Congress leaders of having indulged in publishing slanderous allegations, particularly in social media. So it's a big win for Smriti Irani in this case. The Delhi High Court giving a deadline of 24 hours for the removal of all defamatory allegations against her daughter. The court has also issued summons to Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Neta D'Souza in this regard. So it's a big win for Union Minister Smriti Irani, and the court the single judge bench in its hearing has ordered that all the defamatory allegations against Smriti Irani's daughter be removed from all social media platforms, or the media platforms will have to remove the slanderous allegations themselves. And the court has also issued summons to Congress senior leaders Jairam Ramesh, Neta D'Souza and Pawan Khera. And Piyush Mishra to tell us more about this. Piyush, it's a major setback for the Congress and a big win for Smriti Irani. The Delhi High Court ordering the removal of all defamatory content after that civil suit filed by her in this case.
Well, absolutely. That is now being seen as a big trouble for the Congress party, as the Delhi High Court has issued not only summons to Congress leaders, but also has asked the leaders of Congress party like Pawan Khera to remove all the content from social media. In fact, a tweet has also been asked to be deleted, which is what we are given to understand. So as of now, Congress party has not reacted on this, but yes, it is being seen as a big setback to the Congress party. Remember that they had leveled allegations on the Smriti Irani and her family.
Right. Piyush, stay with us. We also have with us our senior executive editor, Niranjan, on this story. Niranjan, well, it's a very big setback for the Congress, a big win for Smriti Irani. And in addition to the summons that are being issued, well, where do you see this going from now on? And also, could you put it into some perspective about where it all began and where we are seeing it as it is now?
Well, this entire case, the Congress party has, they held that news conference when they made these allegations. And, when they made these allegations, they sort of dragged Smriti Irani's daughter into it. And there was a counter-claim that came in from the BJP. In fact, Smriti Irani held a news conference saying that this was an attempt to defame her daughter, trying to drag her family into this. And she said that the Congress was trying to make it personal because she defeated Rahul Gandhi in Amethi. Now, the lawyers for Smriti Irani in the courts have said and have made the statement that this is a personal fight for them. And for the Congress party, that is. And it was an attempt to defame Smriti, who was a minister. But I think now the fact that the court has stepped in, has summoned these Congress leaders, that is Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera, and even, I think it was Netta D'Souza, a leader called Netta D'Souza, who was reportedly there at that news conference. And they were called, they've now been summoned, not just the summons. It's a big setback for the Congress party because the court has asked them to remove all the allegedly defamatory content from all social media platforms, from websites, from social media platforms. And the court has said if they don't do it, the social media platforms will have to do it. So either way, all the defamatory content that they posted will be brought down either by the Congress leaders themselves. They will have to do it. The court has asked them to do it within 24 hours. And if they defy the courts, then the social media platforms will have to bring that down. So that's where the story stands. And for Smriti Irani, who believes that the Congress party needlessly dragged her family into it because there have been counter-claims that, the claim of the Congress was that her daughter owned a bar, etc. in Goa. Now, she's countered all of those claims and said that the allegations were defamatory in nature. And the fact that the courts have intervened and have summoned these three Congress leaders and have asked them to take down this defamatory content tells you that perhaps the Congress is on the back foot on this one. Let's see where the story goes, because I think Jairam Ramesh included has responded on social media saying that they will go to court and fight this out. So it's a battle where they try to sort of drag her daughter into it, and they find themselves in a big legal mess because Smriti Irani has dragged them to court. So we'll take a short break at this point and we'll get reactions as well. We'll get reactions as well to the story, which is likely to get bigger with more reactions coming in from the BJP, which says that the Congress party should not shoot and scoot. They're calling in an attempt to shoot and scoot, and that is why they're in a bind. Let's see where the story goes. Back to you for now.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Congress MP K. Suresh gives adjournment motion notice in Lok Sabha over war of words which unfolded between Union Minister Smriti Irani and Sonia Gandhi. Congress MP alleges that shocking attempts were made by BJP MPs, including Union Minister Smriti Irani, to threaten Sonia Gandhi. Amid flash floods in Himachal Pradesh, a link road was washed away in Kaza district. An estimated loss of 15 lakh rupees has been incurred, and the Karnataka State Disaster Management Authority has urged the district administration to take stock of the situation.
In a bizarre incident, watch students of primary school in Uttar Pradesh Baldio area making a bridge of chairs for teachers to enter the waterlogged school. This is yet another incident which went viral of teachers allegedly involved in a bizarre incident. Visuals show Students drenched in knee-deep water, making pathway for teachers by placing chairs in a row. Soon after the video went viral, the teachers were suspended.
उक्त वीडियो का हमने संज्ञान लिया है, उच्चाधिकारियों के भी संज्ञान में उक्त वीडियो है और हमने अध्यापका के विरुद्ध कार्यवाही कर दी है.
Similarly, a teacher was suspended in Uttar Pradesh Hardoi district few days earlier after a video of her getting massage from students went viral.
You're watching Live and Breaking news coming in now in the case of Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Netta D'Souza being issued summons by the Delhi High Court. The first Jairam Ramesh response on the summons we are getting you. First, Jairam Ramesh responding to the Delhi High Court order, which has issued a summons to him as well as Pawan Khera and Netta D'Souza, among others, in what can be seen as a major win for Union Minister Smriti Irani. Joining us is our legal expert, Rhythm. Rhythm, it's over to you to take us through the significance of this, can we say the first level as far as this particular legal case is concerned. Jairam Ramesh, however, remains defiant, says he will fight it out in court. It's over to you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The Delhi High Court today has come down extremely strongly, giving an interim injunction in this case where defamatory tweets and material has been put on social media platforms in a press conference that has been done by Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh, D'Souza as well as Pawan Khera. This will be seen as a big blow to the three of them and to the Congress party because the court has clearly stated there was slanderous material that was put in the press conference that caused a loss of reputation to the Union Minister Smriti Irani and her family. Let's remember these are words that are usually used in defamation cases. If she, that is the Union Minister, that is the plaintiff or the petitioner before the Delhi High Court, was able to establish that there was a loss of reputation and goodwill to her, then in fact the Delhi High Court will immediately give protection to anyone as they have done here. So what does this really mean? There is a massive blow coming in for Pawan Khera, Jairam Ramesh and others. Even though, like you rightly said, they are being defiant, the big news that comes in today is notice has been issued on the defamation suits that had been filed by Smriti Irani. Summons have been issued to the three of them. They will have to give explanations by the 18th of August, when is the next date of the hearing. They have to massively big blow to them, immediately pull out all the stuff from the social media platforms, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, Facebook or any other social media platform. If they fail to do so, then even more, the court clarifies its order. The social media platform itself has to ensure within the next 24 hours the defamatory content is removed.
Well, many thanks, Rhythm, for joining us there and for putting that into perspective. So the Delhi High Court issuing a summons against three top Congress leaders, among them Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera, and also ordering that within 24 hours, the defamatory material on various social media websites have to be removed. A major developing story in that regard, a big win for Union Minister Smriti Irani. And it's time now for a short break. All the details here on Republic, so stay with us. In a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Dipender Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme in the monsoon session of Parliament. India grand welcome for Prime Minister Narendra Modi witnessed in Chennai today, welcomed with dhols and dance. Chennai welcomed the Prime Minister ahead of his visit to the 42nd convocation of Anna University.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions from China-US cooperation in science and technology. US President Joe Biden and China Xi Jinping spent more than 2 hours talking through the future of their complicated relationship. Chinese Foreign Ministry reportedly warned United States President Joe Biden against playing with fire over Taiwan. China also blamed US unilateral sanctions and tariff barriers which affected the security of global supply of energy and food. This comes in the backdrop of US Speaker of the House announcing her trip to Taiwan.
I think that it's important for us to show support for Taiwan. I also think that none of us has ever said we're for independence when it comes to Taiwan. That's up to Taiwan to decide.
Hitting back at Nancy Pelosi, China firmly opposed to the planned visit to Taiwan.
Watching Live and Breaking here on Republic, and breaking development here. The Prime Minister has tweeted a video on his Chennai visit saying, I quote, "Memories from Chennai. Thank you for an unforgettable visit." These are visuals on your screen from the video that the Prime Minister has tweeted.
I declare the 44th State Olympiad open. May the games begin. Sport has always been considered divine in our culture. Tamil Nadu has a strong historical connection with chess. This is why it is a chess powerhouse for India. Our talented youngsters, especially from small towns and villages, are bringing glory. Sport is beautiful because it has inherent power to unite.
You are whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
In a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Dipender Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme in the monsoon session of Parliament.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amid Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions from China-US cooperation in science and technology. US President Joe Biden and China Xi Jinping spent more than 2 hours talking through the future of their complicated relationship. Chinese Foreign Ministry reportedly warned United States President Joe Biden against playing with fire over Taiwan. China also blamed US unilateral sanctions and tariff barriers which affected the security of global supply of energy and food. This comes in the backdrop of US Speaker of the House announcing her trip to Taiwan.
I think that
in other cases, that right has to be upheld, and by the prima facie case finding which the learned judge has given, she has held that all these posts, photographs, videos must be removed, and there should be a restraint from republishing and publishing them, because that is also an offence. It is not today, the world is not so simple as to say I can say what I like, because you can never reverse the clock. Your reputation, if it gets out of hand, is like good money which has gone down the drain. It's actually much higher than that, but I'm just giving you an example. So today's order really enforces that position, and similar orders have been passed by the High Court, Delhi High Court, other courts at the interim relief stage itself on a prima facie finding. It has to be by prima facie finding. Thank you so much.
मैम, एक सिविल डेफेमेशन केस फाइल हुआ है स्मृति ईरानी जी द्वारा, जिसमें कांग्रेस के नेताओं को समन्स भी हुआ है और एक डायरेक्शन इशू हुआ है कि सब सोशल मीडिया से अपने पोस्ट हटाएं जो उन्होंने उनकी बेटी पे एलिगेशन लगाए। क्या है एक्चुअली केस?
देखिए क्या हुआ है कि अल्टीमेटली इस केस में इतनी गलत तरीके से बातें कही गई हैं जिसके ऊपर स्मृति जी और उनके परिवार को नुकसान पहुंचा, उनकी रेपुटेशन को नुकसान पहुंचा, हानि पहुंची है, और उस कारण से उन्होंने कॉम्पेंसेशन का केस और इंजंक्शन का केस डाला था कि ये सारे जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की पोजीशन है और जो ट्वीट और रीट्वीट है, चाहे वो मेटा में है, चाहे वो यूट्यूब में है, चाहे वो इंस्टाग्राम में है, यहाँ सबसे वो क्या कहते हैं डिलीट होने चाहिए. दे शुड बी रिमूव फ्रॉम दैट. टेक डाउन जो बोलते हैं हम इन दी कोर्ट्स लैंग्वेज यूज इज दैट. ये बार एक था गोवा में जिसका स्मृति जी से कोई कनेक्शन नहीं है, जिसमें उनका परिवार का कोई कनेक्शन नहीं है, ना वो मालिक है, ना वो कभी मालिक थे, ना कभी उन्होंने लाइसेंस अप्लाई किया. यहाँ तक कि जो लाइसेंस के लिए जो क्वेरी एक्साइज कमिश्नर ने की वो किसी और को की हुई है जो रिकॉर्ड पे है, और जिसकी जानकारी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में खुद जयराम रमेश जी ने, पवन खेरा जी ने खुद बोला कि ऐसा नोटिस दिया है. नोटिस का लिखा हुआ किसको दिया है. उसके बावजूद गलत तरीके से उनके बारे में आरोप लगाना, और खास करके नेशनल हेराल्ड के केस के बाद इस प्रकार से उन्होंने कहा. और इतनी लार्ज फॉलोइंग है जो अपने आप ही, ये जो व्यूइंग है कम से कम 2 लाख तो वही है, और 6.5 मिलियन रफली आपकी बाकी जो हैंडल्स है उनके ऊपर है. तो आज कोर्ट ने ये देखते हुए कि प्राइमा फेसी केस बनता है, इंजंक्शन ग्रांट कर दी है कि ये एक तो टेक डाउन होने चाहिए जो पोस्ट हो चुके हैं इन सारे प्लेटफॉर्म्स के ऊपर, और फर्दर इंजंक्शन दी है कि इसके ऊपर आप आगे और पब्लिकेशन नहीं हो सकती. और बिल्कुल लाजमी है आज के ज़माने में जहाँ सोशल मीडिया इतना पावरफुल है, सही तरीके से उसका पावर यूज होना चाहिए. ये तरीका नहीं है. अल्टीमेटली ये ड्यूटी है प्लेटफॉर्म्स की भी कि चीज़ों को वेरीफाई. इसमें कोर्ट ने होल्ड भी किया है अनवेरीफाइड एलिगेशंस, बल्कि एक अगर आप फर्दर जाएं तो इसमें वेरीफाइड उन दूसरी साइड को था कि ये लाइसेंस स्मृति जी का कभी न था न कभी होगा. फिर और भी कई बातें कही है जो आपने देखा है, बार में ऐसे रन करता है, कहीं और भी लोगों के पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स के नाम ले लिए.
Congress MP K. Suresh gives adjournment motion notice in Lok Sabha over war of words which unfolded between Union Minister Smriti Irani and Sonia Gandhi. Congress MP alleges that shocking attempts were made by BJP MPs, including Union Minister Smriti Irani, to threaten Sonia Gandhi. Amid flash floods in Himachal Pradesh, a link road was washed away in Kaza district. An estimated loss of 15 lakh rupees has been incurred, and the Karnataka State Disaster Management Authority has urged the district administration to take stock of the situation.
In a bizarre incident, watch students of primary school in Uttar Pradesh Baldio area making a bridge of chairs for teachers to enter the waterlogged school. This is yet another incident which went viral of teachers allegedly involved in a bizarre incident. Visuals show students drenched in knee-deep water making pathway for teachers by placing chairs in a row. Soon after the video went viral, the teachers were suspended.
उक्त वीडियो का हमने संज्ञान लिया है। उच्चाधिकारियों के भी संज्ञान में उक्त वीडियो है और हमने अध्यापिका के विरुद्ध कार्यवाही कर दी है।
Similarly, a teacher was suspended in Uttar Pradesh Hardoi district few days earlier after a video of her getting massage from students went viral.
Top headlines at this hour, viewers. A big trouble for Khera and company after Smriti's solid legal notice. Congress top brass summoned by the Delhi court. No room for shoot and scoot for Congress anymore. Delhi High Court tells Pawan Khera and Jairam to remove content.
अभी क्या स्थिति है सर? क्या आपके साथ है सभी सदस्य?
अब देखिए क्या होता है।
मंत्री पहुंचे थे, आपने अंदर जाने से रोका है?
बिल्कुल रोका है।
हुई जमकर
जी, जब हमको रोका गया तो उनको कैसे जाने देंगे अंदर?
और शहर की स्थिति बात करें, क्या सीहोर में कल एक कांड हुआ था, उसके बाद की स्थिति अभी क्या?
अब है लड़ाई हमारी है, ये तो
अभी,
लड़ाई है।
अभी क्या दावे हैं कि आप सबसे अधिक पूरे प्रदेश में बात करें?
जी
एक और नहीं विश्वास आ रही प्रदेश में जिला पंचायत में आपके अध्यक्ष कितने बन रहे
हैं जो है उनको भी जो है सर्टिफिकेट और तमाम
सरकारी गाड़ी में लेकर आ रहे हैं। सरकारी गाड़ी में लेकर
सरकारी गाड़ी में लेकर नहीं आ रहा, ये हमारी निजी गाड़ी है। निजी गाड़ी में लेकर आए हैं और हम मंत्री हैं, तो मंत्री के नाते जो सुरक्षा होना चाहिए वो हमारी है सुरक्षा।
सर, कांग्रेस आरोप लगा रही कि जो सदस्य हैं भाजपा के नेताओं ने अपहरण कर लिया, ऐसे आरोप लगा रही।
तो उन जिनका हम लोगों ने अपहरण या भाजपा के लोगों ने अपहरण किया है तो उनके परिवार के लोगों से शिकायत कराए ना। उनके परिवार के लोग तो कहेंगे ना कि हमारे परिवार के सदस्य का अपहरण कर लिया है, तो कोई सदस्य तो बोले कि अपहरण हुआ है। तो ऐसे कांग्रेस के कहने से अपहरण कैसे हो जाएगा? वो एक रिपोर्ट कराए ना, उनके परिवार में बहनें, माता, पिता, पत्नी, किसी से तो रिपोर्ट कराएं कि हमारे सदस्य को भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग जबरदस्ती उठा कर ले।
निराशा है जो आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं।
अब ये तो परिणाम बताएगा।
अभी कह रहे हैं कि धनबल का सर
हेलो
All right, we're getting some visuals there of a scuffle between policemen and Digvijay Singh. Visuals first on Republic coming in there. A fierce scuffle between Digvijay Singh and the policemen outside the district panchayat office in Bhopal. We're getting you those updates as we speak right now. Visuals on your screen. Now, this is coming on the backdrop of the election of the district panchayat. Precedent is going on in many districts, including Bhopal. So this is the big news coming in. What we believe is that a ruckus was being created.
मीडिया क्लियर करवाओ, मीडिया ऐसे आ जाओ यार, मीडिया ऐसे धक्का मत दो पीछे पीछे धक्का मत दो, पीछे रस्से के पीछे रस्सा इधर लेके आओ आगे। अरे भाई अरे तुम तो हटो भैया 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 आइए आइए।
All right, so we are seeing those visuals of a heated argument and scuffle there, which is breaking out between Digvijay and the cops. A fierce scuffle there between Digvijay Singh and policemen at the district panchayat office in Bhopal. We are getting some more breaking news coming in at this point of time. These are live images coming in from Kolkata. Bengal cash scam keeps exploding by the day.
পার্থদা দলের সিদ্ধান্ত কি ঠিক? পার্থদা দলের সিদ্ধান্ত ঠিক, কি বলবেন? মন্ত্রী থেকে সরিয়ে দিল, পার্থদা কি বলবে?
কিছু হয়তো তিনি সংবাদ মাধ্যমের সামনে বলতে চাইলেন মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় যে সিদ্ধান্ত নিয়েছেন। Well, we just saw those visuals coming in where Partha is left after his medical. Our Republic Bangla correspondent there on spot in Kolkata getting us all the details. So we have been tracking Partha Chatterjee for the past few days right now, and what we can see on our screens is Partha is leaving after his medical. All right, Piyush is joining me. Piyush, you know what we are seeing right now is after Arpita was taken for a medical after she quote-unquote fell sick and almost in fact fell down. She had to be carried by a lot of people. Now we are seeing that Partha Chatterjee is right now leaving his medical. What is happening on ground?
So what you can see from here, Shivangi, is that, you know, there is a lot of drama which is involved in the medical examination of Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee, taking into consideration of how backward they are, how on the back foot they are due to the interrogation which is being done by the Enforcement Directorate on the alleged SSC scam. You can see a lot of drama being played. Now, Partha Chatterjee today, in a very dramatic way, today said that, you know, he's been subjected to political vendetta for which he's being harassed politically. So he's done the medical examination and now he's coming back to Enforcement Directorate for the questioning. Earlier today, we saw how Arpita Mukherjee, you know, fainted and was being picked up by the supporters over there when she was going for the medical examination. So what you are seeing is that, you know, with Enforcement Directorate now making massive raids and making, you know, massive, they are taking out massive amounts of money. You are seeing a lot of drama being played out by Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee when they're going for the medical examination and all the processes which they are involved in as they are undergoing interrogation in the SSC scam. Back to you in the studio.
Piyush, well, we can see on our screens, and viewers, what you are seeing are exclusive images that we have access because our team is on ground. Multiple reporters on ground, including from Republic Bangla, where we are getting you all those details. Partha's leaving after his medical. And of course, Piyush, these medical exams have also been ordered by court for every 48 hours. In a stunning twist also to the Bengal cash scam, 4 luxury cars of Arpita Mukherjee have gone missing, Piyush. What exactly happened there?
So there are two things, which you just mentioned. First, the medical examination as has been, ruled by the court for Partha Chatterjee. Now, mind you, Partha Chatterjee had said that, he cannot participate in the investigation by Enforcement Directorate as he was ill. And for which the Enforcement Directorate also said that, he should not be getting treated in the state-run hospitals at Kolkata over here, because there are high chances that, they would give him the wrong report and he would not participate in the interrogation. So the Enforcement Directorate in that way was successful in getting Partha Chatterjee get medically examined at central-run hospitals. And the first examination of this was today done at ESI. We are going to be examining of how this all plays out, what are the reports which are going to be given out by the ESI. But you can just see that how there was a diversionary tactic that was adopted by Partha Chatterjee to, be away from this interrogation scam that has, really got him into the back foot. Having said that, one major factor which has resulted in Partha Chatterjee being on the back foot is the massive amounts of cash that has been, unearthed by Enforcement Directorate. And in this, there are now also claims that there are 4 luxury vehicles which as of now has gone missing. These 4 luxury vehicles belong to the closest aide of Partha Chatterjee, Arpita Mukherjee. And it is believed that if the Enforcement Directorate officials are going to get hold of these 4 vehicles, it will lead to further amounts of cash being unearthed and also the very important documents that may lead to further indictment of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. I can just tell you the enormity of the scam. In one of the raids that was conducted by Enforcement Directorate officials, there were 50 lakh, 2000 notes and 20 lakh 500 notes. So you can just understand the enormity of the scam, which, this entire SSC, the teacher recruitment scam involves. And really, Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee are on the back foot. The TMC has also distanced itself from Partha Chatterjee, saying that the circumstantial evidence as of now goes completely against Partha Chatterjee, and it is now the onus, it is his responsibility to come clean in this entire scam. Back to you in the studio.
Piyush, Republic has received a sensational scoop that Arpita Mukherjee told the ED that the only person who had access to a flat where at least 30 crore cash was recovered was Partha Chatterjee. Only Partha could enter. That's exactly what she had told the ED. That's what our sources have found out. So it's very obvious that, they're completely on the back foot. Also, after politically what is happening in TMC trying to stay away from the allegations because they have this Mati Manush, slogan, which definitely does not go along with what's happening there in Bengal cash scam, Piyush.
As you rightly said, even our sources have told us that Arpita Mukherjee has said that, all this, access to her residential apartments was only given by Partha Chatterjee. And all this cash also, which has been unearthed by the Enforcement Directorate, belongs to Partha Chatterjee. So what you can see over here is that she's completely pinning the blame on Partha Chatterjee, saying that, how things are going from bad to worse for Partha Chatterjee as well as Arpita Mukherjee. Having said that, with the enormity of scam now only becoming larger, it is believed that not only Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, but also several other top leaders of TMC and also several other associates that were, very senior associates, very senior IAA, very senior public officials, that were related to Partha Mukherjee may be involved. As I am reporting from the Enforcement Directorate, I want to...
क्या कहना चाहती हैं? अर्पिता कुछ कहना चाह रही हैं आप? क्या कहना चाह रही हैं? अर्पिता की जो बोल रहे हैं, क्या बोलना चाह रही हैं? अर्पिता जी कुछ चाहिए? अर्पिता जी बोलिए, अर्पिता जी कुछ बोलिए, तब क्या? अर्पिता अर्पिता की जो बोल रहे हैं, अर्पिता क्या कहेंगे, किसकी संपत्ति थी ये? फंसाया गया, क्या हालत है? डॉक्टरों ने क्या बोला? किसकी थी? पार्थ चटर्जी का रोल क्या था? अर्पिता आप हाथ जोड़ रही है, क्या रोल था?
जल्दी ऑन करो यार।
We just heard that sequence, viewers. We just heard that where Arpita was getting inside the car. Many questions to her, but she's not looking well at all. She was being taken for that medical. Piyush, we just saw those visuals on our screens of Arpita getting into the car, where clearly she's not looking very well. She's looking a little sick right now. But then again, the question right now is, after hours of interrogation and evidence piling against her, evidence piling against Partha Chatterjee, it does seem that both of them right now are extremely in the back foot. After so many claims that, we have not done anything wrong, the amount of cash, the amount of property deeds, the amount of jewelry which is recovered, the amount of gold bars which have recovered, we can clearly see right now, Piyush, that Arpita not claiming she's unwell really points towards where gives a hint actually to where this case is heading to, Piyush.
A very good observation, Shivangi. You rightly said that, hours of interrogation, raids conducted by Enforcement Directorate.
अर्पिता आपकी तबीयत खराब है? अर्पिता आपकी बोल रही है, आपकी तबीयत खराब है क्या? अर्पिता आपकी तबीयत खराब है? आप लगातार हो रहे हैं। अर्पिता ऑन हो गया?
लाइव ही नहीं हो, नेटवर्क मेरे कल हैंग हो गया।
आपके बांग्लादेश में इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात सामने आ रही है, ये फ्लैग बहुत शिक्षक है।
हेलो, अरे भाई टच काम नहीं कर रहा है, ऑफ करना पड़ेगा, हैंग हो गया।
अर्पिता
अरे शूट कर रही यार, एक मिनट रुक जाना, शूट तो कर लूँ ना मूवमेंट को।
कितने सालों में आपने ये प्रॉपर्टी बनाई? आपको अपने किए पर पछतावा है क्या?
यहाँ से जब निकल जाएगा सब क्या लाइव लोगे यार तुम?
अर्पिता मुखर्जी को मेडिकल कराने के बाद यहाँ से रवाना हो चुकी है और वापस ईडी के ऑफिस ले जाया गया है। देखिए, मेडिकल की प्रोसेस हर 48 घंटे में होना है, तो ये कोर्ट के आदेश पर हो रहा है। लेकिन जो आपने कहा कि
All right, so we just saw that sequence, viewers. What really happened on the screen is that Arpita is done with her medical and now she's going to go back to ED for further interrogation. Piyush, I want you to come in right now and tell us exactly what we can expect next. All right, we'll be getting to Piyush in just a second. Right now, we're getting exclusive images, viewers, of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita as well. Arpita's medical is over, it seems, and she's going to go back for questioning. Earlier, she had fallen unwell. At least that's what she had claimed. So a medical test had been ordered for her. The visuals on the screen, you can see clearly our Republic Bangla team and our Republic English team as well is right there on spot, covering every detail of this case from Kolkata.
अर्पिता की बोल दे। इस पर शहर में बुलाया जा रहा है। अर्पिता क्या कह रही है? ये सारी प्रॉपर्टी किसकी थी? अर्पिता टाका के रखे जाचे कि बोल दे। अर्पिता किसी बोल दे। क्या रोक का कुछ कहना चाहती है? क्या कहना चाहती है? अर्पिता कुछ कहना चाह रही है आप? क्या कहना चाह रही है? अर्पिता किसी बोल दे। क्या बोलना चाह रही है?
अर्पिता जी कुछ चाहिए?
अर्पिता जी बोलिए, अर्पिता जी कुछ बोलिए।
तब क्या?
अर्पिता जी,
अर्पिता अर्पिता किसी बोल दे। अर्पिता क्या कहेंगे, किसकी संपत्ति थी ये? फंसाया गया, क्या हालत है? डॉक्टरों ने क्या बोला? अर्पिता किसकी थी? पार्थ चटर्जी का रोल क्या था? अर्पिता आप हाथ जोड़ रही है, क्या रोल था?
जल्दी ऑन करो यार।
कुछ बोला है?
हाँ, आई लव यू तुम्हारे ड्राइवर। तुम्हारे ड्राइवर से मैं बहुत प्यार करती हूँ।
Well, high drama unfolds in Kolkata as Arpita claims to be unwell. We're getting you all the details, exclusive images, and the first images only on Republic TV. Back-to-back leads here, and we continue tracking the story very closely for you. Let's have a look at the other stories that are making news all over India. Additional station house officer of police Narendra Singh was arrested by the STF Amritsar. He was arrested for taking 10 lakh rupees bribe from a drug supplier for not naming him in that FIR registered in a case of drug trafficking. Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin welcomed PM Modi to the 42nd convocation of Anna University in Chennai today. During the convocation ceremony at Anna University, Tamil Nadu, CM addressed the students saying that the degree is not just a degree to them but for the country and motivates the students to work together for the country's bright future. Once again, another Congress leader defends insults of the president. This time, Congress MP Rajmani Patel said it was a slip of tongue and there is no reason for Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi to apologize.
ये एक मानवीय प्रवृत्ति होती है, बड़े बड़े लोग होते हैं, सबसे माने बात करते समय में जबान स्लिप हो जाती है, तो ये कोई इरादा कोई ऐसा उनका नहीं था। चर्चा के दौरान जो है बात स्लिप हो गई और जिसके लिए उन्होंने माफ़ी मांग लिया और उन्होंने दिया कि राष्ट्रपति से भी मिल करके हम उनसे व्यक्तिगत रूप से भी माफ़ी मांगेंगे।
It has come into notice that 4 cars have been missing from Arpita Mukherjee's Tollygunge flat. Though ED has recovered 1 car out of the 5 cars, the remaining 4 cars are still missing. ED is searching for the numbers of these cars and they are checking the CCTV footage of Arpita Mukherjee's flat situated in the Karunamoyi area in Kolkata. Smriti Irani, Union Minister for Women and Child Development and Minority Affairs, along with Mahendra Munchpara, MOS for Women and Child Development, and John Barla, MOS for Minority Affairs, met President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan today. Viewers, in a major crackdown in the northeastern state of Assam, 11 people were detained for their alleged links with global terror outfit, including Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent and Bangladesh-based as well Ansarullah Bangla team. One of the persons detained was also a madrasa teacher in the state. According to the police, the 11 persons who were detained yesterday from Assam's Moregaon and other areas are connected to Islamic fundamentalists, having links with Al-Qaeda as well. Now, further action will be taken as per law. A big terror crackdown coming in from Assam. This is a major terror crackdown in the northeast state of Assam. Let's have a look at what Himanta Biswa Sarma, the CM of Assam, has to say.
আমাৰ যিটো টিম আছে, যিটো এতিয়া জেহাদী সংগঠন আছে, সেইটো AQIS আল কায়দাৰ এটা সংগঠনৰ এফিলেটেড বাংলাদেশৰ আন এটা আনসাৰুল কিবা বুলি এটা সংগঠন আছে। সেইটো সংগঠনৰ লগতে আমাৰ অসমৰ জেহাদী মডিউলবিলাক লিংক আপ হৈ আছে। যোৱাকালি আমি বৰপেটা আৰু মৰিগাঁও দুটা মডিউল আমি নষ্ট কৰিব পাৰিছোঁ।
All right, so a big terror crackdown coming in, 11 detained for Al-Qaeda links. Now, this is coming in from the state of Assam and the Assam CM there. We just heard him say that action will be taken, action will be ordered for what is really happening there. A terror module has been busted. And remember that 11 people, I repeat, 11 people have been detained. And the allegations are very serious because they are said to have links with the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent and the Bangladesh-based, not Indian, but Bangladesh-based Ansarullah Bangla team. Now, one of the persons was also a madrasa teacher. That's what we have learned.
In a bizarre incident, watch students of primary school in Uttar Pradesh Baldio area making a bridge of chairs for teachers to enter the waterlogged school. This is yet another incident which went viral of teachers allegedly involved in a bizarre incident. Visuals show students drenched in knee-deep water making pathway for teachers by placing chairs in a row. Soon after the video went viral, the teachers were suspended.
उक्त वीडियो का हमने संज्ञान लिया है, उच्चाधिकारियों के भी संज्ञान में उक्त वीडियो है और हमने अध्यापिका के विरुद्ध कार्यवाही कर दी है.
Similarly, a teacher was suspended in Uttar Pradesh Hardoi district few days earlier after a video of her getting massage from students went viral. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After his convocation address in Anna University, PM went to multiple classrooms to meet graduating students who could not be present at the main venue due to space constraints. Here is the full story.
Best wishes are with you. My best wishes are with you. Enjoy. My best wishes are with you. My best wishes are with you. Enjoy.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
In a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Dipender Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme in the monsoon session of Parliament.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions from China-US cooperation in science and technology. US President Joe Biden and China Xi Jinping spent more than 2 hours talking through the future of their complicated relationship. Chinese Foreign Ministry reportedly warned United States President Joe Biden against playing with fire over Taiwan. China also blamed US unilateral sanctions and tariff barriers which affected the security of global supply of energy and food. This comes in the backdrop of US Speaker of the House announcing her trip to Taiwan.
I think that it's important for us to show support for Taiwan. I also think that none of us has ever said we're for independence when it comes to Taiwan. That's up to Taiwan.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी Big trouble for Khera and company after Smriti's solid legal notice. Congress top brass summoned by Delhi court. No room for shoot and scoot for Congress anymore. Delhi High Court tells Pawan Khera and Jairam to remove the content. After shameful sexism, Congress tries to brazen it out now. Defends abuse of power in an even shocking justification. It's insult and abuse galore by Congress, and clocking is ticking right now. The clock keeps ticking, but Sonia Gandhi is yet to act against the sexist neta. Tensions simmer in Mangaluru as another person is killed. Section 144 imposed until Saturday. Stunning twist in the Bengal cash scam after mega cash hauls. Arpita's cars go missing, bank accounts seized. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla, and the Bengal cash scam keeps exploding. We get you all the details. Right now, what we have learned that Partha Chatterjee, while entering the ESI, said, "I'm a victim of conspiracy." Following the medical, he has now claimed that Mamata's decision was right. This is dramatic scenes unfolding in Calcutta, viewers. Partha Chatterjee crying foul and saying that I'm a victim of conspiracy. And the medical is over. This is after the medical that he has said this. And he's also said that Mamata's decision was right. Now remember that Mamata Banerjee and the TMC has suspended him from the party. They have removed him from all the important portfolios that he was holding. And a reaction coming in from Partha itself. Remember, we're getting you all the top updates here. Partha continues saying, I'm a victim of conspiracy. That is his stance. On the other side, we are seeing that Arpita Mukherjee has claimed to be unwell. Those are the exclusive visuals of Arpita, who in fact had almost fallen down. She had to be picked up. As you can see on your screen, she had to be picked up. She had to be taken for a medical, and her medical is right now over. Now the interrogation will continue, not just for Arpita, but also for Partha Chatterjee, who also had his medical just a short while back. So these are the details that are coming in from the Bengal cash scam. Sensational twist coming in this case, viewers. Sensational twist coming in this case, where we also learned just a short while back that some luxury cars were also missing from Arpita's residence.
दादा सामने ना छोड़ा यार बात तो दादा सामने ना छोड़ा यार बात तो
All right, we just heard that soundbite of Partha, where he is being carried there almost on a wheelchair after his medical, where he is saying, I'm a victim of conspiracy, and also saying that Mamata's decision was right. So at one point he's saying that Mamata's decision was right. On the other hand, he's also saying he's a victim of conspiracy. So it's a very, very interesting development coming in. Piyush Ori will take us to the details. Piyush, what are we seeing right now? A reaction coming in from Partha after he was removed from the important party post and also suspended from the party, where he's saying Mamata was right. But at the same time, he's also saying that I'm a victim of conspiracy.
So you rightly pointed out, Shivangi, that, Partha now is trying to play his political cards. At one point of time, he's saying that, all this is a conspiracy by his political rivals to defame him and to get him out of the politics. And on the other hand, now, after getting his medical examination done, he's saying that what Mamata Banerjee, as the party head of TMC, did of removing him from all the cabinet berths was right. Now, let us just understand the importance of this statement which has been made by Partha Chatterjee. Partha Chatterjee understands that, at the moment, he's completely on the back foot with the kind of, massive cash that has been unearthed by Enforcement Directorate. And he understands that, from all this mess which he's got himself into, it is only going to be the support of Trinamool Congress which is going to get him away from all this. So he is trying to make sure that he does not try to make TMC, angry, which, mind you, has completely distanced itself from Partha Chatterjee, saying that, the circumstantial evidence as of now suggests that Partha Chatterjee as well as Arpita Mukherjee are, believed to be involved in this cash scam, and it is the onus now is completely on them to get themselves be innocent in this. So what you are seeing over here is that the TMC has distanced itself, but Partha Chatterjee is trying to play a political card by saying that, what has been done by TMC is right and he's going to stand by the decision. And on the other hand, he's saying that all this is a political conspiracy to defame him. Back to you in the studio, Shivangi.
But Piyush, I just want our viewers to have a look at what they're seeing in their screen. Now he's saying that he's a victim of conspiracy, and after he's saying that Mamata was right. Two different things being said in a way, because Mamata had clearly said that if anyone is found guilty of corruption, they will be severely punished. That's a statement which had come from her after a long time. She was silent. Then she finally said that they will be punished. And soon enough, we saw a decision coming in from the TMC leadership where he was removed from the party post and suspended as well. Piyush, earlier in the day, just take us through what has been happening, because today we have seen a lot of high drama unfold coming in this Bengal cash scam. Piyush, take us through what happened earlier in the day.
Scam has, occurred. There has been a lot of drama which we have witnessed, Earlier, to begin with, Partha Chatterjee had said that, he's physically unwell and he should not be, subjected to the intense questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. He then went to the state-run hospitals for the treatment, on which, the Enforcement Directorate officials contested this decision, and they went to the court saying that he should be rather treated in the central-run hospitals so that the medical reports are not fudged. The Enforcement Directorate in this case was successful in getting not only the custody but also getting the medical examination of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee be tested in the central-run hospitals. From there on, the situation became even worse for Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, with Enforcement Directorate, conducting raids at Arpita Mukherjee's residence, and from there finding massive amounts of cash that, surprised all the, all our viewers, who was seeing the amounts of cash that was unearthed from the houses of Arpita Mukherjee. And today, when Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee were being taken to medical examination, we saw very dramatic visuals of how Arpita Mukherjee, reportedly said that she was feeling unwell. She looked weak. She looked mentally very pressured. And, you could see our reporters constantly asking her about, where what were these assets? What were the source of these assets? Was she mentally pressured? Was she really involved in this scam which has, rocked the political scenario of Bengal? So you can see from the time this scam has occurred, there is a lot of drama which we are seeing, and this drama is only expected to continue, with more can of worms now expected to come out. Back to you in the studio, Shivangi.
Right. And Niranjan is also joining us. Niranjan, this cash scam is exploding and multiple layers coming out of this scam. Niranjan, over to you.
Thank you for that. In fact, before we stay on the Bengal story, there's some breaking news update that's now coming in the story of Praveen Netturu, who was murdered in Karnataka. I'm going straight to that story right now. There's been a development. An NIA investigation has been ordered. I'm going straight to that breaking news story right now. The state government in Karnataka has ordered an NIA investigation into, they want an NIA investigation into the murder of Praveen Netturu, who was killed, who was murdered a few days back, over which PFI and SDPI activists have also been arrested. That's the big breaking news story right now. NIA probe ordered into Karnataka hate killing. That's a confirmation that's now coming in, and I'm going across and let's get some reactions first up to the story, because this is a big breaking news development we are hearing. In fact, one of the demands of ministers included, MPs included, has been that the investigation should be handed over to the NIA, given the complexities and given the role of radical groups in this particular case. And recently, Shobha Karandlaje, Union Minister and MP from Karnataka, had also written to the Karnataka government asking for an NIA investigation into the case. And the NIA is now, in all probability, going to take over the case right now because the state government wanted the case handed to the NIA. That's the big breaking news update, and that's now coming in. And we'll try and get some reactions to it, please. And you had some responses coming into the story. The police has gone on record several times to say that they're looking at alleged PFI and SDPI links. Let's play out the sound bites of the police, the investigators, and tell you what's going on in Karnataka. That's Fazil. That is Fazil, who was killed in Mangaluru. But this is the case of Praveen Netturu. This is a case of Praveen Netturu, and let's show the pictures of Praveen Netturu. We are hearing that the NIA probe has been recommended. That was Fazil, who was killed in Mangaluru last night. The CCTV footage also emerged. Now in the Praveen case, in the Praveen Netturu case, getting in breaking news now that the state government in Karnataka has handed over the investigation to the NIA. They want the NIA investigation to take place. In fact, the Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai also spoke. We'll play out what Basavaraj Bommai also said in just a few seconds. But this comes as a big development in the case. The Karnataka government, we are told, has recommended an NIA investigation into the killing of Praveen Netturu. This is a big breaking news update. The Chief Minister's office in Karnataka confirming that they're going to hand over the case to the NIA. And it's going to be taken over by the NIA completely right now. Let's play out some of the responses we've been getting. We've been reporting live from Dakshina Kannada through the day. Here's what the Chief Minister said earlier.
Yesterday I was there in Mangalore. I visited Praveen's house, and while coming back after I took the flight, I heard there was another murder. I got all the details. I've instructed ADGP Law and Order to stay there and see that prompt action is taken. For us, all incidents are equal, all murders, all life of the people are same to us. So we want to take strict actions on all the three cases. I will not explain anything now. As and when required, whatever is necessary within the frame of law, we will do all actions. It might be UP model or Karnataka model.
That was the Karnataka Chief Minister who spoke to Republic TV some time back. And we also had the police in Karnataka go on record and talk about the investigation. Let's play out some of the responses of the police as well. In this particular case, the police has gone on record to say that they're looking at the PFI and the SDPI links. And the wife of one of the suspects who's been arrested has confirmed that her husband who was arrested was from the PFI and SDPI. Praveen Netturu's alleged murderers have a PFI and SDPI case, and the confirmation has come in now from the Chief Minister's office that they are going to hand over the case to the NIA. And this is a big breaking news update right now. We'll go across to Abhishek, Aishwarya and our teams on what this could now mean, because there's been a lot of tension in the South Kannada districts in the coastal Karnataka region after the murder of Praveen Netturu. In fact, there was a murder. There was another murder yesterday which the Congress claims was revenge. This is, by the way, one of the accused. On your screen is one of the accused of Praveen Netturu's murder. We'll show you the pictures of Praveen Netturu as well. And the story is getting bigger and bigger, because the Congress party claims that the youth who was killed yesterday was killed because of revenge of what happened in the case of Praveen Netturu. And the big update right now coming in that the Chief Minister of Karnataka has confirmed that the case will be handed over to the NIA. Here's what Bommai said after meeting the family yesterday. Let's play out the bite once again.
I visited Praveen's house, and while coming back after I took the flight, I heard there was another murder. I got all the details. I've instructed ADGP Law and Order to stay there and see that prompt action is taken. For us, all incidents are equal, all murders, all life of the people are same to us. So we want to take strict actions on all the three cases. I will not explain anything now. As and when required, whatever is necessary within the frame of law, we will do all actions. It might be UP model or Karnataka model.
Breaking news update now coming in. Now, the Karnataka government has ordered an NIA investigation into the murder of Praveen Netturu. That's the CCTV footage, in fact, that emerged earlier that showed the alleged killers running from the site. At least 7 of them seen running after the murder of Praveen Netturu in this particular video. And now the police has, the Karnataka government has handed over the investigation to the NIA. This is a big investigation, big update that's now coming in. And we are hearing now that the NIA will now take over. Let's get in some more reactions to the story. This is a big update because the BJP and some of the BJP leaders and union ministers included had written to the Home Minister. Okay, I think we have MB Patil of the Congress. Mr. Patil, can you hear me? Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me? Mr. Patil, good afternoon. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, we are hearing that this investigation of Praveen Netturu's murder has been handed over to the NIA. Can I get your reaction on that, Mr. Patil?
See, actually, nobody is about now. See, those culprits who are there, they have to be stringently punished, and such incidents should not happen in future. Karnataka is a peace-loving state, you know. So here, whatever has happened, there is a failure on behalf of the BJP government, particularly the Home Minister. The Home Minister has been in previous cases also a totally ineffective person over here. So whatever as per now, whatever decision, let there be an inquiry, even by NIA, whatever agency, not only in this case, wherever such incidents happen, in all the cases, irrespective of caste, creed and religion, they have to take action on those people.
Thank you for that. I have Mr. Kumaraswamy, H.D. Kumaraswamy, former Karnataka Chief Minister, also joining us on the phone line. Mr. Kumaraswamy, good afternoon. We are hearing that the case has been transferred to the NIA, the killing of Praveen Netturu. That was MB Patil. Let me go across to H.D. Kumaraswamy. Mr. Kumaraswamy, can you hear me?
Please, I'm hearing you.
Sir, can I get your response, Mr. Kumaraswamy? Getting in news now that the case has been transferred to the NIA, Praveen Netturu case.
That is different issue. Handing over to the NIA to inquiry, that is different issue. Here, the people concerned, the Karnataka people concerned, whatever the future of the state in Karnataka regarding this issue, because from last 15 years, several murders took place because of this communal right. How they were going to stop it? Handing over to the NIA, that is different issue. Now the present government, they have actually transferred the responsibility to inquire about this incident to NIA. That is okay. I am not opposing it. But problem, even after handing over to NIA, how this government is going to protect other younger generation, other common people here? That is the main issue. That message this government has to give it to the Karnataka citizen. There is no confidence in this government about to take the confidence of the people and give confidence to the people. There is no message to the state now. This is the problem here. Our concern is that.
Yeah, but there is the reported role of the SDPI and PFI which has come to light. One of the accused who's been arrested, his wife has also admitted that her husband was linked to PFI, SDPI. Now with all these groups, the role of these groups emerging, don't you think it's a bigger problem, Mr. Kumaraswamy?
Right, SDPI or PFI, whoever persons here in these issues are involved, you take action. That is different issue. Problem yesterday evening also, when Chief Minister was in Mangalore, Another murder took place. This chief minister has not reacted to that. He has not visited that place also. His government is only for one particular community or to save the interest of all six crore people. What message is given yesterday visiting Bangalore, this chief minister or his home minister?
Yeah. But I think there have been on-record comments as well from because Mr. Kumaraswamy, there is one problem, I'll tell you, because in this particular case of the murder last night in Mangaluru, in Surathkal, there is no proof of yet as of now there is no proof of any communal radical angle in it. Is there? So far there is no proof, right?
That is okay. That's okay. Here, what is the proof? Other issues, what is the proof? That Masood has murdered. What decision they have taken? Here, this yesterday evening issue, there is no proof in the present government. That I will agree. But yesterday, after that murder, several channels, they have shown that this boy was connected with some love affair. Who spread that news? Which corner that news has spread in the newspaper yesterday? Some channel.
Yes.
They have already decided, this government.
Right. Let's see where the story goes, Mr. Kumaraswamy. Yeah, we'll follow the investigation. Yeah. No, I was saying that we'll follow the investigation. Let's see where the story goes. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV. I have to take a short break now. That is H.D. Kumaraswamy, former Chief Minister of Karnataka, speaking to Republic TV on the development that the Karnataka state government has handed over the investigation to the NIA. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Stay tuned.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Congress MP K. Suresh gives adjournment motion notice in Lok Sabha over war of words which unfolded between Union Minister Smriti Irani and Sonia Gandhi. Congress MP alleges that shocking attempts were made by BJP MPs, including Union Minister Smriti Irani, to threaten Sonia Gandhi. Amid flash floods in Himachal Pradesh, a link road was washed away in Kaza district. An estimated loss of 15 lakh rupees has been incurred, and the Karnataka State Disaster Management Authority has urged the district administration to take stock of the situation.
In a bizarre incident, watch students of primary school in Uttar Pradesh Baldio area making a bridge of chairs for teachers to enter the waterlogged school. This is yet another incident which went viral of teachers allegedly involved in a bizarre incident. Visuals show students drenched in knee-deep water making pathway for teachers by placing chairs in a row. Soon after the video went viral, the teachers were suspended.
उक्त वीडियो का हमने संज्ञान लिया है, उच्चाधिकारियों के भी संज्ञान में उक्त वीडियो है और हमने अध्यापिका के विरुद्ध कार्यवाही कर दी है.
Similarly, a teacher was suspended in Uttar Pradesh Hardoi district few days earlier after a video of her getting massage from students went viral. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
In a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Deepinder Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme in the monsoon session of Parliament.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions from China-US cooperation.
In fact, Karnataka Chief Minister has confirmed that the NIA will take over the case. Right now, the Karnataka Chief Minister has confirmed. In fact, there's a soundbite coming. Let's play the soundbite and I'll translate over it.
ಹಲವಾರು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವೇಕೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ, ತುಂಬುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ರಮ ತೆಗೆದುಕೋಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು KSRP ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬೆಟಾಲಿಯನನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈ ಥರ ಹಲವಾರು ಕ್ರಮ ಮತ್ತು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಗಸ್ತನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು DG ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆಲ್ಲ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರವೀಣ್ನ ಹತ್ಯೆ ಕೇಸು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ಡ್ ಕ್ರೈಮು ಮತ್ತು ಅಂತಾರಾಜ್ಯ.
So they're saying that a recent saying that he's asked police officers to get the full details, and after getting the report, they've decided to give the case to the NIA, and saying the Home Department will given the formal communication, and the orders have gone through the Home Department. It's a national issue, and they've decided that the NIA investigation would be the best way forward. Praveen murder case will be handed over to the NIA.
ಇದನ್ನು NIA ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂತ ನಾವು ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹೋಮ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟು ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಸೂಚನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂತಾರಾಜ್ಯ.
We'll take a short break and come back with more details of the case. We're tracking closely from Karnataka as the government hands over the Praveen Netturu murder case to the NIA. We're getting in more breaking news updates and the big reactions from Karnataka.
In a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Deepinder Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme in the monsoon session of Parliament.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions from China-US cooperation in science and technology. US President Joe Biden and China Xi Jinping spent more than 2 hours talking through the future of their complicated relationship. Chinese Foreign Ministry reportedly warned United States President Joe Biden against playing with fire over Taiwan. China also blamed US unilateral sanctions and tariff barriers which affected the security of global supply of energy and food. This comes in the backdrop of US Speaker of the House announcing her trip to Taiwan.
I think that it's important for us to show support for Taiwan. I also think that none of us has ever said we're for independence when it comes to Taiwan. That's up to Taiwan to decide.
Hitting back at Nancy Pelosi, China firmly opposed to the planned visit to Taiwan. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson said that the Chinese military will never sit idle and will take serious measures to thwart any attempts by external forces to interfere and separate Taiwan. In the midst of tension, soldiers participated in live-fire military drills amid escalating tensions with China in Taiwan. The military drills have been running every year since 1984 and aim to
Let's get started with Superfast 50 now, viewers. The High Court also directed the Congress leaders to remove the post, videos, tweets, retweets and morphed pictures of the plaintiff and her daughter along with the allegations within 24 hours and to stop their recirculation of allegations made against her and her daughter. Delhi High Court issued a summons to Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera Netta D'Souza in civil suit filed by Union Minister Smriti Irani. Leaders had earlier alleged that the Smriti Irani's daughter was running an illegal bar in Goa, following which the minister demanded an unconditional written apology and withdrawal of the allegations immediately, following which she issued a legal notice to the same. The Delhi High Court issued summons to senior Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh and Pawan Khera in a case filed by Union Minister over defamatory content posted by them. The next hearing has been scheduled for August 18th. The High Court also directed the Congress leaders to remove the post, videos, tweets, retweets and morphed pictures of the plaintiff and her daughter along with the allegations within 24 hours. The court also said in the case the defendants failed to comply with the directions within 24 hours, social media platforms Twitter, Facebook and YouTube shall take down the material. After the Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's Rashtrapati remark, ministers of the Union Cabinet were seen meeting the President at the Rashtrapati Bhavan as an official apology from the Congress was awaited. The Congress, meanwhile, protested against Union Minister Smriti Irani in Jammu, calling the BJP's attack on the Congress in the Parliament. In development on OPS and EPS dispute case in the AIA-DMK party, no relief to OPS currently from the Supreme Court. A top court refused to stay the July 11th General Assembly's decision to expel OPS from the party. However, the Supreme Court ordered to maintain the status quo in the matter from today till the High Court is heard. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court sent the matter to Madras High Court to decide the matter afresh in 3 weeks. In another case of a gruesome murder reported from Karnataka, youth was stabbed to death by unidentified people in Karnataka. Meanwhile, police is investigating the matter. Congress MLA Mohiddin Baba, in an exclusive conversation with Republic, confronted on the gruesome murder of a youth in Karnataka. Now, the Congress MLA questioned the government's law and order in the state and asked them to be neutral.
Sad news. In the course of 8 days, 3 murders, that is youngsters. How to answer, I don't know. Really, what government is doing, that is what I am asking. See, within 5 kilometer range, CM's movement is there. The murder is happening.
PM Modi, while addressing the students at the Anna University in Chennai, said that the reforms in drone, space and geospatial sectors are opening up new avenues and further congratulated the students on getting their degrees.
Friends, we are graduating in unique times. Some will call it a time of global uncertainty, but I would call it a time of great opportunity.
The Calcutta High Court has ordered that Partha and Arpita to undergo a medical examination within 48 hours and taken to the Joka ESI hospital. Partha allegedly said that he is a victim of conspiracy. While Partha leaves after his medical checkup, Arpita is still admitted in the hospital as she had fallen down when she was forcefully dragged out of the car as she did not want to leave. It has come to notice that 4 cars have been missing from Arpita Mukherjee's Tollygunge flat, though ED has recovered 1 car out of the 5 cars. The remaining 4 cars are still missing. ED is searching for the numbers of these cars and they are checking the CCTV footage of Arpita Mukherjee's flat situated in the Karunamoyi area in Kolkata. The Rajya Sabha was adjourned once again, and this time it has been adjourned till August as the opposition created a ruckus in the House. The adjournment was announced as the Speaker asked the leader to take their seats for the question hour. Once again, another Congress leader defends insult of the President. This time, Congress MP Raj Patel said it was a slip of tongue and there is no reason for Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi to apologize.
ये एक मानवीय प्रवृत्ति होती है, बड़े बड़े लोग होते हैं, सबसे माने बात करते समय में जबान स्लिप हो जाती है, तो ये कोई इरादा कोई ऐसा उनका नहीं था। चर्चा के दौरान जो है बात स्लिप हो गई और जिसके लिए उन्होंने माफ़ी मांग लिया और उन्होंने दिया कि राष्ट्रपति से भी मिल करके हम उनसे व्यक्तिगत रूप से भी माफ़ी मांगेंगे।
BJP MP Nishikant Dubey hits back at Congress, stating that the Congress has said such pathetic things about President Murmu and asserted that instead of apologizing, they are defending it.
ये कांग्रेस का लोकतंत्र है। आज उन्होंने राष्ट्रपति महोदया के बारे में इतनी घटिया बातें कह दी, माफी मांगने के बदले वो लड़ाई पर उतारू, क्योंकि एक गरीब महिला आदिवासी को देखना नहीं चाहते। उसी तरह से आपको पता है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जब से प्रधानमंत्री बने हैं, चूंकि वो छोटे परिवार से आते हैं, चाय बेचते थे, चाय बेचते हुए देश के प्रधानमंत्री बन गए, तो उसको वो पचा नहीं पा रहे हैं। तो ये दोनों चीजें ऐसी है जो कांग्रेस की मानसिकता दिखाती है। इसको लोकतंत्र पर कोई विश्वास नहीं है। आपका अध्यक्ष अध्यक्ष, मेरा अध्यक्ष अध्यक्ष नहीं।
Amid several reactions coming in after President Draupadi Murmu's insult by Congress Party, BJP Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi demanded an apology from Sonia Gandhi.
कैंडिडेचर अनाउंस हुआ था, तब भी कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से बहुत बुरा बयान आया था। ये सब लेते हुए कांग्रेस और विशेषतः अधीर रंजन का देखते हुए सोनिया गांधी जी माफ़ी मांगना चाहिए। ये तो इसमें कोई अगर नहीं मांगते हैं तो वो उनका विवेचन कैसा है, उनका थॉट कैसा है, वो पता चलता है।
Minister of Law and Justice Kiran Rijiju reacting on the escalating controversy of Congress' shameful remark on President Murmu said that this is not a case of slip of tongue, and Congress MP Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said Rashtrapatni twice.
इस तरह का हल्का टिप्पणी करके राष्ट्रपति का गरिमा को जो उन्होंने चोट पहुंचाया है, उसके लिए सिर्फ अधीर रंजन चौधरी नहीं, पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी, उनके प्रेसिडेंट श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, पूरा देश को माफी मांगना चाहिए।
Congress leader VC Venugopal reacting on the controversy said that PM Modi and Union Minister Smriti Irani should apologize instead of Sonia Gandhi.
They are doing demonstration here. Speaker banned everything outside, but BJP can do anything. They themselves is shouting in the parliament, both the house. Therefore, it is a duty of them. We need an apology from Smriti Irani and Prime Minister.
Congress leader Gaurav Gogai reacted, saying that attempts have been made to avoid discussion in the Parliament House. Congress leader further said that no caution is taken when wrong behavior is showcased towards Sonia Gandhi.
देश को आज फर्क पता चल गया है कि अधीर रंजन चौधरी कांग्रेस पार्टी राष्ट्रपति के प्रति सम्मान जताते हुए क्षमा मांगते हैं, लेकिन भाजपा आज भी सोनिया गांधी जी के प्रति जो अमानवीय व्यवहार कल हुआ उसके प्रति क्षमा नहीं मांगना चाहती और बस शोषण करना चाहती है विपक्ष का, विशेष रूप से सोनिया गांधी जी का। लेकिन वो भूल चुके हैं कि सोनिया गांधी जी एक निडर नेत्री है।
Reacting on the escalating controversy on Congress's sexist remark on President Draupadi Murmu, BJP MP Manoj Tiwari said that Congress party needs to understand the real meaning of apology.
इस शब्द का अर्थ समझने का जो उन्होंने बोला है, अगर इतनी क्षमता होती, इस केस में माफी मांगने का जो अच्छा मैसेज जाता, अगर ये समझने की क्षमता होती कांग्रेस में और सोनिया गांधी जी में और अधीर रंजन चौधरी जैसे लोगों में, तो फिर ये बात सामान्य हो जाती कल ही।
Addressing a press conference, BJP national spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala has slammed Aam Aadmi Party's new excise policy. Said that Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal has not given clear water and ration cards to people, but has bought liquor to their houses.
हम लोग तो घर घर मोहल्ले मोहल्ले तक नल से जल पहुंचाते, ये लोग मोहल्ले मोहल्ले तक नशा पहुंचाना चाहते थे। तो डिस्काउंट दे दिया, पीने की उम्र घटा दी, ड्राई डेज कम कर दिए, ताकि दिल्ली नशा मुक्त नहीं नशा युक्त हो जाए। साफ पानी पहुंचे ना पहुंचे, आपके घर और मोहल्ले तक, चाहे वो मंदिर हो, मस्जिद हो, स्कूल हो, RWA का कोई संस्थान हो, वहां तक नशा दारू जरूर पहुंचे। और उन दारू माफिया को पूरा संरक्षण केजरीवाल जी ने दिया।
It's day 3 of the protest by opposition party after a total of 27 MPs, including 23 Rajya Sabha MPs and 4 Lok Sabha MPs, have been suspended for unruly behavior during the ongoing monsoon session of Parliament. Sanjay Singh, being one of them, stated that he was removed from the session after he raised the Gujarat Hooch tragedy.
मैं अपने सारी बीजेपी के मित्रों से ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि ऐसे ही खुले आसमान में मच्छरों से अपने आप को कटवा कर वो भी इस पिकनिक में शामिल हों।
A session court in Ahmedabad deferred till Friday its order on the bail application of activist Teesta Setalwar and former DGP R.B. Srikumar in a case of allegedly fabricating evidence in the 2002 riots case. The Court of Additional Principal Judge was scheduled to pronounce the order on Thursday but deferred it till today. India and Russia held a wide-ranging discussion on issues on the UN Security Council agenda and agreed to deepen cooperation on counter-terrorism at the UN and other multilateral platforms. According to the Ministry of External Affairs, Sanjay Verma, Secretary Ministry of External Affairs, led the Indian delegation for consultations on the United Nations-related issues with Russian Foreign Ministry. According to the MEA statement, both sides held wide-ranging discussions on issues on the UN Security Council agenda and recent developments as well. The Enforcement Directorate summoned West Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee and his personal secretary Sukanto Acharya for a fresh questioning today at the agency's headquarters in Kolkata. This comes a day after ED recovered cash of over 27 crore rupees from Arpita Mukherjee's residence during an overnight raid. BJP leader Amit Malviya on SSC recruitment scam questioned West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee's delay in removing Partha Chatterjee. Further, BJP leader allegedly called Mamata a kingpin of the scam.
से अधिक नगद राशि, तमाम प्रॉपर्टी के पेपर्स, सोने, जवाहरात और फॉरेन एक्सचेंज मिला। ऐसे में पार्था चैटर्जी का कैबिनेट में रह पाना असंभव था और ममता बनर्जी को उनको सैक करना पड़ा। लेकिन ममता बनर्जी के ही कैबिनेट में मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर एजुकेशन परेश अधिकारी आज भी बने हुए हैं।
The Kerala High Court is likely to hear a plea seeking a standard protocol for conducting examinations across the country after the incident where female candidates were made to remove part of their undergarments in order to appear for the test at NEET exam center in the state. The PIL also seeks a direction on the National Testing Agency to permit affected female candidates to reappear for the exam as they might not have been able to focus on the test that day in view of the traumatic situation. An Indigo flight headed to Kolkata went off the runway as it took off at the Johar airport in Assam. While taxiing on the runway, the wheels of the aircraft suddenly skids off and get stuck in the swamp lining in the runway. Now, the officials stated that despite trying for 6 hours, they were unsuccessful to fix the technical glitch and the flight was eventually cancelled. The crew, however, quickly engaged to pacify the flyers and ensured none get hurt. The Jammu-Srinagar National Highway has been closed for vehicular traffic due to landslides and shooting stones at Jammu and Kashmir's Ramban district. Police officials have advised people not to travel along Jammu-Srinagar National Highway 44 without confirmation from Traffic Control Unit. According to district officials, following heavy rain in Himachal Pradesh, Link Road washed away amid flash floods in the Kaza town, causing an estimated loss of 15 lakh rupees. To allow commuters to use the road, a district emergency operations center has also apprised the district administration of the incident of quick repair work. According to Union Health Ministry, India has now recorded over 20,000 new coronavirus infections since the last 24 hours. pushing the tally of COVID-19 cases to over 4 crore, while the national COVID-19 recovery rate was recorded at 98.48%. As Jammu and Kashmir continues to receive heavy rainfall, Indian Army and police personnel in a joint rescue operation rescued 14 people stuck in the floods. A minor died and several were injured after the ground floor of the double-story house collapsed in Kerala. The minor was rushed to a hospital for immediate medical treatment, but later succumbed to his injuries. Police rescued several people who were trapped under the debris. Meanwhile, the reason of collapse is yet to be known. At least 30 kids were allegedly given the COVID-19 vaccine using a single syringe at a school in Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. Police officials announced that they had received a complaint and the district administration collected children's blood samples for the investigation.
कल जो सैंपलिंग हुई है उसमें सभी की रिपोर्ट नॉर्मल आई है। आज करीब 21 बच्चों की और सैंपलिंग की है, उनकी आज 5 बजे तक रिपोर्ट आ जाएगी। जो अभी कल बच्चों का जो परीक्षण किया था वही स्वस्थ हैं और अभी जो बच्चे आए हैं जिनकी सैंपलिंग की है वो भी स्वस्थ हैं। किसी को किसी प्रकार की तकलीफ नहीं है, लेकिन केवल ये सावधानी बस सैंपलिंग कर रहे हैं ताकि भविष्य में कोई उनके पेरेंट्स को दिक्कत ना हो।
In another incident which went viral from UP's Baldao district, students of a primary school were seen making a bridge of chairs for teachers to enter the waterlogged school. Soon after, the teachers were suspended after the video went viral.
वीडियो का हमने संज्ञान लिया है, उच्चाधिकारियों के भी संज्ञान में उक्त वीडियो है और हमने अध्यापका के विरुद्ध कार्यवाही कर दी है।
A deceased who is identified as a farmer was carried on a cot to the district hospital in Indore for post-mortem. According to the kin of the deceased, the ambulance could not enter the hospital campus as the new building area is under construction with no alternate route.
निर्माणाधीन है, जिला चिकित्सालय का कुछ बिल्डिंग मटेरियल वाला कुछ सामान आया था डंपर से, उससे हमारा एंट्रेंस के यहाँ पे थोड़ा रास्ता ख़राब हो गया था, उबड़ खाबड़ हो गया था, तो वाहन जाने में थोड़ी सी असुविधा थी, जिसको हमने सुबह 9 बजे दुरुस्त करा दिया था। उस दौरान एक डेड बॉडी आई थी जिससे कि परिजन लोग अपनी खटिया पर जिला चिकित्सालय गेट से पीएम रूम तक ले गए।
In the Domana region of Jammu, a balloon with a GPS integration chip has been recovered. The suspected chip has been sent to the police for analysis. Sources report that the balloon has been used to recover the antenna companion module of the Trimble company, which is used for integration with GPS receiver to collect GPS data of the area. This is the same area where a drone dropped 3 IEDs on June 7th and where an army unit reportedly refused an IED on July 14th. An individual from Pakistan had been detained for breaking Indian immigration laws, was returned to his country via the Atari-Wagah border. According to the protocol officer, he was arrested without passport for entering India illegally, for which he was imprisoned for 16 years. Earlier this year, India has repatriated 4 Pakistani prisoners who had completed their imprisonment.
इसको वहाँ पे अरेस्ट किया गया। 2006 में इस पे एफआईआर दर्ज की गई कैंटोनमेंट लखनऊ कैंटोनमेंट थाना में, उसमें इसको 8 साल की सजा। इसके बाद जब ये रिलीज़ होने वाला था तभी इस पे एक और दोबारा एफआईआर 379, 353, 506, 504 आईपीसी की धारा लगा के दोबारा इसको 4.5 साल की सज़ा और अप्रॉक्सीमेट 16 साल की सज़ा काटने के उपरांत लखनऊ की पुलिस पार्टी आज को वहाँ से इसको लेके पहुँची है। इसके पेपर वर्क और डॉक्यूमेंट देखने के बाद इसको पाक रेंजर के हवाले किए जा रहे हैं।
Heavy monsoon rain has caused havoc and massive waterlogging in Jodhpur and has kept people imprisoned in their homes. The soldiers of the Army's 117 have taken the front to take the people out of this area and commence relief work for the people. Pope Francis celebrated Mass at Canada's National Shrine and came face to face with a long-standing demand from Indigenous people. Protesters displayed a banner at the altar of the National Shrine, written the doctrine in bright red and black letters.
Prime Minister here
tell the Pope to rescind this and tell the Queen, ask the Queen to come here and apologize, kiss my moccasins.
With less than 2 weeks left before the polls to elect the next president, election campaigning is all heated up in Kenya. Opinion polls show a tight race between Kenyan opposition leader Raila Odinga and current Deputy President William Ruto in the increasingly feisty fight to succeed President Uhuru Kenyatta.
His manifesto is also something that seems to have a lot of traction with a number of Kenyans. It is focused on what they call bottom-up economics, which seems to focus primarily on the lower echelons of the social pyramid. So seeking to uplift the conditions of the average Kenyan.
The China-Europe Railway coal as Shanghai Express departed from Shanghai Minhang Freight Station to reach its destination in Kazakhstan. This is the first export train of Central Asia line. The mayor of San Francisco announced a state of emergency over the growing number of monkeypox cases, allowing officials to fight a public health crisis, and asserts that there is a desperate need of vaccination in the city as it had only received 7,800 doses, even after requesting for 35,000.
We're here because we, as the city and county of San Francisco, officially are declaring a state of emergency for a public health crisis in San Francisco involving monkeypox.
According to White House, the telephonic conversation between President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping was very direct, where both the leaders kept their dialogue open and had a detailed discussion on areas where the two countries can work together, with particular focus on climate change and health security and counter narcotics.
Exchange views on Russia's war in Ukraine and the global impacts it is having. And then on Taiwan, President Biden underscored that the United States policy has not changed and that the United States strongly opposes unilateral efforts to change the status quo or undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait.
Ahead of the Commonwealth Games opening ceremony in Birmingham, Prince Charles of Britain visited the athletes at the Athletes Village, where the participants are staying during the Games. He toured the main Athletes Village and posing for group photographs with teams, including other teams as well. According to Colombia's Vice President-elect Francia Marquez, President Gabriel Boric of Chile offered his nation as a location for a potential restart of negotiations between the Colombian government and the National Liberation Army militants. Marquez's statement was made during a feminist meeting with Afro-descendant women at the University of Chile in Santiago. French President Emmanuel Macron hosts Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The French opposition figures and the human rights groups have criticized Macron's decision to invite Salman to dinner at the Elysee Palace, who is believed to have given the order to murder Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi in the year 2018.
In federal district court under the Alien Tort Claims Act and Torture Victims Prevention Act is about accountability. And the complaint we just filed in Paris today, something we have been preparing for 2 years, waiting for Mohammed bin Salman to step foot on French territory so that we could file the complaint, is about accountability.
The German national team trained at their Euro 2022 final team base for the first time ahead of Sunday's match against host England at London's Wembley Stadium. The last time England and Germany met in a Euros final was in the year 2009. The All-Star Andrew Benintendi was no longer visiting New York to play against the Yankees. He's now going to be playing for the Yankees. The former Royals and Boston Red Sox says standout reiterated his excitement about wearing stripes and playing for a team he once considered a rival.
Excited, obviously, to be here. Going to miss the guys I played with, obviously, in Kansas City. Made some really good friends, but looking forward to, helping this team out.
Tyler Murray declared that there have been no shortcuts to success during the football career after the NFL Network reported there was a unique addendum to his 5-year contract that mandates at least 4 hours of independent study, to which Murray defended his study habits.
Today because I feel it's necessary, with what's going on as far as regarding me and the things that are being said about me. It's almost, to think that I can accomplish everything that I've accomplished in my career and not be a student of the game and not have that passion and not take this serious is almost, it's disrespectful, and it's almost a joke,
And Manchester City are all set to face title rivals Liverpool in the Community Shield this Saturday. However, Reds boss Klopp has inferred that the game will not be a representation of what to expect from the upcoming season. Liverpool are expected to challenge Man City once again for the title this season.
It's very important because we played this final a couple of times, as others as well, and I think it would be nice if we could win it at one time. It's the last domestic cup competition we didn't win yet, and so we will give it a try.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out.
Amity University has India's largest scholarship program, from which over 25,000 brilliant students have already benefited. Students with over 95% in Class 12 boards get 100% scholarship, and students with over 90% get 50% scholarship. Join brilliant, like-minded students who want to be successful. Apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Wherever you are, whenever you want. Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
In a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Dipender Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme in the monsoon session of Parliament. Congress MP K. Suresh gives adjournment motion notice in Lok Sabha over war of words which unfolded between Union Minister Smriti Irani and Sonia Gandhi. Congress MP alleges that shocking attempts were made by BJP MPs, including Union Minister Smriti Irani, to threaten Sonia Gandhi. Amid flash floods in Himachal Pradesh, a link road was washed away in Kaza district. An estimated loss of 15 lakh rupees has been incurred. And the Karnataka State Disaster Management Authority has urged the district administration to take stock of the situation.
In a bizarre incident, watch students of primary school in Uttar Pradesh Baldio area making a bridge of chairs for teachers to enter the waterlogged school. This is yet another incident which went viral of teachers allegedly involved in a bizarre incident. Visuals show students drenched in knee-deep water making pathway for teachers by placing chairs in a row. Soon after the video went viral, the teachers were suspended.
उक्त वीडियो का हमने संज्ञान लिया है, उच्चाधिकारियों के भी संज्ञान में उक्त वीडियो है और हमने अध्यापिका के विरुद्ध कार्यवाही कर दी है.
Similarly, a teacher was suspended in Uttar Pradesh Hardoi district few days earlier after a video of her getting massage from students went viral. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से और कश्मीरी
Top headlines at this hour. Big move by Karnataka government. NIA probe ordered into BJP leader Praveen's killing. But top Congress leaders blame Sangh internal crisis. Is the Congress giving PFI, SDPI benefit of doubt? Big trouble for Khera and company after Smriti's solid legal notice. Congress top brass summoned by Delhi court. No room for shoot and scoot for Congress anymore. Delhi High Court tells Pawan Khera and Jairam to take down defamatory content. After shameful sexism, Congress tries to brazen it out now. Defense abuse of power in an even shocking justification. Stunning twist in the Bengal cash scam after mega cash hauls. Arpita's cards go missing. Bank accounts seized. Sacked TMC minister who alleged that he was a victim of conspiracy now upholds CM Mamata's decision of sacking. Viewers, big controversy breaks out over Praveen murder. Top Congress leader blames Sangh internal crisis. That's what they're calling it. Our top Congress leaders giving PFI and SDPI the benefit of the doubt. That's what we are asking. NIA probes murder, but Congress is blaming it on Sangh internal crisis. That's what their justification is. So the question we're asking on Republic TV is that our top Congress leaders giving PFI and SDPI the benefit of doubt, because one of the accused's wife had also said very clearly, and we had that on camera, I will show it to you. The accused wife in this case had said that her husband was part of the PFI. So even after this, we are seeing that the Congress there, getting into it. Another controversy breaking out over the Praveen hate killing which happened in Karnataka. The top Congress leader, we have learned, is blaming what he is calling quote-unquote Sangh internal crisis. And it seems as if the top Congress leaders are giving PFI and SDPI the benefit of the doubt in this case. And Niranjan is going to take us through all the details. Niranjan, over to you.
Well, the Congress party, it appears, is giving the PFI and SDPI some benefit of doubt because Siddaramaiah has hinted in his tweet just now. Siddaramaiah has hinted that it could have been a murder triggered by internal crisis within the Sangh Parivar. Now that is what he's trying to hint at. He's saying a closer look at the recent developments in Dakshina Kannada seems to be related to serial killings and internal crisis within the Sangh Parivar. And he says the police, if they investigate, the real truth will come out. and he's trying to hint rather that the real truth is being kept under wraps. So this is the contradictory to what the police is saying. The police is saying that those who've been arrested have PFI and SDPI links, but the version of the state government is rather the opposition. The Congress party seems to be exactly the opposite. So don't they trust the investigation? That's another question that arises. We'll try and get some reactions to this as well, to what Siddaramaiah said. He seems to be hinting that this was an internal struggle, an internal fight, and he's at the same time trying to perhaps play down the PFI and SDPI angle as well.
Right. So as the NIA probes case, in fact, it's gone to the NIA after a lot of requests. I want our viewers to have a look and hear what the CM had said about this just a short while back.
Yesterday I was there in Mangalore. I visited Pravin's house, and while coming back after I took the flight, I heard there was another murder. I got all the details. I've instructed ADGP Laundry to stay there and see that prompt action is taken. For us, all incidents are equal, all murders, all life of the people are same to us. So we want to take strict actions on all the three cases. I will not explain anything now. As and when required, whatever is necessary within the frame of law, we will do all actions. It might be UP model or Karnataka model.
Right, we just heard CM Bomai, who has said the Praveen murder case has been handed to the NIA. Niranjan, this controversy which has erupted is very, very, it's very shocking, because we had on tape and we showed it to our viewers how the accused wife had said that her husband was part of the PFI. So the question we're asking right now, Niranjan, is why is Congress ignoring the evidence which is piling up?
Well, there is another controversy that is just coming in. I'm just going to play out the soundbite. You have, Ashwath Narayan, who's the education minister. His soundbite is on surface right now from our newsroom. I'm just playing that out full frame, and I'll perhaps I can also give you a translation. He says, Bombay, the chief minister, said that he's ready to follow the Yogi model, but his minister has got one step ahead. He's saying we will go 5 steps ahead of UP. He says we will go 5 steps ahead of UP, and we won't follow anyone. We will go 5 steps ahead, and we are ready for an encounter. Is also what he's saying. Let's put this out on our screen right now. He says we will follow Yogi model, but his minister says minister says we will go 5 steps ahead, and this is another controversial comment. In fact, it just takes the debate to another level altogether. Once again, the soundbite is on the newsroom in the surface. I'd like to play out the soundbite of what the minister has just said. Let's play that out, please. And I will tell you what the minister has said. Ashwath Narayan, the higher education minister, has said they will be arrested, but it's the wish of our workers and people that such incidents shouldn't happen. He says according to their wish, there will be action. They will be nabbed and ready to encounter. He says we will go 5 steps ahead of UP. We will give a better governance than UP. Karnataka is a progressive state, modern state, don't really need to follow anyone. But I think the comment of saying we will go 5 steps ahead is a controversial comment that is coming from a minister in Karnataka.
Right. Niranjan, we are waiting for the soundbite to come in right now, which we can show to our viewers. But right now, the big controversy is erupting over Praveen's murder. And when it comes to the case, a lot of pressure was, on the government as well, that we have to make sure that some action is being taken in this case, because the entire murder, the way it happened, it had gripped the entire state. There was tensions everywhere in many districts, and we saw protests happening as well, Niranjan.
Absolutely, and I think this is a big controversy because also because of the kind of this is coming in at a time when there is this big debate over the Karnataka chief minister, who said we will follow the Yogi model. And on the back of that comment, you're getting in this comment. So I think the story is getting
more and more interesting. More and more interesting. And with the minister saying we're ready for an encounter, it just takes it 5 steps forward. In fact, he himself says we will go 5 steps ahead of Uttar Pradesh. Big controversy now as the Karnataka minister also says ready for an encounter. Perhaps, with elections coming up, this comment will be seen in a different context altogether. You had the Karnataka chief minister, in fact, who said that he visited Dakshina Kannada, he visited the family of Praveen Netturu. He assured the family. And these comments come also at a time when the state government in Karnataka is facing immense pressure from the people, from their electorate about the manner in which Praveen Netturu was murdered and how these PFI and SDPI groups got a free run, under their watch. And it now appears that they seem to be competing to make statements. And it's an exaggerated claim, perhaps, but the fact that a sitting minister says we are ready for an encounter. Now he says we will catch the culprits, we will nab the culprits, we will even do an encounter if required. Now that's the comment that is coming from the Congress party, from the sitting minister Ashwath Narayan. Earlier you heard Bommai saying that they've handed over the investigation to the NIA. So to put the story in context, Praveen Netturu, a BJP leader, was killed. Reportedly, according to the police, he was murdered by the PFI and SDPI linked activists. The wife of one of the suspects arrested also confirms that her husband had PFI SDPI links, and the government says they are handing over the investigation to the NIA. And at the same time, when the chief minister is saying they're handing over the investigation to the NIA, you have a sitting minister saying that they're ready for an encounter. So it's a controversial comment. Let me go across. I think we have Dr. Shankara Guha joining us on the phone line. He's a Congress spokesperson from Karnataka. Dr. Guha, the probe, there are two breaking developments, but I'll ask you the first one. Your leader, Siddaramaiah, says that this could be the result of internal crisis within the Sangh Parivar. Now, on what basis is he doing that? Because the police has hinted at the role of SDPI, PFI. Why is he then giving a benefit of doubt to the SDPI, PFI by trying to talk about the Sangh Parivar link or crisis to it?
Let me very categorically tell you, as a party, we stand by the bereaved family, and the culprits need to be punished, whether it's SDPI, PFI, XYZ, we don't care. They have to be punished. As far as that is concerned, there is no second thought. Whatever anyone has said, it must be in their personal capacity. So I would not like to comment on that. As a party, we are ready. If you have any proof on any institution, not just SDPI, PFI, 100 more institutions like that, go ahead and ban. It should not be a game of where the center has to do it and the state has to do it. No football between center and the state. Do it immediately. You are in the center, you are in the state. Do it. If you have the will, you will do it. Let me make that stand very clear.
There's a minister who has also just said a few minutes back that they will catch the culprits. Ashwath Narayan has just said they will catch these culprits. And he says we're also ready for an encounter. Do you want to respond to that? The Chief Minister earlier said that they're ready to follow the Yogi model. Ashwath Narayan has said not just Yogi model, we'll go 5 steps ahead. And we are even ready for an encounter.
No, Niranjan, there is total discordance in the government. The minister and the Chief Minister, his cabinet colleagues, they don't know what is happening. And there is mutual mistrust. Instead of mutual trust, there is mutual mistrust, which is unfortunate. And it is showing on the law and order of the state. In 1 week, we have had 3 murders. And we have the BJP National Yuva Morcha president coming and saying, if it was a Congress government, I could have thrown stones at them. So, the stone pelting culture today, the nation knows who is pelting stones and who are pelting stones in the nation. The people of the nation know today, and they stand exposed. Whether it is NIA or you want to form your own ATS, we don't care. Please stop discussing and deliberating on these things, and not because of deliberate on the development of the state and the nation. These things need to be acted upon immediately. You have already lost a lot of time. Stop being social media heroes and get into action. This is our message to the government, and it is very clear.
Okay, just one last question now. Now, what do you have to say about your leader? Why is he trying to hint at a Sangh Parivar angle to this? I mean, does he have any proof? Because the police is saying SDPI and PFI alleged links are emerging.
No, I made it very clear, Niranjan. Our party president also yesterday when he was addressing the media, he has said that we are not averse to anything. You have proof against anyone, please go ahead and ban them. We will welcome, we will support that move. Our party president has taken that stand and we all take that stand. There is no second question on that.
Okay, let's see where the story goes. Shankara Guha, Congress spokesperson, they're speaking to Republic TV at a time. And here's the comment of Ashwath Narayan. Here's what Ashwath Narayan, the education minister, higher education minister, I think, in Karnataka, has just said. Let's play that out.
ಆಗಿದೆ ಆದರೆ ಇಂಥ ಘಟನೆಗಳು ನಡೀಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜದ ನಾಗರಿಕರ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಯ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಭಾವನೆಯ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ತೀವ್ರವಾದಂಥ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ಯಾರೇ ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಲಿ ಹುಡುಕಿ ಆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಏನು ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು, ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಯು ಪಿಗಿಂತ ಒಂದು 5 ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಯು ಪಿಗಿಂತಲೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಾಡಲೇ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಯು ಪಿಗಿಂತಲೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಒಂದು ಮುಂದುವರೆದ ರಾಜ್ಯ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಿಂತ ಪ್ರಗತಿಪರವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇತರರಿಗೆ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದನ್ನೇನು ಅನುಸರಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು
And that was Dr. Ashwath Narayan, who's the minister in Karnataka, saying that we are ready for anything. We will nab them. We are ready for an encounter if required. He says we're ready for an encounter if required. And there is another bit of breaking news update that's now coming in. Pramod Mutalik, and there is tension in the coastal Karnataka in the towns of Mangaluru and Dakshina Kannada. Prohibitory orders in some towns. Section 144 has been imposed, we are told, and this is just getting in some breaking news now that Pramod Mutalik has been banned from Dakshina Kannada. Pramod Mutalik of the Bajrang Dal has been banned from Dakshina Kannada, and that's the breaking news coming in right now. Pramod Mutalik banned from Dakshina Kannada. He's been asked not to go there. There is an attempt by some groups to try and go to the area, and the police and the administration aware that there could be communal tension as well. They don't want to spark tension. They don't want to escalate issues, and that's why they're trying to stop him. Mutalik stopped from visiting Praveen Neturu's house. So that's the other big breaking news update now coming in. Pramod Mutalik stopped from going to Praveen Neturu's house. Mutalik himself known as someone who can make controversial statements. He's the extreme right, and as of this minute, the government not taking any chances. There is communal tension. Last night there was another murder, and that murder was caught on camera. So they don't want issues to escalate. They don't want more communal tensions, and that's why he's now been banned. That's the other big breaking news update that we have here on Republic TV. We'll get you the details of that as well. So here's what we know so far. I'm handing it back to you for now.
All right, thank you, Niranjan, for getting those updates. Let's move on to the other big story we've been tracking on Republic TV. Delhi High Court issues summons to Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Netta D'Souza in civil suits filed by Union Minister Smriti Irani. That's a big story we have been tracking. The Delhi High Court has directed Pawan Khera to immediately remove defamatory tweet over allegations of bar license controversy. The hearing now is on August 18th, and Jairam has also responded. He's saying that we will present the facts before the court. So Jairam Ramesh is refusing to back down from this case, but it's coming as a big win as well for Smriti Irani at this point of time. The Delhi High Court has issued summons to senior Congress leaders in the case filed by Smriti Irani over defamatory content posted by them. And Delhi High Court has directed the Congress leaders to remove the social media post which were directed at Irani and a family within 24 hours. So 24 hours have been given to the Congress leaders to remove all those posts, the retweets, the contents, the morphed images. Everything has to go down. If those tweets and posts do not go down, viewers, the social media platforms will be asked to remove them. So this is in fact what the court has told in fact the leaders. Let's have a look and listen in to the lawyers' reactions coming in.
See, ultimately it is one of the greatest positions when we can uphold the majesty of freedom of speech and freedom of good speech. In Smriti Iraniji's case, what had ultimately transpired was libelous, slanderous allegations were made against her regarding some bar in Goa and linking her name and in fact her family's name, including her young daughter, who's only a student, and morphing photographs, placing them in a press conference, retweeting them, reposting them in various platforms, and with this entire, as if there was some scandal issue involved in the entire matter, and casting aspersions. This is obviously a counterblast to possibly the National Herald case, and of course Smriti ji commands a huge position in society. Imagine the kind of feeling that goes for her. Now in this particular case what had happened is the Excise Commissioner gives a show cause notice. That also is a question mark, but it is given to one Mr. Ares Rodriguez. This is a matter of record. This is done on 21st regarding the license of this bar. On 23rd, the press conference is held by the senior people of the Congress party, whose names are known, they are there in the suit. They again cast slanderous and libelous allegations. After mentioning the notice, they knew the notice was to Ares Rodriguez and to another gentleman, Damask. After that, they tried to rope in Smriti ji's name along with her family, and then that is posted and reposted. Now, ultimately what the court has done today is, on our asking and an application moved, interim injunction has been granted and the law is now well settled. Your reputation is one of the most valuable assets you have, and the Supreme Court has held that from time to time, and time and again rather, and ultimately in Subramaniam Swamy in other cases. That right has to be upheld, and by the prima facie case finding which the learned judge has given, she has held that all these posts, photographs, videos must be removed, and there should be a restraint from republishing and publishing them, because that is also an offence. It is not today, the world is not so simple as to say I can say what I like, because you can never reverse the clock. Your reputation, if it gets out of hand, is like good money which has gone down the drain. It's actually much higher than that, but I'm just giving you an example. So today's order really enforces that position, and similar orders have been passed by the High Court, Delhi High Court, other courts at the interim relief stage itself on a prima facie finding. It has to be by prima facie finding.
Much more coming up on the other side, viewers. Stunning twist in the Bengal cash scam. After mega cash hauls, Arpita's cars go missing. Bank accounts have been seized. Plus, sacked TMC minister who alleged he was a victim of conspiracy now upholds CM Mamata's decision of sacking.
आप देख रहे हैं इस समय यहाँ पे अब पूरी की पूरी प्रिपरेशन की जा रही है। किसी भी समय यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री आने वाले हैं।
ये मिनट टू मिनट आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है।
शरद पवार का पहले ट्वीट आया, उसके बाद यहाँ पे कंफर्मेशन हुआ है। एनसीपी एज अ पार्टी शपथ ग्रहण में यहाँ पे मौजूद होगी।
In a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Dipender Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme in the monsoon session of Parliament.
आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions from China-US cooperation in science and technology. US President Joe Biden and China Xi Jinping spent more than 2 hours talking through the future of their complicated relationship. Chinese Foreign Ministry reportedly warned United States President Joe Biden against playing with fire over Taiwan. China also blamed US unilateral sanctions and tariff barriers which affected the security of global supply of energy and food. This comes in the backdrop of US Speaker of the House announcing her trip to Taiwan.
I think that it's important for us to show support for Taiwan. I also think that none of us has ever said we're for independence when it comes to Taiwan. That's up to Taiwan to decide.
Hitting back at Nancy Pelosi, China firmly opposed to the planned visit to Taiwan. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson said that the Chinese military will never sit idle and will take serious measures to thwart any attempts by external forces to interfere and separate Taiwan. In the midst of tension, soldiers participate.
क्या रोल था कुछ नहीं करती है
Top national updates. Delhi High Court issued summons to Congress leader Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Netta D'Souza in civil suit filed by Union Minister Smriti Irani. The leaders had earlier alleged that Smriti Irani's daughter was running an illegal bar in Goa, following which the minister demanded an unconditional written apology and withdrew the allegations immediately, following which she issued a legal notice to the same. Union Minister Smriti Irani and Amit Shah visited the President at the Rashtrapati Bhavan a day after Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary called the President the Rashtrapatni with a formal apology pending by the leader of the party. PM Modi congratulated students who have graduated today at Anna University's 42nd convocation and said that the whole world is looking at India's youth with hope as they are growth engines of the country as well as the world. Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. Big trouble for Khera and company after Smriti's solid legal notice. Congress top brass summoned by the Delhi court. No room for shoot and scoot for Congress anymore. Delhi High Court tells Pawan Khera and Jairam to take down the defamatory content. Stay tuned.
Have a diary of Department of Higher Education and School Education, Government of West Bengal, which has details of who these illegal recruits were.
The Enforcement Directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped.
Papers with the recommendation of candidates, appointment and transfer letters, admit cards, aid Arpita was perhaps in some way trying to push the recommendations. ED team raiding Arpita's flats, and while one of her flats were being raided, came the recovery of wads and mountains of cash. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
In a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Dipender Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme in the monsoon session of Parliament.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions.
Here on the live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. The NCP huddle has begun. We're keeping a close track of all the senior leaders coming in and going out. Looted money. They got complaints of the same by selling government jobs. And these are details that have been mentioned in the ED.
The enforcement directorate says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped. Money was actually taken. In lieu of that, posts were actually given. Appears to have been prima facie established from this recovery of this diary from Arpita Mukherjee's residence.
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
Big move by Karnataka government. NIA probe ordered into BJP leader Praveen's killing. The top Congress leaders blame Sangh internal crisis. Is the Congress giving PFI, SDPI a benefit of the doubt? Karnataka minister sparks big controversy, says ready for encounter, will go 5 steps ahead of UP. Big trouble for Khera and company after Smriti's solid legal notice. Congress top brass summoned by Delhi court. No room for shoot and scoot for Congress anymore. Delhi High Court tells Pawan Khera and Jairam to take down defamatory content. After shameful sexism, Congress tries to brazen it out now. Defends abuse of power in an even shocking justification. Stunning twist in the Bengal cash scam after mega cash hauls. Arpita's cars go missing. Bank accounts seized. Sacked TMC minister who alleged he was a victim of conspiracy now upholds CM Mamata's decision of sacking. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. Our top story, massive drama has been unfolding in the Bengal cash scam. Visuals very soon you will see right now on your screen of Arpita Mukherjee breaking down multiple times, not once or twice, multiple times have been making headlines ever since the ED raids continue in the case. Meanwhile, Partha, when confronted, said he is a victim of conspiracy. Following the medical, he has now claimed that Mamata's decision was right. So those are the visuals there on your screen of Arpita seen wailing. She is in fact almost falling down. People have to carry her. They have to carry her in their arms. She had refused to come out of the car. Those are the visuals there on your screen of that moment which had taken place. And we are getting you all the updates in this big story. Arpita Mukherjee is sick, quote unquote sick, after ED double haul as raids continue through the night. We also saw a statement coming out from Partha Chatterjee where he said that he's a victim of conspiracy and that Mamata's decision was also right after he was sacked from party post. Let's have a look at all the reactions coming in and exactly what happened there in Kolkata. Piyush Shori is joining me live from the ED office in Kolkata. Piyush, you have been tracking every development, and where you are is where all the action is happening right now. Has the interrogation restarted for Arpita and Partha?
So as you said that, it is the Enforcement Directorate in Salt Lake City where all the action right now is. This scam, ever since it has happened, has taken a lot of dramatic events, and this drama was again seen by us when today Arpita Mukherjee suddenly, fell ill while she was being taken for medical examination. Now she has come back again to Enforcement Directorate, where she will be again questioned for her role in the SSC scam, where the teacher recruitment scam, where it has been alleged that there are crores of amount that have been taken by Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. Mind you, this has been a scam which has ever since it has happened, it has taken a lot of dramatic events. This again events was dramatic when Arpita Mukherjee was being taken to hospital, and today again. But all these things have not really riled up the ED, which have said that they are going to continue to interrogate and going to find out the finer details involved in this scam. Back to you in the studio.
Piyush, we are seeing multiple updates come in. Many updates are coming in there since morning, not just of the interrogation, which will of course continue there. We are seeing multiple statements coming out. Now, one very important statement which came out from Partha was when he was coming out of the hospital, he said couple of things. Such as he said that I'm a victim of conspiracy. Right now, Piyush, just hold on for a second. We're getting some more news right now. There's a big mystery right now over Arpita's missing cars. Remember that Mukherjee's 4 luxury cars were missing from a Tollyganj flat amid the ED's crackdown. So right now, the big question is that where are those cars right now? Piyush, I want to come back to you. Take us through these 4 luxury cars which have gone missing.
So you rightly pointed out, that these 4 missing luxurious cars from the flat of Arpita Mukherjee that was raided recently by Enforcement Directorate has put into question of what exactly are in these cars that has resulted in its missing all of a sudden. Mind you, from the time the Enforcement Directorate has raided the 3 flats of Arpita Mukherjee, they have been successful in finding several amounts of cash, gold coins and lot of documents that really help them to indict Arpita Mukherjee. But now what is going to make the situation even worse for Arpita Mukherjee is these 4 missing cars, where it is felt that there are more amounts of cash which is hidden, and more importantly there are more very important documents that really help in indicting Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Mukherjee in this scam, which has now beginning to rock the political scenario of Bengal, and has the ripples of which has already begun to be felt in other parts of the country as well. Back to you, Shivangi, in the studio.
So what we're breaking right now, viewers, is that what happened to those cars? What happened to those cars? Because the ED was able to seize 1 car while the other 4 are we're trying to track them down. That the 4 cars are missing. So there were 5 cars in total. 1 is in with the ED right now. 4 cars, 4 luxury cars have gone missing. Sources believe that the luxury cars that have disappeared have been driven away with crucial documents and suspected proceeds of crime, including black money. So that is why the luxury car angle at this point of time, viewers, is extremely important. I want to go back to Piyush as well. Piyush, now, we are also looking at the political angle in this case as well. How, after recoveries were made, and not just recoveries, gold bars, jewelry, cash, was recovered from Arpita's residence, the TMC has completely washed their hands of Partha. Partha, who was once a close aide of Mamata Banerjee and a very close minister as well, a very important minister in the TMC, is now suspended from the party. His portfolios have been removed. So that really tells about where this case is heading, isn't it, Piyush?
So you rightly pointed out that the Enforcement Directorate ever since have, which have begun to investigate in this case, have been successful in, establishing the proceeds of crime in this case. Now the major challenge for the officials of Enforcement Directorate is to establish the source of these incomes that have, come out from the raids from the residence of Arpita Mukherjee, that is the close associate of Partha Mukherjee. And ever since, these raids have occurred, it is now beginning to come that it is not only Partha Chatterjee or Arpita Mukherjee that are involved, but also several other leaders of TMC and other associates, which were involved in the education department, which was being headed by Partha Chatterjee. Now the process of, interrogating other officials have already begun, with Enforcement Directorate, sending summons to Monik Bhattacharya, one of the senior leaders of TMC, and also Sukanto Acharya, who was the officer of special duty and close associate of Partha Chatterjee. So one can definitely find over here that it is not only Partha Chatterjee or Arpita Mukherjee, but there are several other top leaders of TMC and close associates of government, which were involved with Partha Chatterjee to be involved in this case. Having said that, there are a lot of political ramifications, and the victim of this is being the TMC. And they have begun to take the corrective step, understanding that this scam is now going to directly affect them in their political image. The TMC has now begun to take steps. They suspended Partha Chatterjee, which was associated with the party for 40 years. So this was a very important and big decision taken by the TMC to suspend Partha Chatterjee and remove him from all cabinet berths of a person, who was associated with 40 years. So this was a major decision. And the most important thing, Shivangi, to note over here is that the TMC has said that the circumstantial evidence that has right now come out shows that the case is against Partha Chatterjee, and the onus is now completely on Partha Chatterjee to come out clean in this case. So TMC is not going to help Partha Chatterjee in any way in this SSC scam, in which even their image now is beginning to get dented. Back to you in the studio, Shivangi.
Right, Piyush. Thank you for getting those details. So Piyush Orri is reporting live from the ED office in Kolkata, where all the interrogation and action is happening. Keep getting us the updates, Piyush. And we continue tracking the Bengal cash scam here on Republic TV, viewers.
Reports of a shocking incident of medical apathy have surfaced from Sagar in Madhya Pradesh. At least 30 children are reported to have been vaccinated from a single syringe by a school in the district.
आज उन्होंने हमें इसलिए बुलाया है कि वो कह रहे हैं कि 30 बच्चों को एक ही सिरिंज से वैक्सीन लगी है और ये सबसे बड़ी लापरवाही स्वास्थ्य विभाग और स्कूल की दोनों की है.
The children were called in by the district administration following the incident to have their blood samples taken.
कल जो सैंपलिंग हुई है उसमें सभी की रिपोर्ट नॉर्मल आई है. आज करीब 21 बच्चों की और सैंपलिंग की है, उनकी आज 5 बजे तक रिपोर्ट आ जाएगी.
The samples were taken by the district administration to ensure that there were no infections among any of the children. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, PM Modi has landed in Gujarat. Viewers, PM Modi has now landed in Gujarat. PM will visit Gujarat International Finance Tech City, India's maiden international financial services center as well, and will also lay the foundation stone of various projects. Visuals on your screen, viewers, of PM Modi there. PM Modi there landing in Gujarat. First visuals coming in on your screens. And the Gujarat CM will also welcome PM Modi. Priyanka is joining me on the phone line. Priyanka, this is in fact a very big moment as well, because we will see that PM Modi will be launching India's first international bullion exchange in Gujarat. And this visit is extremely significant, Priyanka. Take us through the details.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. Right now, we are seeing those first pictures coming in of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi having just landed in Ahmedabad, and he is being welcomed by the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel along with the leaders of the BJP. And we are seeing that yesterday as well, the Prime Minister had come to Himmatnagar to inaugurate the Sabar Dairy, and there was an entire inauguration that was done, where in fact the Prime Minister had spoken about the cooperative sector as well. And of course, the Prime Minister coming back to his home state, we had seen the promise that he had made a few months back that he will be coming back to Gujarat every month to inaugurate several developmental projects and dedicate them to the people of Gujarat. We are seeing the Prime Minister walking that talk and keeping that promise to the people of Gujarat as well. And today we are also expecting the Prime Minister to inaugurate several important events, especially the International Bullion Exchange that is going to be inaugurated today. Itself, this had been declared 2 years ago in the budget, in the union budget itself, and now the Prime Minister had also spoken about how Gujarat needs to be developed into an international trade hub as well, and that is why we are seeing the importance of today's event and those pictures coming in, Shivangi, of Prime Minister having just landed, and political meetings also expected with the leaders who are greeting him right now.
Right, Priyanka, thank you for joining us with all those details. PM Modi landing in Gujarat, and we'll get into all those details of the various projects which will be launched here on Republic TV. Viewers, some breaking inputs coming in. Former Mumbai Commissioner Sanjay Pandey produced in the Rouse Avenue court after his ED remand in NSE phone tapping case ends. ED right now is seeking a 5-day custody of former Commissioner Sanjay Pandey from the court. The court asked ED why custody is needed. In the court, the ED said that in this case, 8 to 9 places have been raided. All the evidence is with the CBI. The matching has to be done with those evidences. Rouse Avenue Court sends former Mumbai Commissioner Sanjay Pandey to ED custody till August 2nd. I'm going to go across to Alicia, who will get us the top updates in this case. Alicia, take us through what's happening. Remember that this is a very, very important case which we have been tracking on Republic TV. Now he has been produced in court. What can we expect right now?
We know that Sanjay Pandey was with ED custody for the 9 days, and again today Enforcement Directorate has asked for Sanjay Pandey's custody, and importantly looking into the evidence, because what has been said before the court, where Enforcement Directorate has clearly stated that there was 8 to 9 locations that were raided by Enforcement Directorate, and there are materials and there are evidence that is with the Enforcement Directorate.
Which is why more 5 days custody is being needed. After which, hearing to the Enforcement Directorate, because we know in the phone tapping case where there was a clear link of Sanjay Pandey, clearly of his firm, that is ISEC Service Private Limited, into the phone tapping. We know that it is something, a cyber audit, where the company was for the cyber audit, but later there was a chip that was used, because there are more than 900 employees where their phone were tapped and there was a snooping, after which Enforcement Directorate arrested Sanjay Pandey after he was questioned for 3 consecutive days, and after which he was arrested. More importantly, ED before the court has clearly stated that they have the evidence, they have the materials, and also there are 8 to 9 locations that were the location that was raided denied by Enforcement Directorate, and after which 5 more days custody that was asked before the Delhi court. And after we know that after talking about the evidence that has been put forward by the Enforcement Directorate before the court, where court has sent Sanjay Pandey till August 2. Yes.
Right. Thank you for joining us, Anisha. So Sanjay Pandey is sent to ED custody till August 2nd.
After the comments by Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary over the president at the Parliament, ministers of the Union Cabinet were seen visiting the president, even as an official apology was awaited from the Congress. Union Women and Child Welfare Minister Smriti Irani was the first to meet the president and was soon followed by Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Meanwhile, the Congress was seen protesting against Union Minister Smriti Irani in Jammu.
अभी रिसेंट जो अधीर चौधरी जी ने पार्लियामेंट में हमारी प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहा है और कहते हैं कि ये हमारी स्लिप ऑफ टंग है. हाउ इट कैन बी पॉसिबल? एक पार्लियामेंट में स्लिप ऑफ टंग कैसे हो सकता है? राष्ट्रपति एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट है, उनकी डिग्निटी को हर्ट किया है और ये जो भी स्लिप ऑफ टंग इनका हुआ है, दैट इज ऑल टोटली इंटेंशनल.
While those against Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary demanded action against him. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Much more coming up on the other side. Big move by Karnataka government. NIA probe order into BJP leader Praveen's killing. The top Congress leaders blame Sangh internal crisis. Is the Congress giving PFI and SDPI benefit of the doubt?
You want to say anything, Rahul? Rahul, you want to say anything about the questioning?
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop the car?
पूरी भीड़ नजर आ रही है और ये भीड़ बता रही है कि लोग रुकने वाले नहीं.
Congress MP K. Suresh gives adjournment motion notice in Lok Sabha over war of words which unfolded between Union Minister Smriti Irani and Sonia Gandhi. Congress MP alleges that shocking attempts were made by BJP MPs, including Union Minister Smriti Irani, to threaten Sonia Gandhi. Amid flash floods in Himachal Pradesh, a link road was washed away in Kaza district. An estimated loss of 15 lakh rupees has been incurred, and the Karnataka State Disaster Management Authority has urged the district administration to take stock of the situation.
In a bizarre incident, watch students of primary school in Uttar Pradesh Baldio area making a bridge of chairs for teachers to enter the waterlogged school. This is yet another incident which went viral of teachers allegedly involved in a bizarre incident. Visuals show students drenched in knee-deep water making pathway for teachers by placing chairs in a row. Soon after the video went viral, the teachers were suspended.
उक्त वीडियो का हमने संज्ञान लिया है. उच्चाधिकारियों के भी संज्ञान में उक्त वीडियो है और हमने अध्यापका के विरुद्ध कार्यवाही कर दी है.
Similarly, a teacher was suspended in Uttar Pradesh Hardoi district few days earlier after a video of her getting massage from students went viral. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India, grand welcome for Prime Minister Narendra Modi witnessed in Chennai today, welcomed with dolls and dance. Chennai welcomed the Prime Minister ahead of his visit to the 42nd convocation of Anna University.
Top national updates. Delhi High Court issued a summons to Congress leader Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Netajee Souza in a civil suit filed by Union Minister Smriti Irani. Leaders had earlier alleged that Smriti Irani's daughter was running an illegal bar in Goa, following which the minister demanded an unconditional written apology and withdraw the allegations immediately, following which she issued a legal notice to the same. Smriti Irani and Amit Shah visited the president at the Rashtrapati Bhavan a day after Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary called the president the Rashtrapatni, with a formal apology pending by the leader or the party. PM Modi congratulated students who are graduating today at Anna University's 42nd convocation and said that the whole world is looking at India's youth with hope, as they are the growth engine of the country as well as the world.
It is a great honor. It is also a great responsibility, which I am sure you will excel in. Friends, when speaking of faith in our youth, how can we forget Bharat Ratna, former President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam?
In the major crackdown in the northeastern state of Assam, 11 persons were detained for their alleged links with global terror outfits, including Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent and Bangladesh-based Ansarullah Bangla team. One of the persons detained was also a madrasa teacher in the state. According to the police, 11 persons who were detained from Assam's Moregaon and other areas were connected to the Islamic fundamentalists, having links with AQIS and ABT. Supreme Court refused to stay the July 11 General Assembly's decision to expel OPS Paneerselvam from the party. However, the Supreme Court ordered to maintain the status quo in matter from today till the High Court is heard. The Supreme Court again sent the matter to the Madras High Court, asking the High Court to decide the matter afresh in 3 weeks. The memory of Sidhu Moosewala, his father Balkaur Singh, paid an emotional tribute by getting his face tattooed on his arm. A video was shared on Sidhu Moosewala's Instagram page in which a tattoo artist is seen painting the former artist and politician's portrait on Balkaur Singh's arm. Rajya Sabha was adjourned once again as opposition created a ruckus in the House. The adjournment was announced and the Speaker asked the leader to take the seats for the question hour. Much more coming up on the other side. Big win for Smriti Irani. Delhi High Court asked Pawan Khera and Jairam to take down the defamatory content. Plus, big trouble for Khera and company after Smriti's solid legal notice. Congress top brass summoned by the Delhi court. Stay tuned.
Congress blames Praveen murder on Sangh crisis. Is Congress giving PFI, SDPI benefit of doubt? Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
In a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Dipender Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme in the monsoon session of Parliament.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions on China-US cooperation in science and technology. US President Joe Biden and China Xi Jinping spent more than 2 hours talking through the future of their complicated relationship. Chinese Foreign Ministry reportedly warned United States President Joe Biden against playing with fire over Taiwan. China also blamed US unilateral sanctions and tariff barriers which affected the security of global supply of energy and food. This comes in the backdrop of US Speaker of the House announcing her trip to Taiwan.
I think that it's important for us to show support for Taiwan. I also think that none of us has ever said we're for independence when it comes to Taiwan. That's up to Taiwan to decide.
Hitting back at Nancy Pelosi, China firmly opposed to the planned visit to Taiwan. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson said that the Chinese military will never sit idle and will take serious measures to thwart any attempts by external forces to interfere and separate Taiwan. In the midst of tension, soldiers participated in live-fire military drills amid escalating tensions with China in Taiwan. The military drills have been running every year since 1984 and aim to boost Taiwan's defenses against invading forces. Although this year the event is more significant in light of rising tensions with China. All eyes are on the visit of Nancy Pelosi. If she will visit Taiwan amid the ongoing
अगर राष्ट्रपति जी को बुरा लगा मैं खुद राष्ट्रपति से मिलकर माफी मांगूंगा जरूरत पड़े तो मैं तो कुछ किया नहीं है गलती एक एरर हुआ है चूक हुआ है
Has Congress decided to stick by insult? Watch the burning question tonight at 8 p.m.
Big win for Smriti Irani. Delhi High Court tells Pawan Khera and Jairam to take down defamatory content. Big trouble for Khera and company after Smriti's solid legal notice. Congress top brass summoned by Delhi court. Big move by the Karnataka government. NIA probe ordered into BJP leader Praveen's killing. Another big one. Controversy breaks out over Praveen's murder. NIA probes the murder, but Congress spares PFI SDPI. Top Congress leader blames Sangh internal crisis. Sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee and aide Arpita Mukherjee play unwell card after ED double haul. After shameful sexism, Congress tries to brazen it out now. No apology yet to President Murmu. All right, breaking news development coming in this time from Telangana, where after 4 minors got bail in the Jubilee Hills gang rape case, now the Telangana Youth Congress leaders have tried to seize the Chief Minister's camp office cum residence, Pragati Bhavan at Begumpet. All the Congress leaders are taken into custody by the police and shifted to police station. A case will be registered on them, say sources. That's an important development coming in connection with the Jubilee Hills gang rape case and dramatic Congress protests happening after 4 minors were given bail in connection with the case. In the pictures we are seeing action happening on the ground in Begumpet where Youth Congress workers are protesting. Let's go to Aneri. She's joining us live from Hyderabad. Aneri, please tell us why these Congress leaders were protesting after the bail given to those 4 minors.
Staging protest over the Jubilee Hills gang rape case. 4 juveniles who were granted bail by where we have seen now the police officials have also filed a 600 pages into this case, and also we see that one major Shahabuddin Malik is still in the police custody, and also the Congress leaders tried to seize the CM's camp office in Pragati Bhavan, where the Chief Minister of Telangana, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, offices and also the residence is. So we see that now the police officials have taken all the Congress leaders in custody, and the case would be also registered on this Congress leaders. But now the Congress leaders who were trying to stage protests had demanded that these minors shouldn't be granted bail, and so we see that they tried to seize out the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's camp office from residents, and also we have been seeing that the police officials have now filed a 600 pages charge sheet into this case.
Right, the Congress still not liking it clearly. Aneri, and despite the charge sheet, they're continuing to protest. Obviously, a reflection of sentiment on the ground insofar as the Jubilee Hills gang rape case is concerned. Breaking news development coming in. We are getting fresh pictures of Digvijay Singh assaulting a cop. Senior Congress leader Digvijay Singh assaulting a cop, and in the pictures you can see that the senior Congress leader, who is not a stranger to controversy, holding a police officer by the scruff of the neck. Let's go to Aishwarya Kapoor, our ex-cadet, politics on that. Aishwarya, not the first time that Digvijay Singh is getting into controversy, but what's the context? Why is he misbehaving with the police officer?
Really alarming and also appalling. You have a former chief minister of a state manhandling and literally grabbing a 3-star Madhya Pradesh police officer by his neck and pushing him aside. It was a protest which the Congress party was basically taking out after they have lost in the local elections. After the Congress party has lost to the incumbent BJP in the local elections, there was a protest which the former chief minister of the Congress party, Digvijay Singh, was trying to lead, and in that this protest took place. And while he had demanded that he should be allowed to enter that official premises, when the police tried to stop him, he literally grabbed this 3-star Madhya Pradesh police officer by one hand on his collar and the other on his neck. And it is very clear. It is very clear in this picture, and we have also accessed the whole video. Abhishek, within the next 30 seconds, we will access the whole video, which will show what exactly transpired and what led and what can be the reason for a former chief minister to grab a 3-star police officer of his state like this. It cannot be justified.
It cannot be justified, absolutely, Aishwarya. In fact, it's horrible and a shame that someone as senior as Digvijay Singh, who has been chief minister twice of Madhya Pradesh, understands the dignity of public office, should be doing something like this. And also, this happening while a political protest was going on. Police obviously has to do their duty, and this amounts to obstructing a public servant. I believe the Digvijay Singh, given the fact that he's a veteran of both on the legislative side and the executive, having been the chief minister, understands which sections of the IPC it attracts. Aishwarya. I think we seem to have lost the connection there with Aishwarya, but pictures, a still picture of Digvijay Singh, senior Congress leader, assaulting a cop in Madhya Pradesh, coming in, and this was while protests were being carried out by the Congress party, and we are told that after a verbal altercation, senior leader Digvijay Singh of the Congress party assaulted a cop present there as part of bandobast duty. It can be seen, in fact, that the police is trying to manage a crowd. Now we have pictures as well, visuals as well. Aishwarya, you are back online. I was saying that having been chief minister twice, Digvijay Singh obviously understands this act of his attracts which sections of the IPC obstructing public servant in their duty.
Please stay on the line.
I think again there is some issue. Aishwarya, if you are back online, I was asking the altercation that has happened between Congress workers and the policemen. We can see now the pictures, and Digvijay Singh actually breaks a cordon and comes to assault the cop, because I think they were trying to gherao or get inside somebody's house, which is a public residence, and the police was protecting that residence. I believe Shehzad Poonawala is on the phone with us. Shehzad, the shocking pictures coming in from Madhya Pradesh, where senior Congress leader, someone who has been chief minister of the state twice, seen assaulting a policeman because they were part of the bandobast duty there. In fact, in the pictures, it's clear that Digvijay Singh broke a cordon and came to assault the police officer, attack the police officer. How would you react to this development and the pictures that are coming in? Digvijay Singh is a very senior leader. He understands what sections of the IPC this attracts.
वर्दी का अपमान, सेना का अपमान, सुरक्षा बलों का अपमान, ये कांग्रेस की एकमात्र पहचान. You would remember, Abhishek, that this is the same Congress party whose Renuka Chaudhary called the collar of a cop in Hyderabad. This is the same Congress party that called Army Chief Sharat Kharagunda. This is the same Congress party that Pulwama was done by Indian security forces. Ji had a absolute person in uniform even before this. And you can remember the pictures. This is nothing new. This is the character of the Congress. तीन राष्ट्रपति देश का अपमान, ये कांग्रेस की पहचान, राहुल गांधी की ऐसी ही है कांग्रेस का.
Right, so the BJP there in their first response, making it an issue of insult to public servants, insult to police officers, like the Congress party has done recently in the case of the President of India as well. Let's go back to Aishwarya. He's joining us over the phone. Aishwarya, it can be clearly seen that Digvijay Singh really breaks off a cordon by police and attacks the police officer. I think he really loses his cool and is seen as very angry. Why has he done that?
But losing his cool, how and why? Abhishek, losing his cool, how and why? We are talking about a former chief minister holding a 3-star police officer by his collar, by his neck. Why? These kind of protests happen daily. But why will a former chief minister, a senior leader, a person who's been a political guru of Rahul Gandhi, will do this? What desperation? Yes, the Congress has lost the local elections. Yes, the BJP has been victorious in the state of Madhya Pradesh. But does this suit a person to a person like Digvijay Singh? He has been a former chief minister, a senior leader of the Congress party. The Congress party really needs to introspect. This is no way to bring your desperation and frustration out on the issue because you've just lost the local elections. This is not the way to respond. And we also have the first reaction. The first reaction of the chief minister, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, tearing into Digvijay Singh. Abhishek.
Yeah, in fact, I think you got the Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan's reaction as well. Aishwarya, please tell us what the Chief Minister is saying.
He is saying that it does not suit a leader to the like of Digvijay Singh to manhandle the police of the state. The same police whom he has commanded once. The same police whom he used to order. Why will a former Chief Minister manhandle and literally push a 3-star police officer? We have that reaction from Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Abhishek. We'll be playing it very soon, but these visuals are very clear. He crosses the rope.
Right, Aishwarya, let's listen into Shivraj Singh Chauhan on this story.
ऐसा अशोभनीय व्यवहार किसी पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री को शोभा नहीं देता. कॉलर पकड़ रहे हैं पुलिस अफसर के, चिल्ला रहे हैं, कलेक्ट्रेट के गेट को धक्का देके तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. अब ये बदतमीजी है. लोकतंत्र में जय और पराजय चलती रहती है, लेकिन ऐसी बौखलाहट कि आप पुलिस अफसर की कॉलर पकड़ेंगे, यह हक और अधिकार किसने दिया आपको? यह शोभनीय है और आश्चर्य है मुझे कि कोई व्यक्ति 10 साल मुख्यमंत्री रह के ऐसे कृत्य कर रहा है। ये तो कांग्रेस की बौखलाहट का प्रतीक है। जमीन खिसक गई तो गालियां दो और कॉलर पकड़ो। मैं इसकी घोर निंदा करता हूं।
All right, Aishwarya continues to be with us. The Chief Minister there taking on Digvijay Singh, saying that a former Chief Minister should not be doing this. This is below dignity and this compromises the dignity of the officer involved as well and sets a bad precedent and creates a bad picture. Aishwarya, swift reaction coming in from the BJP and from the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh as well. But I'm still trying to understand Digvijay Singh in the pictures, if you see, really loses his cool. He breaks away from the cordon, throws away the rope and directly comes to the police officer. Is there some history with the police officer because of which the cop was targeted by the former Chief Minister, or was it some argument on which Digvijay Singh really lost it?
Absolutely. At this point of time, we are just being told that in sheer desperation, in sheer frustration, because he was not being allowed any. And we are talking about a leader who has been the Chief Minister for 10 years. 10 years of the same state, manhandling a 3-star police officer of the same state. And this is something which the Congress party and Digvijay Singh himself would have to answer. That why and what is going to be the explanation of the former Chief Minister for this? How will he explain? How will he explain this? How will he justify this? How will he justify manhandling and pushing and literally trying to physically push back this 3-star police officer, the same police which he has commanded as a Chief Minister for 10 long years of the same state? And hence I say, the sheer desperation of losing the local elections. The Congress party cannot be this frustrated and this desperate that you will take law in your own hands. And that too, the leaders who have stayed Chief Minister for 10 long years, who understand law and who understand the procedure better than Rahul Gandhi per se. If they will act like this, then what will you expect from the other Congress leaders, Abhishek? Because desperation is very visible in that video. He's being stopped by not one, but more than a dozen police officers. But the former Chief Minister says no. He shakes his hands in anger. No, I will not stop. I will go. He just wants to break the rules. And when stopped multiple times, he resorts to physically manhandle and push this 3-star Madhya Pradesh police officer who was just doing his duty. What was his fault?
Well, Aishwarya, what I'm gathering is that this was a scuffle that took place first between Congress's Digvijay Singh and BJP's Vishwas Sarang over bogus balloting in Bhopal district panchayat or Zilla Panchayat polls. And subsequent to the scuffle that took place between Digvijay Singh and the BJP leader, because the cops were there on duty, I think, and the cop was shielding. So it seems that the actual objective of Digvijay's attack was to target BJP's Vishwas Sarang. If we can get his voice as well, I will ask input to connect us to Vishwas Sarang and see whether we can get him, because it seems that Digvijay Singh is moving towards Vishwas Sarang. The cop comes in between, and then the entire focus of Digvijay's ire gets towards the cop, because he was trying to come in between the two leaders and prevent the scuffle from really going out of hand. We have seen the Congress protesting on the issue of those local body polls and the district panchayat polls that had happened recently, and the Congress has alleged that in the case of Bhopal Zilla Panchayat that 9 votes were forged, because of which I think the Congress party in Madhya Pradesh capital Bhopal lost, and that's why the protests were happening. Gaurav Bhatia joins us over the phone. Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP. Gaurav Bhatia, a scuffle happening between Congress's Digvijay Singh and BJP's Vishwas Sarang. A police officer comes in between and becomes the target of Digvijay's anger. We can see in the pictures that the cop is clearly assaulted. How would you react to this?
This is completely unacceptable, unpardonable, and coming from a former chief minister is shocking indeed. The man in uniform is doing his duty, his job, and this kind of behavior meted out to him will not be tolerated by the people of the state or the country. And I must say, this culture in the Congress, as you were showing the picture of Renuka ji also, clearly demonstrates that it flows from the top to the bottom, disrespecting people in uniform, calling army chief Sadak ka Gunda, calling the Prime Minister Chaukidar Chor hai, and also insulting the President of our country. This is the culture of the new Congress.
Gaurav, also, the protest was happening because the Congress party believes that under the BJP government there some forgery of votes has happened in the ongoing Zilla Panchayat elections, and Digvijay Singh essentially got angry because the policeman was stopping him from talking to the BJP leader Vishwas Sarang, who was present there.
For the sake of argument, even assuming what you are saying is the charge being made by Digvijay Singh ji, there are courts in the country, there is rule of law. And nothing will ever justify manhandling a police officer, because this is a crime under the Indian Penal Code, and he should be booked and strict action should be taken against Mr. Digvijay Singh. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. Gaurav Bhatia there joining us over the phone, condemning the act of senior Congress leader Digvijay Singh, in which he is seen as assaulting a police officer while having a scuffle or a verbal altercation with the BJP leader Vishwas Sarang. This is in connection with the local body polls that are taking place in Madhya Pradesh, this time in the case of Bhopal Zilla Panchayat. Aishwarya is back on the line with us. Aishwarya, it seems that this scuffle is culmination of an argument that was building up in Bhopal for a while, and that for a few hours the Congress leaders were protesting, engaging with the cops present there, and in fact Digvijay Singh was having an altercation with BJP leader Vishwas Sarang and wanted to have a go at him, and that's when the cop intervened and essentially became a target, because the cop stopped Digvijay Singh from going at the BJP leader. So I think it seems that there is an element of frustration there. But is the Madhya Pradesh government going to do something about this?
Abhishek, the fact remains that the Congress has done miserably, and I must say miserably, in the local elections. Digvijay Singh would have to answer back to Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, to which there is no answer to. And hence now
हम ले रहा है हमारे साथ मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी हैं, हम उनसे बातचीत करेंगे। सर, तीनों जो चुनाव हैं इसमें भाजपा को काफी अच्छी बढ़त मिली है और आप लोग गांव-गांव तक पहुंचे हैं। सर,
मैं जनता का आभारी हूं। जैसी सफलता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में इस बार मिली वो अभूतपूर्व है। पहले कभी इतनी सफलता नहीं मिली, चाहे पंचायतों के चुनाव हो, जनपद पंचायतों के चुनाव हो, या फिर आज जिला पंचायत के चुनाव संपन्न हुए हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को भारी जन समर्थन और जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला है।
सर, लेकिन पहले भाजपा कहते हैं कि शहर की पार्टी थी, अब लेकिन गांव में हर जगह पहुंच रही है, तो इससे सर कितना आपको मजबूती मिलेगी, पार्टी को मजबूती मिलेगी?
देखिए, प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गरीब कल्याण योजनाएं, अधोसंरचना विकास के काम, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए आत्मनिर्भर मध्य प्रदेश बनाने का प्रदेश सरकार का अभियान, जन कल्याणकारी कार्यक्रम, इनके कारण भारतीय जनता पार्टी गांव में गरीब के घर में भी अब पहुंची है और आम गरीब का प्यार और आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है। इसी का परिणाम है कि आप पंचायतों में देखिए, 22,924 पंचायतों में चुनाव हुए थे, उसमें से हम 20,613 पंचायतें जीत गए। ये अद्भुत है। और उनमें से 630 तो निर्विरोध निर्वाचित हुई। मैंने अपील की थी कि समरस पंचायतें बनाओ। अगर आप जनपद पंचायतों का, जिसमें कहते हैं ब्लॉक के जो चुनाव होते हैं, उनमें 312 में चुनाव हुए, 227 भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीती। कांग्रेस और अन्य दल, अन्य में इसमें बाकी में कांग्रेस नहीं, अन्य दल भी है, सिमट के रह गए। और आज जिला पंचायतों के चुनाव हुए, 51 में से 41 भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीती, शानदार सफलता प्राप्त की जिलों में। तो ये बताता है कि ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में भी अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर घर में है, मोदी जी हर घर में है।
लेकिन कांग्रेस लगातार आरोप लगा रही, किडनैपिंग के आरोप हैं, खरीद फरोख्त के आरोप हैं। आज भी तमाम जो कांग्रेस के नेता हैं उन्होंने हंगामा किया।
वो जब लोकसभा विधानसभा हारते हैं तो ईवीएम को दोष देते हैं। अब हारे तो कह रहे हैं प्रशासन का दुरुपयोग किया। अरे वोट डालने लोग जा रहे हैं, मुझे तो आश्चर्य होता है दिग्विजय सिंह जी जैसे नेताओं के व्यवहार पे। पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री और कलेक्ट्रेट के गेट पर खड़े दरवाजा हिला रहे हैं, वोटर जाने से रोक रहे हैं। ये बौखलाहट का प्रतीक है उनकी। ये कौन सी मानसिकता है कांग्रेस की? भाई वोटर वोट डाल रहा है, कोई प्रशासन वोट डाल रहा है क्या? लेकिन हारना है तो हारने के पहले भूमिका बना लो। प्रशासन का दुरुपयोग कर दिया।
सर ये जो जीत है, ये जो बहुमत आपको मिला है 2023 और 2024 में, इससे कितना फायदा होगा पार्टी को?
चुनाव परिणामों में जनता का समर्थन परिलक्षित हुआ है, ये तो उसी का प्रकटीकरण है। इसका अर्थ साफ है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी से जनता प्रसन्न है और हमारे साथ है।
तो माना जाए कि 23 में जो चुनाव होगा कांग्रेस कहीं टिक नहीं पाएगी, उनकी तैयारी लग रही है आपको ऐसे रिजल्ट देखने के बाद?
वो कुछ भी कर लें, भारतीय जनता पार्टी 2023 में भी जीतेगी, 24 का लोकसभा भी शानदार ढंग से जीतेगी। मोदी जी के पीछे लोग खड़े हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ लोग खड़े हैं।
ये थे मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी, जिन्होंने हमसे एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत की। कैमरामैन संजय अंकल के साथ सत्यवेद सिंह, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क, भोपाल।
All right, that was Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan taking on former Chief Minister and Congress leader Digvijay Singh for his assault on a police officer outside the Bhopal District Magistrate's office, essentially when Congress was protesting. The results of the District Panchayat elections which have been ongoing and which have been just announced. On that note, we have to take a short break. All right, after a short break, big win for Smriti Irani. Delhi High Court tells Pawan Khera and Jairam Ramesh to take down defamatory content. Also, big trouble for Khera and company after Smriti's solid legal notice. Congress top brass summoned by the Delhi court. Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
In a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Dipender Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme in the monsoon session of Parliament.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions from China-US cooperation in science and technology. US President Joe Biden and China Xi Jinping spent more than 2 hours talking through the future of their complicated relationship. Chinese Foreign Ministry reportedly warned United States President Joe Biden against playing with fire over Taiwan. China also blamed US unilateral sanctions and tariff barriers which affected the security of global supply of energy and food. This comes in the backdrop of US Speaker of the House announcing her trip to Taiwan.
I think that it's important for us to show support for Taiwan. I also think that we have.
All right, breaking news development coming in this time from Mumbai, where a massive fire has been reported from the Andheri suburb, where the film shoot was going on at a warehouse. We have been told that 3 fire tenders along with 2 water tankers are on the location. The firefight is going on. This is a warehouse where film shoots take place. Massive fire, as can be seen in the huge smoke billowing out of the campus, but no reports yet of who all were present there, if at all, and whether there have been any loss apart from property. That's from Andheri suburb of Mumbai that this fire is being reported. And we'll bring more details of this fire that looks really huge. But coming up after the break, also, apart from the massive fire in Mumbai, SSC aspirants protest in Bengal, Dharamtala. This is in connection with the scam in which
Congress MP K. Suresh gives adjournment motion notice in Lok Sabha over war of words which unfolded between Union Minister Smriti Irani and Sonia Gandhi. Congress MP alleges that shocking attempts were made by BJP MPs, including Union Minister Smriti Irani, to threaten Sonia Gandhi. Amid flash floods in Himachal Pradesh, a link road was washed away in Kaza district. An estimated loss of 15 lakh rupees has been incurred, and the Karnataka State Disaster Management Authority has urged the district administration to take stock of the situation.
In a bizarre incident, watch students of primary school in Uttar Pradesh Baldio area making a bridge of chairs for teachers to enter the waterlogged school. This is yet another incident which went viral of teachers allegedly involved in a bizarre incident. Visuals show students drenched in knee-deep water making pathway for teachers by placing chairs in a row. Soon after the video went viral, the teachers were suspended.
उक्त वीडियो का हमने संज्ञान लिया है। उच्च अधिकारियों के भी संज्ञान में उक्त वीडियो है और हमने अध्यापका के विरुद्ध कार्यवाही कर दी है।
Similarly, a teacher was suspended in Uttar Pradesh Hardoi district few days earlier after a video of her getting massage from students went viral. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
के लिए एक कैटालिस्ट का काम भी करेगा। गिफ्ट सिटी में एनएससी, आईएफएससी, एसजीएक्स कनेक्ट की लॉन्चिंग के जरिए आज ये शुरुआत हो रही है। साथियों, आज इंडिया इंटरनेशनल बुलियन एक्सचेंज उसको भी लॉन्च किया गया है। न्यू डेवलपमेंट बैंक के इंडियन ओरिजिनल ऑफिस, 3 फॉरेन बैंक्स और 4 इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड फाइनेंसिंग सर्विस प्लेटफॉर्म, इन सब के साथ अनेक महत्वपूर्ण पड़ावों को आज हमने पार किया है। इनसे 130 करोड़ देशवासियों के सामर्थ्य को आधुनिक वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था से जुड़ने में और मदद मिलेगी। भारत अब यूएसए, यूके और सिंगापुर जैसे दुनिया के उन देशों की कतार में खड़ा हो रहा है जहां से ग्लोबल फाइनेंस को दिशा दी जाती है। मैं इस अवसर पर आप सभी को और सभी देशवासियों को अनेक अनेक बधाई देता हूं। मैं विशेष रूप से सिंगापुर के अपने साथियों का भी अभिनंदन करता हूं, जिनके सहयोग से दोनों देशों के लिए संभावनाओं के आयाम खुल रहे हैं। साथियों, गुजरात में रहते हुए जब मैंने गिफ्ट सिटी की परिकल्पना की थी तो वो केवल व्यापार, कारोबार या आर्थिक गतिविधियों तक सीमित नहीं था। गिफ्ट सिटी की परिकल्पना में देश के सामान्य मानवी की आकांक्षाएं जुड़ी। गिफ्ट सिटी में भारत के भविष्य का विजन जुड़ा है, भारत के स्वर्णिम अतीत के सपने भी जुड़े हैं। मुझे याद है जनवरी 2013 में जब मैं गिफ्ट वन के इनॉग्रेशन के लिए आया था तब लोग इसे गुजरात की सबसे ऊंची बिल्डिंग कहते थे। कई लोगों के लिए यही इसकी पहचान थी। लेकिन गिफ्ट सिटी एक ऐसा आइडिया था जो अपने समय से भी बहुत आगे था। आप याद करिए 2008 में वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस और रिसेशन का दौर था। भारत में भी दुर्भाग्य से वो समय पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस का माहौल था। लेकिन उस समय, यानी कल्पना कीजिए उस समय की दुनिया की स्थिति, उस समय गुजरात फिनटेक के क्षेत्र में नए और बड़े कदम बढ़ा रहा था। मुझे खुशी है कि वो आइडिया आज इतना आगे बढ़ चुका है। गिफ्ट सिटी कॉमर्स और टेक्नोलॉजी के हब के रूप में अपनी मजबूत पहचान बना रहा है। गिफ्ट सिटी वेल्थ और विजडम दोनों को सेलिब्रेट करता है। मुझे ये देखकर भी अच्छा लगता है कि गिफ्ट सिटी के जरिए भारत विश्व स्तर पर सर्विस सेक्टर में मजबूत दावेदारी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। साथियों, गिफ्ट सिटी एक और खास बात यह है कि ये ट्राई सिटी अप्रोच का प्रमुख स्तंभ है। अहमदाबाद, गांधीनगर और गिफ्ट सिटी तीनों एक दूसरे से सिर्फ 30 मिनट की दूरी पर है और तीनों की अपनी एक विशेष पहचान है। अहमदाबाद एक गौरवशाली इतिहास का अपने आप में समेटे हुए है। गांधीनगर प्रशासन का केंद्र है, नीति और निर्णयों का मुख्य मथक है और गिफ्ट सिटी अर्थतंत्र का प्रमुख केंद्र है। यानी अगर आप इन तीनों में से किसी भी शहर में जाते हैं तो पास, प्रेजेंट या फ्यूचर से सिर्फ 30 मिनट की दूरी पर है। साथियों, गिफ्ट सिटी से जुड़े इनिशिएटिव्स ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस और ईज ऑफ लिविंग की दिशा में हमारे प्रयासों का हिस्सा भी है। हमें ये याद रखना होगा कि एक वाइब्रेंट फिनटेक सेक्टर का मतलब केवल इजियर बिजनेस क्लाइमेट, रिफॉर्म्स और रेगुलेशन तक ही सीमित नहीं होता। ये अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में काम कर रहे प्रोफेशनल्स को एक बेहतर जीवन और नए अवसर देने का माध्यम भी है। गिफ्ट सिटी एक ऐसी जगह बन रहा है जहां से नए नए आइडियाज निकल रहे हैं, वेल्थ क्रिएशन हो रहा है और दुनिया के सबसे बेहतर माइंड्स आकर यहां सीख रहे हैं, ग्रो कर रहे हैं। यानी गिफ्ट सिटी एक तरह से भारत के पुराने आर्थिक गौरव को प्राप्त करने का भी एक माध्यम बन रहा है। यहां इंडस्ट्री के जो दिग्गज हैं वो जानते हैं कि भारत के लोग सैकड़ों वर्षों से व्यापार और व्यवसाय के लिए पूरी दुनिया में जाते रहे हैं। दुनिया का ऐसा शायद ही कोई हिस्सा हो जहां भारतीय पहुंचे न हो। भारतीय व्यापारी इनोवेटिव फाइनेंसिंग टेक्निक्स उसका भी इस्तेमाल करते थे। मैं जिस जगह से आता हूं, मेरा जो जन्म स्थान है वडनगर, वहां खुदाई चल रही है और वहां भी खुदाई में प्राचीन काल के सिक्के मिल रहे हैं। ये इस बात का सबूत है कि हमारी व्यापारिक व्यवस्था और संबंध कितने व्यापक थे। लेकिन आजादी के बाद हम खुद ही अपनी विरासत को, अपनी इस ताकत को पहचानने से कतराने लग गए। संभवतः ये गुलामी और कमजोर आत्मविश्वास का असर था कि हमें अपने व्यावसायिक, सांस्कृतिक और दूसरे संबंधों को जितना हो सका सीमित कर दिया। लेकिन अब नया भारत इस पुरानी सोच को भी बदल रहा है। आज इंटीग्रेशन हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण एजेंडा है। एक ग्लोबल मार्केट के साथ, ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन्स के साथ तेजी से इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हैं और गिफ्ट सिटी भारत के साथ साथ ग्लोबल अपॉर्चुनिटी से जुड़ने का एक महत्वपूर्ण गेटवे है। जब आप गिफ्ट सिटी के साथ इंटीग्रेट करेंगे तो आप पूरे वर्ल्ड के साथ इंटीग्रेट करेंगे। साथियों, आज भारत दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमीज में से एक है। इसलिए भविष्य में जब हमारी इकोनॉमी आज से भी कहीं ज्यादा बड़ी होगी, हमें उसके लिए अभी से तैयार होना होगा और बड़ा होना तय है। हमें इसके लिए ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूशंस चाहिए जो ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी में हमारे आज के और भविष्य के रोल को कैटर कर सके। इंडिया इंटरनेशनल बुलियन एक्सचेंज IIBX इसी दिशा में एक कदम है। गोल्ड के लिए भारत के लोगों का प्यार किसी से छिपा नहीं है। सोना भारत में महिलाओं की आर्थिक शक्ति का बड़ा माध्यम रहा है। महिलाओं के विशेष स्नेह के कारण गोल्ड हमारी समाज और सांस्कृतिक व्यवस्था का भी उतना ही अहम हिस्सा रहा है। एक बड़ी वजह है कि भारत आज सोने चांदी के क्षेत्र का एक बहुत बड़ा मार्केट है। लेकिन क्या भारत की पहचान सिर्फ इतनी होनी चाहिए? भारत की पहचान एक मार्केट मेकर की भी होनी चाहिए। IIBX इसी दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। हमारी गोल्ड से जुड़ी इंडस्ट्री के प्लेयर्स को, खासतौर पर ज्वेलर्स को ये विस्तार करने में मदद करेगा। उनके लिए नए अवसरों का मार्ग बनाएगा। वो डायरेक्ट और ट्रांसपेरेंट तरीके से सीधे बुलियन खरीद सकेंगे और इंटरनेशनल प्राइस डिस्कवरी में पार्टिसिपेट भी करेंगे। साथ ही IIBX एक्सचेंज के जरिए सीधे गोल्ड में ट्रेड करने के अवसर भी देगा। जैसे जैसे गोल्ड ट्रेडिंग की मार्केट ऑर्गेनाइज होगी, भारत में गोल्ड की डिमांड गोल्ड प्राइसेस को प्रभावित भी करेगी और निर्धारित भी करेगी। साथियों, आने वाले समय में भारत में जो कुछ भी होगा उसका प्रभाव पूरे विश्व पर पड़ेगा। उससे पूरी दुनिया को दिशा मिलेगी। हम लोकल एस्पिरेशन को भी महत्व देते हैं और ग्लोबल कोऑपरेशन का महत्व भी समझते हैं। एक और हम ग्लोबल कैपिटल को इसको लेकर वेलफेयर के लिए ला रहे हैं, तो दूसरी ओर हम लोकल प्रोडक्टिविटी को ग्लोबल वेलफेयर के लिए हार्नेस भी कर रहे हैं। आज भारत में रिकॉर्ड फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट आ रहा है। ये इन्वेस्टमेंट देश में नए अवसर पैदा कर रहा है, युवाओं की आकांक्षाओं को पूरा कर रहा है। ये हमारी इंडस्ट्री को ऊर्जा दे रहा है, हमारी प्रोडक्टिविटी को बढ़ा रहा है। और ये प्रोडक्टिविटी केवल भारत की ही ताकत नहीं बन रही, इसका लाभ पूरे विश्व को हो रहा है। ये बात सही है कि आज जो इन्वेस्टर्स भारत में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं वो अपने इन्वेस्टमेंट पर अच्छे रिटर्न्स कमा रहे हैं, लेकिन इसके प्रभाव, इससे जुड़ी संभावनाएं इससे भी कहीं ज्यादा व्यापक है। आज हमारे एक्सपोर्ट्स रिकॉर्ड लेवल को छू रहे हैं। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स नए नए देशों में, नए नए मार्केट में पहुंच रहे हैं। एक ऐसे समय, और वो समय ऐसा है जब ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन्स अनिश्चितता का शिकार है। दुनिया इस अनिश्चितता से आशंकित है। भारत दुनिया को क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट्स और सर्विसेज का भरोसा दे रहा है। इसलिए जैसा कि मैंने कहा, ये लोकल वेलफेयर के लिए ग्लोबल कैपिटल और ग्लोबल वेलफेयर के लिए लोकल प्रोडक्टिविटी का एक अद्भुत कॉम्बिनेशन है। गिफ्ट सिटी से जुड़े सभी इंस्टीट्यूशंस इस बॉन्ड को और मजबूत करने का काम करेंगे। यहां कई इंस्टीट्यूशंस ऐसे हैं जिनके पास ग्लोबल फुटप्रिंट्स भी हैं और लोकल कनेक्ट भी है। साथियों, नए भारत के नए संस्थानों से, नई व्यवस्थाओं से मेरी बहुत सी अपेक्षाएं भी हैं और आप पर मेरा पूरा भरोसा भी है। आज 21वीं सदी में फाइनेंस और टेक्नोलॉजी एक दूसरे के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं और बात जब टेक्नोलॉजी की हो, बात साइंस और सॉफ्टवेयर की हो, तो भारत के पास एज भी है और एक्सपीरियंस भी है। आज रियल टाइम डिजिटल पेमेंट्स में पूरी दुनिया में 40% हिस्सेदारी अकेले भारत की है। आज हम इसमें लीडर हैं। फिनटेक के क्षेत्र में भारत की ये ताकत पूरी दुनिया को आकर्षित कर रही है। इसलिए मेरी आप सबसे अपेक्षा है कि फिनटेक में आप नए नए इनोवेशंस के लिए टारगेट करें। गिफ्ट आईएफएससी फिनटेक की ग्लोबल लेबोरेटरी बनकर उभरे। साथियों, मैं एक और अहम पक्ष की तरफ आपका ध्यान दिलाना चाहता हूं। भारत के लिए सक्सेस और सर्विस, सफलता और सेवा एक दूसरे के पर्याय हैं। जन कल्याण से जग कल्याण, ये हमारी भावना है। इसलिए आज भारत सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के क्षेत्र में वैश्विक संभावनाओं का नेतृत्व कर रहा है। हमने अपने लिए नेट जीरो कार्बन एमिशन का लक्ष्य तय किया है। राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर हम गति शक्ति मास्टर प्लान को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी और ई मोबिलिटी के नए रिकॉर्ड बना रहे हैं। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भारत इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस को दिशा दे रहा है। एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है जिसमें हमारा समर्पण असीम संभावनाओं को खोलेगा। मैं चाहता हूं कि गिफ्ट आईएफएफसी सस्टेनेबल और क्लाइमेट प्रोजेक्ट के लिए ग्लोबल डेट और इक्विटी कैपिटल का एक गेटवे बने। इसी तरह भारत को एयरक्राफ्ट लीजिंग, शिप फाइनेंसिंग, कार्बन ट्रेडिंग, डिजिटल करेंसी और आईपी राइट से इन्वेस्टमेंट मैनेजमेंट तक कई फाइनेंशियल इनोवेशंस की जरूरत है। आईएफएससीए को इस दिशा में काम करना चाहिए। आईएफएससीए को रेगुलेशन और ऑपरेशन कॉस्ट को भी न केवल भारत बल्कि दुबई, सिंगापुर जैसे देशों की तुलना में भी कॉम्पिटिटिव बनाना चाहिए। आपका लक्ष्य होना चाहिए कि आईएफएससीए रेगुलेशन में लीडर बने, रूल ऑफ लॉ के लिए हाई स्टैंडर्ड सेट करे और दुनिया के लिए पसंदीदा आर्बिट्रेशन सेंटर बनकर के उभरे। साथियों, बैंकिंग सेक्टर के जो साथी यहां हैं, उनके सहयोग से पिछले 8 सालों में देश ने फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन की एक नई वेव देखी है। यहां तक कि गरीब से गरीब भी आज फॉर्मल फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन से जुड़ रहा है। आज जब हमारी एक बड़ी आबादी फाइनेंस से जुड़ गई है तो ये समय की मांग है कि सरकारी संस्थाएं और प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स मिलकर कदम आगे बढ़ाएं। उदाहरण के तौर पर आज बेसिक बैंकिंग से ऊपर उठकर फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी के क्षेत्र में फाइनेंशियल एजुकेशन के लिए बड़ा स्कोप है। आज भारत में एक बड़ा एस्पिरेशनल क्लास है जो ग्रोथ के लिए इन्वेस्ट करना चाहता है। अगर उनके लिए ऐसे फाइनेंशियल कोर्सेज हो जो उन्हें अलग अलग फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स और उनके फ्यूचर्स इसके बारे में सिखा सके तो इससे उन्हें बहुत हेल्प मिलेगी। एक उदाहरण म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी है। एसोसिएशन ऑफ म्यूचुअल फंड्स के मुताबिक 2014 में भारत में म्यूचुअल फंड इंडस्ट्री की एसेट्स अंडर मैनेजमेंट करीब 10 लाख करोड़ थी। इन 8 सालों में जून 2022 तक ये 250% बढ़कर 35 लाख करोड़ हो गई है। यानी लोग इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं, वो इसके लिए तैयार हैं। हमें चाहिए कि हम उनके लिए एजुकेशन और इंफॉर्मेशन इंश्योर करें। मैं तो कहूंगा कि हमारे फाइनेंशियल इकोसिस्टम को नॉन फाइनेंस कॉलेज के साथ टाई अप करना चाहिए, युवाओं को एजुकेट करना चाहिए। आखिरकार ये युवा ही हैं जो आने वाले समय में अर्नर्स और इन्वेस्टर्स बनेंगे। इन कोर्सेज में लोगों का भरोसा पैदा हो, इसके लिए उन्हें नॉन फॉर प्रॉफिट मोड पर चलाया जाना चाहिए। गिफ्ट सिटी भी प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स के कामकाज को देखकर इसके लिए एक अच्छा रोड मैप और ग्राउंड रूल्स तैयार करने पर काम कर सकता है। इस साल बजट में गिफ्ट सिटी में फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटीज को लेकर जो घोषणा हुई है, उससे भी इसे मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, मुझे विश्वास है कि आप देश के सामर्थ्य का पूरा सदुपयोग करेंगे और अमृत काल में देश की अपेक्षाओं पर खरा उतरेंगे। इसी भावना के साथ आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं गुजरात सरकार का भी धन्यवाद करूंगा कि गिफ्ट सिटी के इतने बड़े मिशन में गुजरात सरकार की नीतियां बहुत ही पूरक और पोषक बन रही है, और इसके लिए भी मैं गुजरात सरकार के सभी इनिशिएटिव्स को उसकी सराहना करता हूं। गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन करता हूं। यहां मैं देख रहा हूं जेम्स और ज्वेलरी की दुनिया के लोग भी बड़ी मात्रा में नजर आ रहे हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस अवसर को वो भली भांति समझते हैं। उनके लिए कितना बड़ा अवसर पैदा हुआ है, उसका अंदाज उनको भली भांति आता है, और उसका लाभ वे बहुत भरपूर उठाएंगे। इस विश्वास के साथ मैं फिर एक बार आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
विक्रमी पुरुष सिर पर चलता न छत्र पुरखों का धर, अपना बल तेज लगाता है, सम्मान जगत से पाता है। राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर जी की ये पंक्तियां माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के व्यक्तित्व का उपयुक्त निरूपण करती है। ऐसे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके प्रेरणादायी उद्बोधन के लिए।
That was Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking at Gandhinagar, inaugurating the International Bullion Exchange in the Gujarat International Finance Tech City, one of the pet projects of Prime Minister from his Chief Minister days. In fact, Gift City is expected to make Gujarat the next financial capital of the country. We have to move on, a short break. On the other side, the saga of investigation in the Bengal recruitment scam continues, with accused former Minister Partha Chatterjee and his aide Arpita playing the unwell card. On the other side.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
In a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Dipender Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. in the monsoon session of Parliament.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions on China-US cooperation in science and technology. US President Joe Biden and China Xi Jinping spent more than 2 hours talking through the future of their complicated relationship. Chinese Foreign Ministry reportedly warned United States President Joe Biden against playing with fire over Taiwan. China also blamed US unilateral sanctions and tariff barriers which affected the security of global supply of energy and food. This comes in the backdrop of US Speaker of the House announcing her trip to Taiwan.
I think that it's important for us to show support for Taiwan. I also think that none of us has ever said we're for independence when it comes to Taiwan. That's up to Taiwan to decide.
Hitting back at Nancy Pelosi, China firmly opposed to the planned visit to Taiwan. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson said that the Chinese military will never sit idle and will take serious measures to thwart any attempts by external forces to interfere and separate Taiwan. In the midst of tensions, soldiers participated in live-fire military drills amid escalating tensions with China in Taiwan. The military drills have been running every year since 1984 and aim to boost Taiwan's defenses against invading forces. Although this year the event is more significant in light of rising tensions with China. All eyes are on the visit of Nancy Pelosi. If she will visit Taiwan amid the ongoing tensions, it can aggravate the multiple issues including South China Sea crisis. Agency report, Republic TV.
India
Top headlines at this hour. Big win for Smriti Irani. Delhi High Court tells Pawan Khera and Jairam to take down defamatory content. Big trouble for Khera and company after Smriti's solid legal notice. Congress top brass summoned by the Delhi court. Big move by Karnataka government. NIA probe order into BJP leader Praveen's killing. Big controversy breaks out over Praveen murder. NIA probe murder, but Congress fares PFI SDPI top Congress leader blames Sangh internal crisis. Well, that's what they're calling it. Sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee and aide Arpita Mukherjee play unwell card after ED double haul. After shameful sexism, Congress tries to brazen it out now. No apology yet to President Murmu. And another Congress assault caught on camera after Renuka Chaudhary, now Digvijay Singh, holds cop by the collar. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. As hate killings are at their peak in Karnataka, a state minister there in a massive statement said that they were ready for the encounter of the culprits on Friday. This comes after the CM Bommai said that the government will follow the UP model in taking action against the culprits. Meanwhile, former CM Siddaramaiah made a controversial statement as he pinned the blame on RSS internal crisis for the murders. The Praveen Netaru murder case will be handed over to the NIA now. Let's have a quick look at all the reactions coming in on this big story.
ಇವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆಲ್ಲ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರವೀಣ್ನ ಹತ್ಯೆ ಕೇಸು ಶಂಕಿತವಾಗಿ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ಡ್ ಕ್ರೈಮು ಮತ್ತು ಅಂತಾರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಇರೋದರಿಂದ ಅದರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾದಂಥ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಲೇಟೆಸ್ಟಾಗಿ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಏನು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಮತ್ತು ತನಿಖೆ ತೀವ್ರಗತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಲೆಟ್ರನ್ನು ಬರೆಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದನ್ನು NIA ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂತ ನಾವು ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದು ಹೋಮ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟು ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಸೂಚನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಂತಾರಾಜ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಇದರ ವಿಚಾರ ಇರೋದರಿಂದ NIAಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದನೇ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ. Yesterday I was there in Mangalore. I visited Pravin's house, and while coming back after I took the flight, I heard there was another murder. I got all the details. I've instructed ADGP Law and Order to stay there and see that prompt action is taken. For us, all incidents are equal. All murders, all life of the people are same to us. So we want to take strict actions on all the 3 cases. I will not explain anything now. As and when required, whatever is necessary within the frame of law, we will do all actions. It might be UP model or Karnataka model.
ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇಂಥ ಘಟನೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಡೀಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜದ ನಾಗರಿಕರ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಯ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ, ಅವರ ಭಾವನೆಯ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ತೀವ್ರವಾದಂಥ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ಯಾರೇ ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಇರಲಿ ಹುಡುಕಿ ಆ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರನ್ನೇನು ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು, ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಎನ್ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೂ UPಗಿಂತ ಒಂದು 5 ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. UPಗಿಂತನೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಾಡಲೇ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, UPಗಿಂತನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಒಂದು ಮುಂದುವರೆದ ರಾಜ್ಯ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗಿಂತ ಪ್ರಗತಿಪರವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಜ್ಯ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇತರರಿಗೆ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದನ್ನೇನು ಅನುಸರಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು
In a bizarre incident, watch students of primary school in Uttar Pradesh Baldio area making a bridge of chairs for teachers to enter the waterlogged school. This is yet another incident which went viral of teachers allegedly involved in a bizarre incident. Visuals show students drenched in knee-deep water making pathway for teachers by placing chairs in a row. Soon after the video went viral, the teachers were suspended.
उक्त वीडियो का हमने संज्ञान लिया है, उच्च अधिकारियों के भी संज्ञान में उक्त वीडियो है और हमने अध्यापका के विरुद्ध कार्यवाही कर दी है.
Similarly, a teacher was suspended in Uttar Pradesh Hardoi district few days earlier after a video of her getting massage from students went viral. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, we're getting an eBix cash news alert right now. The grandson of Bala Saheb Thackeray, Nihar Thackeray, has met with the CM Eknath Shinde. Nihar Thackeray is the son of Bindu Madhav Thackeray. He met Maharashtra CM Eknath Shinde at his residence and showed his support. You can see the visuals there on your screen as well of the meeting which has taken place between Nihar Thackeray and Eknath Shinde. I would like to go across to Alisha, who's joining me on the phone line. Alisha, Bala Saheb's grandson is meeting the CM. What are the details you're picking up?
Well, Shivangi, it's huge where we can see the grandson of Bala Saheb Thackeray, Nihar Thackeray, who met Eknath Shinde. He met at his residence in Malabar Hill, and importantly that he expressed his support to Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. So this is something very important that has been coming in. We know that there are MLAs and MP who have already given support to Eknath Shinde. But yesterday what we saw that there are senior leaders from where Eknath Shinde was meeting the senior leaders from the Shiv Sena. But now grandson of Bala Saheb Thackeray, that is Nihar Thackeray, and we know that Nihar Thackeray was the son of Bindu Madhav Thackeray, who is the eldest son of Bala Saheb Thackeray. Now he met Chief Minister Eknath Shinde at his residence, and importantly, what we know that he has expressed his support. Whether the fact that Nihar Thackeray is not in the politics, but he came to meet Eknath Shinde and clearly has expressed his support to Eknath Shinde.
All right. Thank you there, Alicia, for joining us and getting us with details. Bala Saheb's grandson is meeting Shinde. The visuals there on your screens.
Incessant rainfall calls for help in the Poonch district of Jammu. Heavy rainfall since past few days triggered flash floods, creating havoc in the lives of the residents in the district. Notably, Indian Army force and police officials rushed to the site to take stock of the situation. A joint rescue operation of Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir's police handled the situation and rescued 14 people who were trapped in the flood. Among these 14 people, kids were included too. Earlier, Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police and State Disaster Response Force rescued 4 men who were trapped in flash floods in Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch district. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
On to the other big story we have been tracking here, Republic TV. The Delhi court has issued summons against Congress leaders over allegations made on Union Minister Smriti Irani's daughter with regards to running an illegal bar in Goa. The leader stated that they look forward to the case and would be presenting their evidence on the same. Here is the full story.
के परिवार पर भ्रष्टाचार के गंभीर आरोप लग रहे हैं.
After they alleged that Union Minister Smriti Irani's daughter ran an illegal bar in Goa, the Delhi High Court issued summons to Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Neta D'Souza in connection with a civil suit filed by the Union Minister. The court also ordered the Congress leaders to remove posts, videos, tweets, retweets and morphed pictures of the minister and her daughter along with the allegations made by the leaders against the two. The Union Minister had earlier attacked the Congress, stating that the allegation that her daughter runs an illegal bar was malicious and was made with the intent to assassinate her daughter's character while politically maligning her. Addressing a press conference, she said that allegations had been made at the direction of the Congress leadership, namely the Gandhi family. After she had held a press conference calling the Gandhi family out in connection with the Enforcement Directorate. In an earlier press conference, the leaders called in by the Delhi High Court stated that information about Smriti Irani's daughter running an illegal bar was the result of an RTI filed, leading to the leaders demanding the resignation of the Union Minister. Union Minister Smriti Irani filed a civil defamation seeking permanent and mandatory injunction along with the damages of over ₹2 crore to the leaders. Justice Mini Pushkarna, in connection with the case, stated that slanderous allegation had been made against the plaintiff without facing actual facts. The judge went on to state that the social media platforms were to remove the posts were they not to comply with the directions of the court. Replying to the High Court proceedings, Congress leader reacted to the summons, stating that they looked forward to presenting their facts before the court and would challenge and disapprove the spin being put out by Smriti Irani. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking after shameful sexism. Congress tries to brazen it out now. No apology yet on President Murmu. Plus, another Congress assault caught on camera after Renuka Chaudhary. Now Digvijay Singh holds caught by the collar. Stay tuned.
Packets or envelopes with the department's insignia. What exactly was such kind of a documentation, such kind of money was doing with Orpita Mukherjee?
It's 15 crores and 3 kg gold bars, viewers, from the same Arpita, the close aide of the TMC minister.
The enforcement director says that most of these properties have been bought from the proceeds of crime. They suspect that this was the money that was basically being round-tripped. Money was actually taken due of that posts were actually given, looting the public money first of all, and secondly selling off government jobs.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic Livestream with you everywhere. Republic Livestream, India's #1 streaming news.
India's Super News Network. Republic Media Network's #1 super feed. #1 across all 3 channels.
In a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Dipender Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme in the monsoon session of Parliament.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions from China-US cooperation in science and technology. US President Joe Biden and China Xi Jinping spent more than 2 hours talking through the future of their complicated relationship. Chinese Foreign Ministry reportedly warned United States President Joe Biden against playing with fire over Taiwan. China also blamed US unilateral sanctions and tariff barriers which affected the security of global supply of energy and food. This comes in the backdrop of US Speaker of the House announcing her trip to Taiwan.
I think that it's important for us to show support for Taiwan. I also think that none of us has ever said we're for independence when it comes to Taiwan. That's up to Taiwan to decide.
Hitting back at Nancy Pelosi, China firmly opposed to the planned visit to Taiwan. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson said that the Chinese military will never sit idle and will take serious measures to thwart any attempts by external forces to interfere and separate Taiwan. In the midst of tension, soldiers participated in live-fire military drills amid escalating tensions with China.
Was seen hitting the paramilitary personnel.
बड़ी तस्वीर आपको बता रहे हैं. पहले ये देखिए बाउंड्री गिर चुकी है.
Was Suchita Dalal the journalist who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan?
PM Modi laid the foundation stone of the headquarters building of the International Financial Services Centres Authority and also launched India International Bullion Exchange. In a big development, the Karnataka government has decided to hand over the investigation into the killing of BJP Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru to NIA. Following the murder of Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha member Praveen Nettaru, who was hacked to death on Tuesday by bike-borne assailants, prohibitory orders under Section 144 have been imposed across the Dakshina Kannada district. A Karnataka minister in a massive statement said that they were ready for the encounter of the culprit. Speaking to the media, the minister said that the state government will go 5 steps forward than UP. In a big win for Smriti Irani, the Delhi High Court on Friday issued summons to the senior Congress leaders Jairam Ramesh, Pawan Khera and Netta D'Souza in a case filed by the Union Minister over defamatory content posted by them. Partha Chatterjee, who was relieved of his duties as Commerce and Industry Minister and from post in Trinamool Congress, said that the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's decision was right. He also claimed that he was a victim of a conspiracy. And a stunning twist to the Bengal cash scam. Accused Arpita Mukherjee's 4 luxury cars went missing from a Tollygunj flat amid the Enforcement Directorate's ED's crackdown. This comes against the backdrop of the wards of cash recovered from 2 of Arpita Mukherjee's residences, along with a series of incriminating documents and a sensational black diary. The 8 arrested persons having links with the AQIS and ABT were produced before the Chief Judicial Magistrate Court in Assam today. The court has sent them to 9-day police custody. Former Mumbai Commissioner Sanjay Pandey's ED remand was extended till August 2nd in phone tapping case. Pandey was produced in Rouse Avenue Court after his ED remand in the NSC phone tapping case ended today. In a shocking show of entitlement and VIP arrogance, former Madhya Pradesh CMs and the Congress leader Devajay Singh was seen assaulting a police officer in a scuffle that broke out. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. Coming up, big controversy breaks out over Praveen murder. NIA probe murder, but Congress spares PFI, SDPI. Top Congress leader blames Sangh internal crisis. Plus, sacked TMC Minister Partha, Chatterjee and aide Arpita Mukherjee play unwell card after ED double haul.
Congress blames Praveen murder on Sangh crisis. Is Congress giving PFI, SDPI benefit of doubt? Watch the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
Congress MP K. Suresh gives adjournment motion notice in Lok Sabha over war of words which unfolded between Union Minister Smriti Irani and Sonia Gandhi. Congress MP alleges that shocking attempts were made by BJP MPs, including Union Minister Smriti Irani, to threaten Sonia Gandhi. Amid flash floods in Himachal Pradesh, a link road was washed away in Kaza district. An estimated loss of 15 lakh rupees has been incurred, and the Karnataka State Disaster Management Authority has urged the district administration to take stock of the situation.
In a bizarre incident, watch students of primary school in Uttar Pradesh Baldio area making a bridge of chairs for teachers to enter the waterlogged school. This is yet another incident which went viral of teachers allegedly involved in a bizarre incident. Visuals show students drenched in knee-deep water making pathway for teachers by placing chairs in a row. Soon after the video went viral, the teachers were suspended.
उक्त वीडियो का हमने संज्ञान लिया है, उच्च अधिकारियों के भी संज्ञान में उक्त वीडियो है और हमने अध्यापका के विरुद्ध कार्यवाही कर दी है.
Similarly, a teacher was suspended in Uttar Pradesh Hardoi district few days earlier after a video of her getting massage from students went viral. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Wherever you are, whenever you want, Republic live stream with you everywhere. Republic live stream, India's #1 streaming news.
Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking. Let's have a look at some international news now. The US economy fell into a technical recession, which is negative growth for 2 consecutive quarters, where gross domestic product fell to 0.9% in the second quarter. That is the second straight quarter of negative growth. Here is the full story.
The US economy has entered a technical recession as second quarter growth fell 0.9% amid global uncertainties. supply chain constraints in Russia-Ukraine war, which has shot energy prices to record highs. The economy had contracted 1.6% in the first quarter. And while 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth is defined as technical recession, US President Joe Biden said in a meeting with business leaders and CEOs that the economy was only slowing down and was not in recession. At a time when inflation is multi-decades high primarily due to higher oil prices, an economic downturn can be very fertile for the US. The US economy continues to fight high inflation rate, reported over 9% in June. This is largely caused by supply chain snarls due to COVID lockdowns, as well as Russia-Ukraine war, which has sent prices of food and fuel soaring. While the White House dismissed any recession call completely, President Biden acknowledged that the economy was slowing.
Our job market remains historically strong. Our economy created more than 9 million jobs since I came to office, in no small part because of the people on this stage. Our economy created more than 1 million jobs in the second quarter, the same period as today's GDP report covers. And our unemployment rate is 3.6%, near a record historic low. Secondly, households and businesses, the engines of our economy, continue to move forward. Just this past week, SK Group from Korea was here at the White House to announce $22 billion in new investment in semiconductors, advanced batteries, and electric vehicle chargers, and medical devices. That's on top of the $200 billion in clean energy investments in America from other businesses since we took office, all powering the strongest rebound in American manufacturing in 3 decades. Now, there's no doubt we expect growth to be slower than last year and for the rapid clip we had. But that's consistent with the transition to a stable, steady growth and lower inflation.
In a battle to fight inflation, the US Federal Reserve has raised interest rates to nearly 2.5% so far this year, and Fed Chair, after hiking rates by a massive 75 basis points on Wednesday, has hinted about further rate hikes in the future. A contraction in US growth is a concern for the whole world, as this would start a cascading effect. Agency report, Republic TV.
Viewers, we're getting visuals right now coming in from Kolkata this time. Let's have a look at what's happening. These are live visuals coming in from Kolkata. BJP protesting in West Bengal. Visuals there on your screen. You can see top BJP leaders as well there in West Bengal who are leading this protest. Visuals of that right there on your screen of a protest held by the BJP in West Bengal. The BJP has been demanding many issues, demanding a look into many issues which are prevalent there. Ishan Dev is joining me live. Ishan Dev, why is the BJP protesting in West Bengal right now? They're protesting against the Mamata government. What is the demand at this point of time?
Well, this protest march is going on against the recruitment scam in the government-sponsored schools in West Bengal, which is going on, which is hitting the headlines every day in West Bengal and also at the national level. And that's why Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition in West Bengal, under his leadership, this protest march is advancing. And the spot of the protest march is also very interesting because Partha Chatterjee, who has been arrested by ED in this scam-related case, this Behala is the constituency of Partha Chatterjee himself. He is the MLA from Behala West constituency, and at his own constituency, Shubhendu Adhikari is leading this march. That's in the studio.
Well, thank you, Ishan Dev. So the BJP, they're protesting, demanding answers from the TMC on the SSC recruitment scam, the Bengal cash scam, which explodes by the day, and we get to all the updates here on Republic TV.
a fatal accident, a class 9 student lost his life and several were injured as a school bus and a speeding truck collided in Punjab's Hoshiarpur. Congress MP Dipender Singh Hooda given a suspension of business notice in Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme in the monsoon session of Parliament.
उसमें आग लगी हुई है और आंदोलनकारी इस तरीके से
और कश्मीरी
Amid the tension between China and the United States with regards to Taiwan, China rejected a US bill to encourage more semiconductor companies to build chip plants in the US. China cited containment of restrictions on China-US cooperation in science and technology. US President Joe Biden and China Xi Jinping spent more than 2 hours talking through the future of their complicated relationship. Chinese Foreign Ministry reportedly warned United States President Joe Biden against playing with fire over Taiwan. China also blamed US unilateral sanctions and tariff barriers which affected the security of global supply of energy and food. This comes in the backdrop of US Speaker of the House announcing her trip to Taiwan.
I think that it's important for us to show support for Taiwan. I also think that none of us has ever said we're for independence when it comes to Taiwan. That's up to Taiwan to decide.
Hitting back at Nancy Pelosi, China firmly opposed to the planned visit to Taiwan. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson said that the Chinese military will never sit idle and will take serious measures to thwart any attempts by external forces to interfere and separate Taiwan. In the midst of tension, soldiers participated in live-fire military drills amid escalating tensions with China in Taiwan. The military drills have been running every year since 1984 and aim to boost Taiwan's defenses against invading forces. Although this year the event is more significant in light of rising tensions with China. All eyes are on the visit of Nancy Pelosi. If she will visit Taiwan amid the ongoing tensions, it can aggravate the multiple issues including South China Sea crisis.
Viewers, we continue to get you the fastest updates on Republic TV and all the stories, all the angles, all the sound bites, all the, the fastest stories as well. And now we're going to go across to Niranjan. Niranjan will get to us the most exclusive story of the day. Niranjan, over to you.
Thank you for that, Shivangi. We have a story that we are breaking this evening from Kolkata, from Kerala. And we'll have some details coming in from Kolkata as well. First up, the big exclusive from Kerala. Let's get started. Big admission by a Jamaat associate, O. Abdur Rahman, on 1975 ban on Jamaat-e-Islami says he burnt documents while in Qatar. He says the truth about Jamaat was burnt by him while he was in Qatar. Abdur Rahman says he distributed papers reasoning RSS ban in 1975 but held back the Jamaat ban documents. Republic questions the Jamaat associate Abdur Rahman on his August 29 confession speech. He is now evasive. Big move with the Karnataka government. NIA probe order into BJP leader Praveen Netturu's killing. And on this edition of This Is Exclusive, we've accessed a video from Kerala, and this video is of A. Abdur Rahman, and it's a 2019 video. It's 2019 video that is emerged now. of O. Abdur Rahman, who is also the group editor. He's a journalist of Madhyamam Daily and also Media One, associated to Jamaat. And in a public program that was held in Thrissur in 2019, this man called Abdur Rahman says that he burnt crucial diplomatic documents and literature that substantiated the Indira government decision to ban Jamaat-e-Islami. And instead of distributing it to different channels via the Qatar embassy, where he was working as an interpreter back then, he says he instead burnt them all. He says he burnt the proof on Jamaat while sharing the documents on the RSS. And while he was an interpreter, he was basically doing diplomatic duty back then in 1975. And today he says that he covered up for the Jamaat, instead shared details of the RSS. Let me go across to, in fact, before I go across to Ashwin breaking that story, here's what Abdur Rahman has said.
1977 അതിനു മുമ്പ് 1975 കുറിച്ച് പറയേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. 75 ജൂണിൽ ഇന്ത്യൻ എംബസിയിൽ, ഖത്തറിലെ ഇന്ത്യൻ എംബസിയിലാണ് ഞാൻ ഒരു ഇന്റർപ്രറ്ററായി ജോലി പ്രവേശിച്ചത്, എൻ്റെ ജ്യേഷ്ഠൻ കൂടിയായ ഒ അബ്ദുള്ള സാഹിബിന് പകരമായിട്ട്. പക്ഷേ ആ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തതിൻ്റെ പിറ്റേ ദിവസം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിന് 4-5 ദിവസങ്ങൾക്ക് ശേഷമാണ് 1975 ജൂലൈ ശ്രീമതി ഇന്ദിരാഗാന്ധി രാജ്യത്ത് അടിയന്തരാവസ്ഥ